morning, folks. Let's get it going. It is Wednesday, and it is a busy Wednesday at that. We got a lot happening today, both this morning and then later on this evening. Today will be a 2 live day. I have a special live later on this evening with Rev Carla, which I'm really, really excited about. So good morning, Felicia. Just getting started. Literally just hit the go live button. So we're gonna get in here and have some conversations today. Good morning, MG Brock. Good morning, Sue. Good morning. How is everyone? Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than the tick of the talk, make sure that you say hello because I will not be able to see you if you join. And Substackers, the systems don't talk to each other, so I don't get to see that you've even joined, which I hate. But thank you for being here and listening. What's up, Mama Dukes, Penny GF, Masani, Dana Duke? Good to see you. Good morning. How is everyone? Y'all doing all right? It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. Good morning, Catsmandu. Melinda, how are you? Why is Joe invited? You guys, should we just accept this co-host thing for a second and see what Joe has got going on? Gio, Malik? No, let's get it going for let's hold on. I'll do it in a second. Veronica, I need a minute. Let me at least get like a breath going. Good morning, Eddie. Good to see you over there on YouTube. Listen, after last night, I need to breathe for uno momento, but we will absolutely do that. I think it'll be fun to kind of mix it up a little bit today on top of all the other things we got going on. What's up, Javibration? Right, Melinda, I'm feeling that. Good morning, Tech Lady. So, listen, we got a lot to talk about today. Yeah, Janice, I think we are. I think we're going to mix it up a little bit. Right. Shut up, Red Hot. No, you're not. Okay, Carla, sounds good. What's up, Susan? Conchita, good to see everybody. Okay, so listen. How nervous do you all think the Democratic Party is this morning? Oh, shit, Penny. Yeah, you definitely need glimmers this morning. And I got one. This smiling face right here is a glimmer. This smiling face right here is a glimmer. I am of the opinion that this morning, June 24th, 2026, the Democratic Party is, as we have known it, is very, very nervous. I don't even know what Hannity clip that is, Kurt Carey. I don't, because I don't watch mainstream news. I don't even know what Hannity's had to say about it. How did it end? Which one, Candy Kiss? Because, oh my geez. Yes, new timeline activated. Nervous is good, 100%. 100%. So for those of you guys who are like, what is Dani talking about? Here's what I'm talking about. I am talking about it ended with him saying he would come through. We'll see if he comes through. We shared a website where he could, kind of get it together. But we had somebody after that as well. So yeah. Good morning, Peace Brooks. Okay, so for those of you guys who are like, what is she talking about, and what does this have to do with anything? Okay, so listen. So last night in New York City, there were the New York primaries taking place, and in those primaries, you had some differences of opinion. So you had an incumbent establishment Democrat, Sue, whatever her name is. Wait, hold on. Let me pull it up. Ooh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. You want a Dan Goldman gone? Yeah. So let me just tell you, I am tripping out this morning over everything. Good morning, Lonnie. Good morning, Carol. All right, so let me pull it up real quick for y'all. Okay. So this is pretty exciting stuff. Okay. Because I know, Sam. I know, and I'm super excited about it. I don't even apologize for being as excited. What are my thoughts on what election? We're talking right now about last night's primary results in New York. That's what we're discussing right now, but I'm not sure which election you're talking about. Good morning, Jermaine. Okay, so let me just good morning, Sexy San. All right, so let me give it to you like this. So every single candidate that Zoran Mamdani endorsed won their Democratic nominations for key House seats. Brad Lander, who is he's the winner for the 10th congressional district, which covers Manhattan and northern Brooklyn. He is poised to unseat the incumbent Dan Goldman, and that's really really interesting. And then da 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 da. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so then there is Claire Valdez, who is the primary for the 7th congressional district in New York. And it is Nadia Velasquez who is currently in that seat, who is retiring. And it is wild because the biggest upset of the night, and this is the one that I really want to talk about, is how do you say her name, you guys? Somebody tell me her name. Daria Avila. I don't know how to say her name. Anyway, Chevalier is her last name. She has defeated U.S. Representative Adriano Espaillat, who is he is the head of the Hispanic Caucus. He is the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He has been in that seat for 9 years after becoming the first Dominican American member of the House, and she has just ousted his ass last night, which is pretty important. And I'll tell you the things that make this really astounding. Good morning, Ella. The other thing that makes this really astounding is these folks were backed by Hakeem Jeffries. They were backed by Chuck Schumer in some cases. They even had the endorsement and the co-signing of New York's governor, right? And so what I think is absolutely amazing is that in spite of all of that, the Mamdani movement is taking over New York City. And let me just tell you what, it is pretty amazing, right? And this is one of the reasons why when we start to talk about my plan, the Project for the People plan, this is one of the reasons why I am not worried about establishment Democrats getting on board. This is why I'm not concerned about those folks getting on board, because the money and the majority will follow the movement. And the movement is demonstrating that it is alive and well. Namaste, be action. Like, y'all, the movement is loud and proud and ready to make this thing happen. So, what do you mean you thought Dan Goldman was doing great work? What happened? What do you think in terms of, like you said, you thought he was doing great work? In what way? In what way do you think that? Or did you think that? What did you think? People are very much fed up with the status quo. And what you like who be action, because Dan Goldman lost his primary last night. Well, Dan Goldman is looking to be in a bit of trouble. And let me just say this to folks before I open up this panel. If you are doing decent work, great. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be primaried. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be challenged. It doesn't mean that somebody else with other ideas or a different stance shouldn't primary you. If you're doing great work, then hopefully your work will carry you, right? But just because somebody is doing, okay, doesn't mean that people shouldn't ever try to move them out. And that's part of the reason that we are where we are. Yes, pro-Israel candidates are not doing well. They are not. And we're going to talk about that quite a bit this morning. So we are going to talk about Ta-Nehisi Coates' article in The Atlantic. I have had it pulled up and open in a tab for almost a week now and still have not shared it with you. So we're going to do that today. And we're going to talk about a few other things as well. So I'm excited about that. Good morning, Michigan Mountaineer. If you are new to me, please do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat. Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate the hanging lights. Really do. What's up from my corner? What's up, Just Me? Good morning. What's up, Witch? How are you? Tara, good to see you. Gregory, good to see you. Okay, so welcome to all the new people. And let me share with you a couple. Candy Kiss, shut up. You are not new. Let me share with you kind of how I do this space, because it's different than some spaces on TikTok. Okay, especially political spaces. Okay. So I ask for 4 things in this space, and those 4 things are for people to be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. If you use a slur, I will mute you and boot you from this live. Me or my mods will. Number 3, don't spam the comments. Like if you got something to say, if you want to be like Trump 2028 or whatever, that's fine. Just don't do that stuff like 5, 6, 7, 8 times, because it is not good for the algorithm and it does not help us have a really great conversation. And then last but not least, don't type in all caps. And that one seems minute, like it's not a big deal, but it is. And the reason why it is because all caps are reserved for my folks that are vision impaired, because I do have quite a few of them. I have a number of them. And then my mods. Okay, so just be respectful of people that are in this space that have disabilities, and don't type in all caps. And if you can do those things, we will get along just fine. We can have robust, even passionate discussions. We don't have to agree. It's just asking you to do those things. Okay, cool beans. Appreciate you, Gio. Thank you very, very much. All right, you ready to dig in? Thank you, Reb. Appreciate that. Okay, so things that I want to talk about today, and you guys try to help me stay on track. Okay, I want to talk about Mamdani, and we're going to start off talking about the Mamdani effect, and how the establishment Democrats might be feeling this morning, which I love. I really do. I make no bones about that. Yeah. Thank you, Veronica. It's the Danikins rising from the ashes. Okay. So, yeah. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Believer. Good morning, Delgrave. What was I saying? See? Rabbit, squirrel, all the things. Okay. So I want to talk about the Mamdani effect. I do want to talk about Iran, and I want to talk about the deal, the MOU, the Strait of Hormuz. I want to talk about the Ta-Nehisi Coates article with reference to Gaza and Palestine. I do want to talk about how pro-Israel candidates are doing or aren't doing right now. I played a clip the other night when I was on Lisa's live that I want to play for you all today. If you did not hear the clip that I played from Haley Stevens, who is very much an APEC golden child. If you did not hear that, put a 1 in the chat. If you guys did not hear me hear that video clip, put a 1, because it's a lot, but we're going to talk about it. Which reminds me, Michiganders, Abdul El Said is your boy. That is the boy. That is the man. We're going to make it happen in Michigan with Abdul El Said. So, all right. So this morning, the Democratic establishment is waking up to a new day, right? And I love that for them. I love that a movement that is built around people, a movement that is built around unapologetically doing good things for working class, everyday people, is catching fire. Hence the shirt today. Am I from Michigan? I am not, Reb. I have some friends in Michigan, have done some work in Michigan. But no, it's a race that is incredibly important. And I hope that Michiganders get on board and do, I call it the Mamdani effect. The Mamdani effect. And when is the last time you have seen a mayor have this much impact on the nation? Salam Muhammad OS, right? You're from Michigan. Love that, Sherry Malik. When is the last time you've seen a mayor? Am I coming to Michigan for his campaign? No, I'm not in touch with his campaign at all. I just happen to prefer him as a candidate. And so, no, I'm not in touch with his campaign at all. I just prefer him as a candidate. I think he's a better choice for Michigan, and hoping that Michiganders get on board and make that happen. So, yeah, Tara, it's never happened. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to open up the panel so that we can have some discussions. Appreciate it, Delgrave. I'm going to ask you, when you come on the panel, stay on mute until I get to you, please, so that we can get into this conversation and get things going. Good morning, Joseph. So good morning, Shining Light. Let me tell y'all what. Can I share with y'all what I walked through in my brain this morning before putting this backdrop up together? Good morning, Amy. So I almost, uh, girl, I mean, we don't even want to talk about them things. I almost put this Mamdani up here, right? And and in doing so, I was going to put beside it a picture of the president of the United States because he is not faring well today. He is not faring well today. He's having a difficult moment, and I knew that that would be good for the algorithm, right? Because I knew that it would absolutely flood people into this room. I also knew that it would bring trolls and disruptions and people that just wanted to be hateful, and I knew that it would breed the Islamophobia, all of those things. And so I said, you know what I'm not going to do is taint the live. I'm not going to do that. I really don't want to talk about the only point that I want to talk about the president of the United States is from an actual political policy. Hey, Fatina, good morning. And from that aspect, the fact that he is having a difficult moment with the Senate voting for the War Powers Resolution Act yesterday, War Powers Act, and then all three of Mamdani's candidates winning. It's been a good 24 hours. Okay. So we're going to dig in to some things. I do have some other topics that are up here, right? So what do you know about Iran, Israel, Palestine, immigration, healthcare, SNAP, Christianity, racism, LGBTQIA, and these midterms? Those are all subjects that are open and available for some conversation as well. Yes, Veronica, the establishment as a whole is in trouble, and I am here for it, in case you don't know. Also, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, right here in these same spaces, I will be live with Rev Carla. We will be talking specifically about the weaponization of religion, especially Christianity, and the impact of that weaponization on our social and political environments. And so that is happening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. So make sure that you tune in and that you are here. So I am ready for that. So I don't know that Hakeem is in shock. I don't know. Which, by the way, can somebody tell me what the deal was with Richie Torres? Because I'm ready for his ass to be gone too. I don't like him at all. Give me 1 second. Give me a sec. Let's see what we got. Yes, that. All right. Damn. Richie Torres won his Democratic primary. Fuck my life. With 71.9% of the vote. So Richie Torres is going to go back. He'll win this district. He'll go back to represent the Democratic Party. Yeah. Listen. We can't get rid of all of them at one time. Little bit by little bit, we will make it happen. Relax. Okay? We got this. Okay, so we're going to go over election results and then we're going to talk about them, okay? Yeah, I agree, Michigan Mountaineer. I agree that he is amazing. All right, so folks, when I bring you up, please do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I get to you so that we can begin the conversations. Let's see. Aline, did you mean to request that? Jamie, appreciate you for holding space. No, okay, no worries. Just tapping. Love that. Appreciate you. Good morning, Reb. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I am fantastic. What you got to say this morning?
I just think that it's been really good to see what happened last night. Like you said, the establishment is on notice. There was a lot of victories. I mean, like all of Zora Mamdani's endorsed candidates won.
All three.
And yeah, and like one of the people that I don't remember the exact person that ran against this person, but like there was somebody that had a 5-term. Like the incumbent was like a 5-term candidate, so like that in itself, like they should be shaking at that.
Yeah. So a couple of things. So what's his name? Hold on, I just had it. Oh my gosh. Let me find what I had. Yeah. So hold on one second. I'm talking about Adriano Espaillat. Espaillat. It's crazy work because Daraliza Avila Chevalier defeated him, and he is the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He's held that seat for 9 years after becoming the first Dominican American member of the House. So that is a huge deal. And let me see. Assembly member Micah Lasher is the projected winner for for the district, the 12th district, which covers Manhattan, which is currently represented by Jerry Nadler. So that should be interesting to see. It is very huge. It is very huge. Just so that everyone is clear. Let me see. Claire Valdez is who won for the 7th congressional district for the retiring Nadia Velasquez. Oh yeah, they're not going to come to New York. They're not going to. And actually, so Justia, let me just say this, Justicia, I don't know why I can't speak today. I actually don't want Mamdani to be the person who arrests Ben Gvir or BB, because that would be incredibly dangerous to him. And actually, I would like to see somebody who's pro-Israel have to arrest them. Actually, I would like to see someone who takes a shit ton of AIPAC money, or has taken a shit ton of AIPAC money, or is ridiculously Israel aligned, or who has kissed the wall themselves. I want those people to be the people to have to arrest them. Just saying.
That would be so ironic.
Yeah, I'm just saying. No. I want Mamdani to stay safe and be well. So no, I would rather he did not. And he's the mayor of New York. Now, he has nothing to do with the DOJ or the ICC. So, just saying. I mean, the Islamophobia for Mamdani is already rampant, right? And yeah, that would absolutely take it over the top. Yes, Scotty, that's the point. Someone who has kissed the ring should be the person to have to do the arresting. So I think 2 things this morning. Okay. Number one, okay, so other takeaways besides just the Democratic establishment waking up this morning like, what the fuck, right? In addition to that, here are the things that I think this represents, and I would love you guys' take on it. So I think these wins by Mamdani's endorsed folks, right? I think it represents a shift in terms of what used to work no longer working. So I think that yes, Cam, I can. I think okay. So I think that what it has effectively demonstrated, right, is that the words like jihadist or Muslim extremist or communist or Marxist or any of those things, right? I think that what we are seeing is a shift where other people are saying, we are not scared of those big scary words aren't scaring us anymore. Just because you call someone a communist, or just because you call someone a Muslim jihadist, it's not scaring people. People are like, you know what? We're not falling for the okie doke anymore. we are actually moving forward. And so I think that this is important to see. And I think it's incredible to see, as a matter of fact. And my hope is that it goes, no, it never scared informed people, right? It like those words don't scare accurately informed people, right? But the reality is that for much of the world, it was a scary term, right? And you hear it often and you hear it all the time. And so I think seeing these three candidates win regardless is a big kind of stamp that says, yeah, there people are past that, right? And so I think that that's important, and I think it's amazing. So, Reb, what else did you want to say? Something else as well?
Yeah, I wanted to say that like I think back to the cat I can't pronounce her last name, but I think about that race in particular where APAC spent so much money, right?
Yeah.
And she still lost by only a small margin. Like
Yep.
they were bragging about like maybe a 2% difference.
Yeah.
Under 100,000 votes, and it's like, you guys are cooked. You guys are cooked. This
Yeah.
is, you guys are not running the politics anymore. It's the leftist candidates that have been running and like running to the left of a lot of establishment Democrats.
Yeah, Cat Abu. That's what everybody they just call her Cat Abu instead of trying to do her whole last name. But that's her 9th district in Congress in Illinois. Yeah, and she will be back 100%. Like, she's not going anywhere. And the fact that she came as close as she did should have everyone on alert, right? I think that, Red Hot, you can unmute him. You can unmute. Listen, give me a chance to handle him before you mute. Unless they come in using a slur, leave him alone for a second, and I'll get to him. Red said, cha-chink. Red said, ain't nobody dealing with your bullshit today. Mute. Nope. Give him a moment. It's okay. She was district by you. Yeah. I mean, she's incredible, and she will be back. She's not going anywhere. But I think one of the things that's changing is that there are candidates that are running who are in it for the right reasons, and they are authentic, and people are yeah. I know what he said. Yeah, that part doesn't matter. I'm okay with that. Right? So yeah, I'll get him, Red Hot. No worries. Just give me a moment, love. I got you. She said, no, you're not saying that in here, but I got you. But you know what I mean? Like, I think that we are definitely in a different time, in a different era. And I think the election results are showing it, and the people are showing it 100%. I don't do anti-Zio videos. And do me a favor, Justia, and don't type in all caps, please. Yeah, I don't do quote unquote anti-Zio videos. It's just not a thing for me. So anyway, but no, I agree with you, Reb, and I think that we are definitely in a time, and I think I think we are entering this zone where, you know what, the revolution might just be televised as it's happening in real time, because technology has caught up in the way that it has, and excelled in the way that it has, and so I think that's an incredible thing. You know,
100%, yeah.
Yeah, but so if you could do me a favor and just don't promote things like that in here, it would be great. There's a ton of anti-everything videos out there, and I just don't, appreciate it. Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that the revolution has definitely been televised, especially with all of these like protests that have been happening. I mean, like beginning of the year, especially. I live in Minnesota, so that's like another thing as well.
Yep, 100%. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. No, I agree 100%. And let me also say this, for my folks that know Muhammad OS, I think Hytham is under the weather. So if you want to use the link in my link tree to help them out in terms of medication, you can do that. Okay. This should be fun. Mr. Perogi, would you like to come to the panel and talk about it? Because I would love for you to come to the panel and talk to me about what you think about Mr. Mamdani. Hey, good morning. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
39.
39. Okay. So the statement that you made was Mamdani doesn't like or believe in America. So can you share with me what policies, statements, or behaviors would lead you to believe that he doesn't like the country?
Socialism, communism,
Well, that's not what I didn't ask you what you think
Grocery.
about. Hold on one second.
government-run grocery stores.
Perogi,
you know,
hold on one
the
second. Perogi, hold on. Listen.
Raising taxes.
Okay, listen. You're not going to talk over me. One of the things in this space is that we have respectful conversation. We don't have to agree, but you're not going to talk over me. Okay? So what I ask you specifically, and there's a reason why I'm asking this, so the reason why I ask this is I am asking you for statements that he has made or policies and actions that he has implemented, right? That lead you to believe or that would justify or support your position that Mamdani does not like or care about the country. That's what I'm asking you for. So I'm not asking you for like words that you think are anti-American, such as socialism or communism, right? I'm not asking those because that's a very general thing. I'm specifically asking you what Zohran Mamdani has done or said or implemented as the mayor of New York that would lead you to believe that he doesn't care about America. So go ahead. You can respond now.
He hasn't demonstrated how he likes America. I don't know. I don't know.
What has he done that demonstrates he doesn't like America? Because for me, things that I think are pretty pro I care about America is
government-run grocery stores. Sorry.
Okay. So you don't think a desire to feed people shows that you care about people?
No, that's true. But don't you think about in the future how that grocery store is going to be? Everybody's just going to be stealing out of it. How is that going to be something?
What do you mean? Everybody is there? So number one, there's no government-controlled grocery stores that's there.
I know, but there isn't for a reason.
No, but I'm asking. But my point is there's not one. So what are you talking about?
He's planning on implementing one, or they are, or people in New York are. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not up on everything that's happening in New York. I'm still learning, but because I'm from Jersey, but so that's
So let me ask you a couple of questions, and we can do the grocery store topic. So what I believe you're referring to is Zohran Mamdani's plan to do a pilot program to test out what it would look like for there to be 5 public supermarkets, one in each of the boroughs that would be not for profit, and it would use municipal sites, right? So that they didn't have to pay rent or property taxes on it. So that means these grocery stores would be on sites that are already owned by the government. They would be government sites where these grocery stores would be located. So the ability for the average person to go onto government property and rob the grocery store, I would say, would be very slim because it's government property. Therefore, it's already going to have security and so forth and so on, right? I think it's smart to do it on government property so that there's no property taxes or rent for the government to pay, right? And my question is, because here's what we know. We have had privately owned grocery stores ever since this country's been around, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a significant portion of the population lives with food insecurity, unsure about that they are going to have a meal, their next meal. So if we have let private corporations own and run grocery stores for the entirety of our existence, right? And it has led to food insecurity, children going to school and to bed hungry, and all of that. Why is it a negative thing to establish a pilot program to see if this functions any better? Why is that a negative thing to you?
I don't think it's a positive thing to tax the only few millionaires in New York just to fund these unfundable programs that are going to fail in the long
This
run.
isn't funded by billionaires in New York. That's not the question.
What's that?
But that's not. I'm not. If you want to talk about taxing billionaires, we'll do that in a minute. But what you first said was that.
Yeah, one thing, and then that's another thing.
Well, but we are going to get to that thing when we finish this thing, though, because the question that I ask you is very specific. Is if corporations have run grocery stores for the entirety of their existence, private corporations, for-profit corporations, and it's led us to a country that has a significant amount of food insecurity and children who go to school and go to bed hungry, right? Why is putting together a pilot program to test the feasibility and the performance of a secondary option a bad thing? Because I would think that if you have a system that's been in place for a very long time that isn't working efficiently for the benefit of the people, coming up with an alternative to try to test is a smart thing to do, rather than to just leave the system that currently exists that isn't working in place with no option.
If you could do it on a small scale privately as a test without burdening anybody's pocket, taxpayers' pockets, then okay, just to see how it goes. But
why privately? Help me understand privately, because what would be the difference in that if it was privately owned than what exists already?
You know what I mean?
No, I don't. I'm asking.
Like the government part, not privately. So I use the wrong word.
Well, say that again.
So it feels like as a test on a small scale to test it out, see how it goes, and if it doesn't burn in anybody else's pocket, okay, you could try something like that. But so I don't understand what is smaller than. So listen, he's literally doing a pilot program, which means it's a test. That's what a pilot program is. One store in each of the 5 boroughs is pretty small scale. It also gives you enough diversity in terms of the locations and the people utilizing them to figure out, is it geography that makes a difference? Is it community? Like, what is it that makes a difference? And so, well, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to put up the building?
Okay, so let me ask you. But here's the thing. This is not the question that you started. This is not what you started with. And we can go to paying for it because you're still trying to get to the point of taxing billionaires. We can talk about paying for it, but that's not what you originally said. When you came to this panel, the first thing that you said is Zohran Mamdani doesn't care about America and he doesn't care about New York. That's what you said. And I asked you, what has he done that would indicate to you that he does not care? Right? Well, and when I eliminated, and when I said we're not going to talk about big scary words like socialism, communism, any of that, when I asked you to be specific about his actions, you said, oh, he wants to do these government-run grocery stores. Right? Mm-hmm. And I said, but hold on, it's a pilot program to address a problem and a system that already exists that isn't performing well. And it is simply a pilot program, one in every borough. And now and so my question again is, even if you think the idea is a shitty idea, even if you think the idea sucks, how does the mayor of New York coming up with potential solutions to feed people demonstrate that he doesn't care about the country?
I don't know.
Well, but that's what you said. And I'm having a hard time connecting someone coming up with options to feed people as an indicator that they don't care.
I don't think government grocery stores is efficient or.
That's your opinion. I don't care. That's not the point. You don't have to like his idea. You don't have to. But hold on. You don't have to like his idea. You don't have to like it. But your claim was he doesn't care about the country. He doesn't care about the people. And I'm having a hard time understanding how someone desiring to feed people indicates you don't care about them.
By those standards, then has Trump done anything?
No, I'm not pivoting. We're staying right here.
No, I'm done.
Right, because what you said doesn't make sense.
We're talking in circles. We're talking in
No,
circles.
because what you said isn't
Yeah,
accurate.
yeah.
And when I won't let you pivot, you don't like it. And that's the problem that you have. Right, exactly. Folks, listen, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to chase you all around. No. So let me explain to you how I run conversations in here. Okay. In this space, when you get on my panel, you can just refer to me as Floyd Mayweather. I am not chasing your ass all around the room. I'm not doing it. I'm not chasing you around the ring. I'm not. I'm standing in the center of the ring and I'm boxing. That's it. And you're going to come back to the center of the ring or you're going to end up getting out. That's it. I'm not chasing you around. Not doing it. When you say foolish things, I'm going to hold you accountable for the foolish things that you say. And that was just fucking foolish. Of all people, you want to say Zoran Mamdani doesn't care about the country? Really?
Very wrong. It's like that's totally misleading. It's like he's doing all these programs and taxing these millionaires from, by the way, from their houses, their multiple houses that they have.
And they still haven't left, by the way.
I'm sorry.
And they still haven't left, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? Like, working Americans aren't going to be like impacted as much with taxes wise because of the rich being taxed. And that's the point. Because back in the 1920s and the 1930s, we taxed rich people at the highest percentage.
Right. Yeah, like, folks, I am open to have a conversation with just about anyone. I am going to hold you accountable for the things that you claim. I really am. And I'm not going to let you just go around to, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, all those things, right? Give me 1 second. Let me just look real quickly. I wouldn't say that Mamdani is the only one who actually cares, but I would say that he is definitely the most prominent figure and the most prominent face that is demonstrating how to care for your constituents and how to show up authentically in every way, shape, or form, right? Yeah, he did balance the budget 100%. LA 4225, I'm not sure that you're a real person. And the reason why I say that is because you're following 382 person and you only have 2 followers, which kind of leads to the kind of indicates that you're probably just here to troll specific accounts, which is, thank you. I'm very honored to make your list. But if you want to have a conversation about the things that you claim, feel free to find your way to this panel and we can discuss it. Okay. So for those of you guys that are just popping in, before I get to you, Darnell, for those of you guys that are just coming in, one of the things that we are talking about this morning is the state of affairs, politically speaking, because all 3 candidates that Zoran Mamdani endorsed won their primaries last night. And it's amazing because what? Because the people that were endorsed by Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and even the governor of New York have all lost. They lost, and some of these candidates are going up against some longtime incumbents, people that have been in office and held their seats for 8, 9, 10 years. And so it's a big thing. So what we see right now in this moment is, Renee, what we see right now in this moment is change, right? Change isn't just coming. Change has arrived. And it's a beautiful thing to see. Zoe, feel free to come on up to the panel. And here's the thing. This is not just an invitation. This is me saying to you, Zoe, you will come to the panel and speak about the thing that you just said, or you will be booted from my live because I don't do misinformation, nor do I do Islamophobia. Islamophobia. So you can either grace my panel or you will get kicked out of my live. So be an adult, be a grown individual, and head up here and so we can just talk about the thing that you said, or you will leave. No, the governor endorsed the candidates that lost, Sue. No, it's Zoe with a Y. And I'm going to give you a moment to find your way. It's that box right there that says request, or you can accept the invitation that I sent you. Because you will be removed if you don't get up here. Yes, in New York. All three of Zoran's folks won. Good morning, Renee. So for those of you guys over here that are like, what could she have possibly said? She said, oh, Mamdani rationalized 9/11 and tried to blame America. And so she's either going to get her ass on this panel or she will be gone. That's what, because I don't do, listen, there are a lot of things that I don't do in this space. Islamophobia is one of them. Misinformation is another one of them. Well, go have your coffee, Mr. Perogi. I mean, you don't have to talk to me later. You're the one who left the panel. Like, if you needed coffee, you could have said that, but you dipped because you don't like accountability. And that's okay, but I'm just saying. Good morning, Darnell. How are you?
Good morning, Dani. I'm doing all right. Me and the kids are kicking it. We're gonna head to the pool in a little while.
I love that.
Yeah. Mamdani is showing. Well, let me back. Anyone who's like right leaning that has Bernie Sanders should like Mamdani because he's demonstrating what democratic socialism looks like, what it does. I mean,
Yeah, he is.
he's demonstrating what democratic socialism does, right? When your tax dollars go into a system, we should expect those tax dollars to do things for us, not for the billionaire class, not for the donors, not for the lobbyists, and these things. And I don't understand the pushback from the right against what's in their face. They just have to go throw out all the terms.
Yeah.
Oh, socialism. Oh, radical left. No, what is happening? And what is happening, which is positively affecting people, has influenced other communities to vote, to experience the same things.
Yeah.
Now we just have to sit back and see if his candidates start delivering for their constituents.
Yeah. 100%. And I will say, and I'm going to say this. So this brings us back around to people, the Project for the People, right? This brings us around to here. Because what have I been telling you all about Project for the People? I have said to you, good morning, Slacky, is that primaries are the time to vote for whoever makes your heart sing, right? Because, and if your person beats the establishment dim, beautiful, because then you can vote for them in the general, okay? If whoever you vote for in the primary doesn't defeat the establishment that's already there, then you keep the establishment until you either build that challenger up more, right? or you get someone else. Like, those are the things, right? Mr. Pierogi, nobody's talking to you in the chat. I'm not having a conversation with you in the chat. You left the panel. If you want to have a conversation, find your way back to this panel. You're not going to get off this panel and then sit in the chat and think I'm going to have a conversation. No, I'm not. This is it.
Come back.
Enjoy this verbiage right here, because this is all you get. If you want to actually ask me questions and have a conversation, come back on this panel. And go ahead and get your coffee first. That way you don't have an excuse. Okay? Okay. Yeah, so Darnell, I agree with you. And I think that it's fantastic to see Mamdani. And okay, so for me, let me just say this. It's not just his programs for me. I love the programs. I love the ideas. I love the ingenuity and all of that. And in addition to that, I love the authenticity in which he does it.
Yes.
I just do. Like, you can just watch him and know that he believes what he says. He does what he says, and he is doing it with an immense amount of joy. It just is who he is, right?
And he has good energy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing that so one of the first things that I learned about him was when he was on city council. I will mute your ass. If you stay in the chat talking shit, Pierogi, I will mute you. You can stay and learn, but you will not sit up here and talk shit in my... Yep. Okay, so here you go. You're muted. If you want to speak, you will come to the panel. Because what you won't say is he hates Christians. Because that's just you lying again and spreading Islamophobia. And you won't be able to back up he hates Christians any more than you could back up that he doesn't care about America. So either bring your ass to this panel or you can sit there and listen and learn something, maybe. Because what you can't do now is chat because you're muted.
It's funny, a bunch of Christians voted for him, huh?
A ton of them.
Yeah, literally.
Ton of them. So, the thing about this is that, so do you want to know why you can't convince New Yorkers he doesn't care? When that man was on the city council, he went on a hunger strike with the cabbies in New York. How many of you all did not know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you did not know that Zoran Mamdani, when he was on the city council, joined in solidarity with a cabbie and did a hunger strike. Because there were contracts that the city had done that went over the cab companies, and it was literally going to drive the independent cabbies out of business. It was a horrible contract. Was it a state rep? Whatever he was, Masani, thank you for the clarification. Whatever he was, his ass joined in a hunger strike and sat down. Listen, if you've never seen it, the cabbie talks about him. And this is why you cannot look a New Yorker in the face and say, oh, he doesn't give a damn about you. And I dare you to say it to a cabbie, because a cabbie gonna look at you and be like, what the fuck you talking about? Yeah, so hold on. Let me show y'all real quick. Mamdani, hunger strike, taxi. This is how easily this information is available. So in 2021, he was an assembly member. And it was a 15-day hunger strike outside City Hall with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. They were protesting the predatory crushing medallion debt crisis that had pushed multiple cab drivers to unalive themselves. Cabbies were losing their entire lives and their livelihoods, and several of them had unalived themselves. And so that strike is what forced the city and the lenders into a massive debt forgiveness deal. Sure did. So just to be clear, folks, this is why you will not be able to look at me ever and be like, Zoran Mamdani doesn't care. It is not his fucking smile. That man puts his actions where his heart is and does the work for the people. So I don't care what you say about Mamdani.
I'm sorry for that noise. I thought I had muted myself. I just found a short on YouTube of him talking about hunger strike.
Yeah.
You can't tell me he's not like a genuinely good person.
A genuine human being.
He is a genuine human being.
Yeah.
And I love the fact, and let me just say this, because some people have talked about, oh, well, his mom's rich and guess what? Having rich parents is not a crime. It's not a crime. It's not an indicator that you're going to be an asshole. If anything else, it just demonstrates that you do not have to be corrupted by money that is around you. Just saying, I don't care who his parents are. I really don't. I care how he shows up in this world and how he shows up for the people of New York City. And it is fantastic.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's
Stephanie-
a lot more Christian like than a lot of these so-called Christians.
Okay, so hold on. Nope, he's not. He's not more Christian than Christians. He is more human and he is a Muslim. What I'm not going to do is act as if Christian values are the standard. And
Yeah,
something
that's fair.
I'm not minimizing. You said, so listen, I know you mean well, but listen at the phrasing. We're not centering Christianity as if being a good person is what it means. No, he is living life. He is practicing Islam.
Yes.
He is
Yes.
practicing Islam. And so his Islam practice is more peaceful and more giving and more humanitarian than the majority of people who claim to practice Christianity.
Exactly.
So what we're not going to say is he's more Christian. No, he's not. He's not Christian at all, because Christianity doesn't have anything to do with what he's doing right now. He doesn't believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Now, Islam does believe in Jesus Christ, right? They do. But I think it's important we're not minimizing his faith and attributing his actions to what it means to be a Christian.
Okay, yeah.
His actions are what it means to be a Muslim
Yeah.
for
More
him.
human than
I know you didn't mean it like that, Steph. I know.
Yeah.
But it's so important that because words matter, right? And it matters how we say things. And by saying, oh, he's more of a Christian. No, he's not. He's not a Christian at all. He's a Muslim. And what's important for Christians everywhere to understand, and for people everywhere to understand, is that his life and his practice as a Muslim, his practice of Islam, looks just like Christianity when practiced after the behavior and teachings of Jesus Christ. That's it. Christianity is not the only religion that has great values. So does Islam.
So does Islam. 100%.
I know what you're saying, but listen, I know what you're saying, Steph. I got you. I promise. I know that you didn't mean it that way, but when you're saying that Christians are hypocritical, I got it. But when we say he's more Christian, we are setting Christianity as the standard, as Christianity is the thing that causes people to behave this way. Hella, Raja, and it's not. For Zoran Mamdani. So let me say it this way. The behaviors, the empathy, the giving, the humanity, the compassion, the vulnerability, all of those things. Those things are the behaviors and the fruit, so to speak, right?
Uh-huh.
And for some people, it is their Christian faith that has them behave and exhibit these things. And for some people, like Zoran Mamdani, it's Islam that has him behave and exhibit these things. And for some people, it's Buddhism. And for some people, it's the Tao. And for some people, it's Hindu. And for some people, it's Wicca. And for some people, it's nothing except a belief in spirituality. For some people, you understand? For every single person, whatever their belief system is that brings them to exhibit those qualities, I'm here for all day long. Yep, atheist too, Moonbeam. Atheist too, 100%.
I'm agnostic.
Yeah, atheist, agnostic, witches, pagans, Hindus, Buddha. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever it is in you that makes you exhibit these behaviors is beautiful for me. Right?
Yes.
And so I just want us to not take, especially someone who has a faith that is weaponized and that is demonized all the time. I think the most important thing that we could do right now is celebrate Mamdani's Islamic practices, because that's what makes him who he is.
And that's like, that also applies to like multiculturalism in America being such a huge, huge thing, and is one of the best things in our country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, for those who are like curious, if you go look into like the tenets of Islam, you'll get a greater feel for what we're talking about.
That's it, Gumps. That's it. He asked to see my
look.
shirt. Y'all don't look at me like I'm crazy. There it is.
Oh yeah, I love that.
You know, after being raised Christian and professing my Christian faith, I got to a point where I through my travels, I got you know when you go on a faith journey, and I came out of my faith journey, and I just decided to be a humanist.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And, you know, and live my life, you know, respecting other people's humanity.
Mm-hmm.
And like I mentioned before, you know, like me being like living from a privileged position, you know, financially, I like recognize, I see more clearly now the suffering, whereas before it was something that I was kind of oblivious to. I knew it was there, but I never like dug into, you know, the unhoused. I never dug into the attack on unions. I never dug into that stuff. And I think people who are caught up in the struggle, the way things are right now, need to be looking at what Mamdani is accomplishing and like demanding that kind of stuff wherever they are.
Yeah. And let me say this, folks. I think that a lot of times we love, thank you, Scotty, for the reminder. We love labels because we believe that labels tell us who someone is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that they don't, because they give us an idea, but everyone is different and they show up different, right? So you would think that all Christians were the same. They are not. Neither are all Muslims, all Buddhists, all people. They are all different. The labels that are meant to give us this feeling of certainty, to tell us, oh, this person goes in this box, and because it goes in this box, then I can expect these characteristics from them. That is, it just doesn't work that way.
That's right.
It doesn't work that way because, and this is my feeling on it, I feel like most people might know who they are, maybe, but many people don't. And many people might know who they are, but they are not who they desire to be, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And they are whoever life has made them be. And the thing about that is why you can be married to somebody for 20 years and all of a sudden be like, the fuck? Right? Because we don't already know. I do want to tell you guys this because this is breaking news and this is important. The President of the United States has abruptly canceled a plan to sign a bipartisan bill that would lower the cost of housing.
See, that's nuts.
Of course he did.
Because he wants Congress to pass the SAVE Act. So he has canceled. Yeah, let me tell you, this is going to be a bad thing. Not for Congress or us, but for him. It's going to be a bad thing for him if he goes down this road.
He still needs 60 votes to get that in the Senate, and he's not going to get that. You're not going to get like
yeah,
a bunch of Democrats to vote for something like that.
It's not happening. So
Say that is bad.
Yeah. So give me 1 second. Let me see really, really quickly.
They can also override the veto because I
Yeah,
think
Phoenix.
overwhelmingly amount can.
Good day, everyone. May I also add to this conversation
With your New Yorker accent, yes.
Queens, proud. Queens, always proud, and we love Mamdani. And I phone banked for him, and I'll phone bank for him again, and twice on Tuesday. Okay, understand that. And we're happy over here. You people in those miserable red states where you vote against your own interests every day while you're starving with your dusty, broke up roads
Not
and
your
having
dusty.
no one care for you. Good luck, honey. But over here we live. Over here, we're not in fear of the border. We're not in fear of the other, because I am literally in the most diverse place in the world. Over here, we indulge. We love the different smells of the different food and hearing the languages. Over here, we learn to not only respect others, but we respect ourselves and create our reality and are able to live with other people. Over here, we have real education and deep conversations and understanding. Over here, you will get in touch with your humanity and understand that the other is more like a brother than the brother you grew up with. You will start to see people and understand things that you can't understand from being in the middle of nowhere, living with the fear of locking your doors from the stranger, knowing that the enemy is the child you gave birth to in your house, knowing that you can't send your children to school without them coming back with the poom proof backpacks, where your children are learning how to do drills that are unnecessary in civilized damn countries. You know, over here when we export democracy, when we barely have it here with the autocratic regime that's in place. Oh my goodness, don't let me get started, because over here in Queens we live. Hello, over here in Queens we live, and we will continue to live, and we are the way. The only thing you have are your Republican talking points, because in your states they don't even want you to be able to think critically. Over there is where you have the cultist mentality, where they tell you what to think and how to think, and you truly drink the Kool-Aid. Now understand this, I live a personally conservative life, and I'm not extremely leftist, but I want to tell you that in understanding my own values and my own faith, it leaves room for the knowledge of understanding that I don't know everything, and it leaves room for other people to be able to live to the fullness of themselves, to believe and love as they choose, and I can respect them and still have my own self intact. Think about it. Imagine that. Imagine being so sure of yourself that you have room for improvement. Imagine knowing enough that
That's a
you
bar.
realize you don't know everything.
That's a bar.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
That's a fucking
that.
bar. Imagine that. Imagine that. Being so in love with yourself, you got room for improvement. What?
Yes, imagine that. Imagine that you go and you learn your religion and you become the best in this country. People think Christian, to the point that you learn that the God that you seek is where in you. It says in your Bible that the kingdom of God is where? It's within you, and you have to develop that. And when you develop that to a point, you will realize that the God that made you made every other single person. And imagine that you become a parent one day, and you have more than 3 children. And with those 3 children come 3 or sometimes 6 different personalities. And imagine that one will take a gentle correction, and the other one you have to pull them up by the collar, and another one just seems to always have it together. And yet you're the same person, right? And you don't even realize that as being the same person, having children at different times in your life, that you are perceived differently because you are different in your own moments, that you see that there's a different need. And imagine having a God that's wiser than you, that can give people a different way, so that they can all end up in the right place. That you think you have more wisdom than the one that created you, so that there's only one religion and one way to do everything. When you as a parent know that you have to do things sometimes 3 and 4 different ways for 2 and 3 children.
Right.
Imagine.
Imagine
that. I mean, really. But over here in Queens, we loving our Mamdani. We're loving the change. And just so you know, for all of you who sat underneath the propaganda, socialism hasn't worked anywhere because it has always been interfered and interrupted. The moment that any nation has been making progress that does not align with the mind of the colonizers, those who truly run everything, they send a coup. They create disruption. They set embargoes. They are blocking food. In Cuba right now, people are starving. Not because of Cuba, but because of us.
Yep.
Imagine getting some damn knowledge. Just imagine.
Just imagine. So listen, I'm going to clip that, and I'm just going to call it over here.
Yes, well.
That's gonna be the title of that clip. Over here. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So all my family, my daughter is in Brooklyn. Actually, she just moved. She's over on the lower east side now. Anyway, but then my other family is in Brooklyn, and then I have my one aunt is in the Bronx. So as soon as you opened your mouth, I said, "Okay, New York." Okay, I hear you. No, I love every ounce of that because that is the one thing. If New York wasn't so damn cold, I would have been moved to New York. I love New York. And it's funny. So when I first started going in, I am saving it. Everybody's like, please save that. I will save it, y'all. I will save it. And everybody was like, New Yorkers are so rude, or New Yorkers are so this, and New Yorkers are so that, and da 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 da. Right. And I remember I stepped out the front door of my daughter's apartment. I was getting ready to walk a couple of blocks down to Central Park. And this girl, listen, y'all know it don't matter how cute your outfit is in New York. You wear walkers, you wearing trainers. you're not running around in no heels walking around in New York, right? You might have them in your bag, but anyway, she comes walking past me with her little trainers on. She just looked at me. She was like, "Love your hair, sis," and kept right on going. And I said, "Well, I'll be damned. Look at that. New Yorkers are not rude. They just got somewhere to be. So move out the way." But no, I love New York. I've always loved the people. Yeah, I do. So that's just me though. So, but no, I appreciate you, Phoenix. Yeah, she was on fire for real. She said, can I just, yes, you can. And then it was worth every bit of it. Good morning, Tam Bam. Kenneth, we see you. And no, you're not coming to the panel, but appreciate you for listening. So for those of y'all who do not know, Kenneth has a permanent ban from my panels. He doesn't. It doesn't work. I don't go on panels where Kenneth is, and he doesn't come on my panels because Kenneth showed me who he is, and I believed him, and it only took me one time. Okay. Yeah, I don't do it. So, all right. Let me just look real quick. So folks, check and see if you tapped your way into the request box and you are up here. If you want to stay up here or if you do not. Yeah. So I agree 100%. So I just co-sign Phoenix all damn day long, right? I co-sign pretty much everything that she said. And I think the thing that is so important is some of the things that you stuck out that are critical is understanding who you are so much that you can have room for improvement. You can learn something different. And then just to be able to understand that everybody can do things a different way. And that is absolutely okay. Look, y'all, they so mad at Mamdani. They so mad. Bless it. They got all the little bots and trolls in here. They are. Look, Mamdani is the establishment. Get the fuck out of here. That's like walk up to me and going, you are Bozo the Clown. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You just sound silly, right? No one believes that. No one believes that. Yep, leave room for others to be their authentic selves, 100%. 100%. And so I love that. Okay, so a couple of things that I want to keep talking about. You guys can feel free. Let me know if you need to drop, and I will switch folks out. I'm going to look to see if there's another update on this. I'm sorry. This just makes my heart. We're having a great day today because guess what? Elon Musk is no longer a trillionaire because SpaceX shares have come, quote unquote, down to earth with a bump. And so he has lost his trillionaire status just like that. Oh my God. I am not mad at it. Like, can we get some more good news? Give me some more good news. I'm here for it all day.
Like after those two like really bad headlines, like yesterday, I was like, we get something, and then the New York primary happened, and I was like, okay, this is what I'm talking about.
Right, Raina. I love that for him too. She said with my 401k though. Right, that part. But I will say this about Mamdani, folks. the Democratic establishment is on notice for sure. And it's another reason why we have to lock in. Damn, I forgot this part of my graphic today because I want to do this every single day from now until the midterms. So give me un momento, please, folks. I need to add one more thing. One more thing. All right. So I plan to keep this front and center until it happens. So give me a moment. I'm almost done. I promise. I promise. Nope, not that. We can do that. All right. So how many of you all are new to me? Please put a 1 in the chat real quick. Because I just need to give you like a basic like kind of rundown of this space and what we got going on. Oh, I love all the new people. Okay, so now I have a second question. Those of you guys that are new to me, shut up, Abu Saraj, you are not new to me. Those of you all that are new to me, my next question to you is, did you find me through Rev Carla or someone else? Right, welcome to the new people. We love it. T, okay. In the feed, we love to see that. Feed, okay, scroll. I'm here for it. Somewhere else, love that. Some of y'all are going to be like, this was my assignment from the GOP. And it's okay too. Through Steve, I'm just saying. Some of y'all, I was your assignment in the Signal chat. Yes. Itchy, love that, shawty. I'm just saying. Some of y'all, I was in your Signal chat this morning, right? So, okay. So a couple things. I want to take a second because we got a lot to talk about today, right? Yeah, that latest GOP bot update. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm going to look like I'm going somewhere, but I'm not. I'm just changing out a graphic. Okay, one sec. Okay, boom. All right, so things that I want to talk about today. How many of you guys, if you were going to rate yourself in terms of your knowledge on Israel, Palestine, and Gaza, from 1 to 5, 5 being I'm extremely well informed and well versed, and 1 being I don't know shit. How would you rate yourself, folks? Give me that. I'm talking Israel, Palestine, Gaza. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is I'm super well informed. Okay, I got lots of 1s and 2s. Okay, how many of you all will agree with me that you understand that our Congress, our elections, our government is heavily tied to Israel? And one of the reasons why the Democratic establishment is having a hard time in these primaries is because many of those individuals that are running are very pro-Israel, right? How many of you all kind of get that? And my next question is, and this is going to go, I'm going to do this with yellow and let me pick another color, purple. So yellow hearts are yes. I do want to talk for a minute about those ties in terms of Israel, Iran, Pali, and our politics. And then purple heart is no, I'd rather do something else first. So give me yellow and then give me purple because we have other things to talk about. But that is one of the things that I do want to talk about today. And so if we start there, I'm good with starting there because I also want to give some background. Why are we so stuck on Israel? Well, Strawn, I'll tell you. Number 1, I'm not stuck on Israel. I think that anyone who is not paying attention to Israel is doing themselves a disservice. So when Israel can brag, and their PAC, their political PAC can brag and say 96% of the candidates that we endorsed in 2024 won their elections, we should be paying attention to Israel, right? When the leading largest Israel PAC, right, pro-Israel PAC, raises more money for the Black caucus and for the Hispanic caucus over everyone, that's a problem, right? If they are the largest donor when it comes to both congressional leaderships, the majority in Congress and the minority in Congress, we should pay the fuck attention, right? So it's not a case of, and this is the thing that I really want people to understand. This is not about, you know, talking about the president of the United States is not Trump derangement syndrome. It's given a fuck about the president of the United States because it is literally the highest office in the land and it is our country. Do you work for the job that you have, the company that you work for? Do you pay attention to what your management does? If they are responsible for how you eat, would it not matter? Right? Of course it does. Of course it matters. He's the president. We should care about what he does. That doesn't make me deranged or obsessed. It makes me well-informed and interested in the outcome of this country, period. And what I'm not going to do is tiptoe. Oh my God, this is going to be fun. So you're back. Okay, Jay, let's do you today. I hope you do better than last time, Jay. If y'all don't remember, last time Jay wanted to talk to me about immigration. Good morning, Jay. How are you? I can't hear you, Jay. Look at God. Look at the Lord, y'all, at work today. Nope, still can't hear you, Jay. See how that protective energy works? He is an on-time God. Yes, he is. Yeah, Jay, he's an on-time God. Yes, he is. Yeah. You wanna drop down and try to come back? Because I'm not muting you. I literally just cannot hear you. Let me see. I don't even know what he said. Yeah, we'll give him a chance to come back. So for those of y'all who do not know, that Jay came in here the other day, wanted to talk about immigration, and I said, okay, you want to talk about immigration? Let's do it. And I said, what immigration case would you like to talk about? And he was like, I've read them all. And I said, okay, well, let's just talk about like the most like prominent one in the news. Let's do Kilmer Abrego Garcia. Let's do that one, Jay. And he was like, yeah, let's do it. And so then I just reached down here and pulled up the court documents and put them on the table. And then I said, I just listen. Which court filing do you want to address first? Because I have case number, and then I just read the case number off. Yeah, Jay was at a loss. Jay teacupped quite a bit, trying to find answers that he did not know, and then Jay took himself out of the box because yeah,
That's great.
Yeah, that's what happened yesterday. And he literally read, because here's my thing. I know that case like the back of my hand. I was like, so when was the first case? He was like, he was denied asylum in 2013. And I said, he was not. Because if he had been denied asylum in 2013, he would have been fucking deported, Jay. Didn't happen. Well, when did it happen? I said, well, you tell me. You're the one who said you read the case. When was the court case? Tell me. He couldn't tell me. But anyway, all right. So let's do, he tried Warner for a minute. Okay, so let's do a little background. Can we, and I would like to do it with some participation if y'all are good with that. Y'all good with that? Can y'all participate with me today? Respond in the chat and in the comments and all the things? Okay, so how many of you all believe that or understood? Oh, fax people are coming in. Love y'all. Appreciate you, Steve's folks. Thank you guys for popping on in here. We love to see it. Love it, love it, love it. Until you go to work. Appreciate that. I literally sucked air down my windpipe. That was not cool. Like in a harsh way. Holy jeez. All right, facts people, welcome in. We've been spending some time this morning talking about Zohan Mamdani's effect, the Mamdani effect, and how how absolutely terrified the Democratic establishment must be this morning, which just brings me a little joy in my heart. Get a little joy in your heart. Okay. Things, guys, don't let me forget. If you did not hear, facts people, the President of the United States has canceled his plans to sign the bipartisan bill meant to lower the cost of housing, demanding instead that the Senate get the Save America Act passed because he's scared about the midterms. I'm sorry.
Poor baby.
I told y'all last night he was going to have a hard night, right? I told you all last night to expect, number one, I would expect, hey, Covey, I told you all to expect a sleepy president today because he would be up a lot. Yeah, Ramona, he did. And he's still posting pictures about the pool. Crazy. Okay, so listen to what he has. I'm reading things not because I give a shit, but because it's necessary. It is important. What's up, Island Boy? Not lately, Covey. Not since 2 days ago. The one place. If you want to come up, Covey, and give folks a brief on it real quick, you can do that. So listen, folks, so I'm more well-versed in Gaza. I keep tuned in to Sudan, Congo, Haiti, and Cuba. Covey tends to stay really in tune in the global South and what's happening. So we'll let her come up and share a little bit. It's important for people to understand that all of those things are connected. We are playing a role in all of the things that are happening in those countries. We'll get one. What's up, Covey? Hey. Share with the people what's happening.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I think you wanted to show a video. I can also just briefly update after you show your video.
Oh, I'm not showing a video. I'm literally going to read some stuff, but if you want to update first and then we'll dig into the rest, that's cool.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So I was going to say, there is a city currently called El Obeid, Elobeid, and their experts are warning that there's going to be another Al-Fashir style incident because the RSF is surrounding the city. The city is in a state called North Kordofan State. The reason as to why it is important for the RSF is because it's on the road to Khartoum, which is the capital city of Sudan. And they really want to go to Khartoum because, again, the ultimate end goal is to capture.
Leah, sorry, I accidentally hit you. Go ahead. So let me ask you this because some of the folks that have come in, Covey, came in from Steve's live. And Steve, I know at Facts Still Matter, he doesn't do a lot of Global South, right? And so can you do me a favor? Can you give people a little, like they're saying, what is RSF? Can you give people a little bit of context for where this is and who the players are?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll try to make it as short as possible. So the RSF stands for the Rapid Support Forces. It is a paramilitary, I'll call it a T organization in Sudan. It used to be called or known as the Janjaweed when it was doing the Darfur G-side in the early 2000s. It started off as a very anti-Black Arab supremacist group that emerged from other groups that were created in Chad and across the Sahel region. It was primarily created by Omar Bashir, who was the previous dictator of Sudan, and he created it in 1993 out of remnants of these other groups because within Sudanese history, the president or leaders have historically always been couped by the military if the population was not satisfied with them. And so he wanted to protect himself from a potential coup by creating a separate paramilitary structure that would basically protect him. And so he created this structure and he weaponized and used this structure against Sudanese people to unalive them in order to consolidate his power and to stay in power as well. He's the former dictator who was toppled in 2019 through the Sudanese revolution that was primarily led by Sudanese students, feminist activists, and leftists as well. So the Rapid Support Forces is on the one side, and then the SAF, which stands for the Sudanese Armed Forces, which is the Sudanese military and all their allied forces as well. The Rapid Support Forces started a war in 2023, in April of 2023, where they suddenly attacked Khartoum in the early morning at 8 a.m. in the morning because they've been trying to take control over Sudan after the toppling of Omar Bashir kind of left a power vacuum, basically. And they are basically a proxy group of the UAE. They're working on behalf of the UAE. The UAE arms them completely. In October of 2025, just a couple of days, the same month that El Fasher, which was the capital city in Darfur, after South Darfur, I think. But anyways, before it toppled, the UAE sent them 57 cargo planes full of weapons. 57 in 1 month. That's more than one a day. So the UAE has basically built a complete network around Sudan so that it can just continue facilitating this weapons trade with this armed force that is massacring, is genociding Sudanese people. So I know that people in the media say, oh, it's just a civil war. It's a struggle between two generals and yada, yada, yada. That's not true. It is actually an invasion by the RSF that is trying to fragment Sudan. Currently, they are concentrated in in North Darfur and South Darfur. They're making their way into North and South Kordofan as well. And they're basically trying to create their own state. They have already created their own parallel government because they're planning on staying. And so what they do is the UAE sends them weapons. They unalive Sudanese people. They enslave Sudanese people. They make Sudanese people as artisanal miners dig for resources like gold, like Arabic gum. Actually, 80% of the world's Arabic gum comes from Sudan, which means it's in your carbonated soda, it's in your lotion, in your makeup, in your sweets, chocolate, marshmallow, everything. Literally, it's almost in everything. And so they're basically genociding Sudanese people with the help of multiple countries as well. If you go to the link tree in my bio, there's a whole list of companies that have been found selling weapons or equipment or helicopters that have been used in support of RSF, where those companies are located, and what country they support. There's literally Colombian mercenaries involved. I was recently reading even an article where they have a prison now in Darfur where they are detaining civilian and combatant detainees, and they're harvesting organs. And the people who are harvesting organs are Serbians and Colombians. So it's a genocide that is being led by a UAE invasion because it wants control over especially Port Sudan. And why Port Sudan is important is because it's at the Red Sea. And the UAE wants to basically dominate the Red Sea. It's currently in a regional war with Saudi Arabia in that both countries want to dominate. Saudi Arabia is already at the Red Sea. If you look at the map, the UAE is not at the Red Sea. The UAE is on the opposite side of the Arabian Peninsula, close to Iran. But they basically want to dominate the Red Sea, hence why they were in Yemen, hence why they were in Somaliland, hence why they were in Eritrea before they got kicked out in 2021, and hence why they're in Sudan currently. So people who are involved in the Sudanese genocide, Libya, eastern Libya specifically, there's a brigade that has invaded Sudan from the north. Chadian forces are also in Sudan. The Central African Republic is also another network that it's using to arm the RSF. South Sudan, but it's very important when it comes to South Sudan to know that it's the South Sudanese president, not the people, because there are South Sudanese people who are also being unalived by the president and the RSF, who are Nuer people. And Ethiopia, like there is a full-blown RSF camp in Ethiopia, a training camp in which they're training RSF fighters and they're arming them, and then they send them into Sudan. They've opened up a new front, basically. So if you look at the map now, like almost half is controlled by the RSF, which is a paramilitary unit. It doesn't have an air force. It just used drone strikes and smaller equipment, basically, to attack. And that's why it's very interesting that they have been able to fight against a whole country's military with an air force and all that stuff up until now. And to show you the amount of destruction, in 2025, October of 2025, a city called El Fasher, when it fell, as it was falling, it was under siege for over a year. They had declared level 5 famine for 15 months. And so the people who came out of there had some of the worst malnourishing rates because of the famine that they've been going through for 15 months. And they had been under siege for 15 months. And when it finally fell, they unalived over 60,000 people in 3 weeks in one city. In 3 weeks in one city. And up until today, over 100,000 people are missing. They're unaccounted for. They don't know what happened to them.
Yep.
They just poof, disappeared. 100,000 people. So the death toll is probably more than 60,000. And so that's what's happening in Sudan. The RSF is a UAE paramilitary proxy T group that is invading, trying to control Sudan on behalf of the UAE, which wants to exert control over that region. And the UAE it still gets its weapons from the US, it gets its weapons from China, it gets its weapons from a lot of European countries. Basically, there are over about 50 countries, if I'm not mistaken, that are involved in Sudan currently. So it's a lot. And there is another city now called El Obeid, Obeid, that is being surrounded by the RSF. They're using FPV drones to, on a daily basis, attack the city. They've attacked the major infrastructure, the energy infrastructure, healthcare facilities just gone. And it's a complete disaster. And this time there are over 500,000 people who are stuck there, over 500,000. So if this city falls, it's going to probably be even worse than El Fasher. One thing I also wanted to say is in Sudan, there are more than 5, I think, level 5 famines that have been declared. It is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world currently. And when Trump shut down USAID, like when Elon Musk shut it down, USAID, it actually led to the closure of over 80% of the food kitchens in Sudan, which means it just worsened the famines that are there. Like literally, it's really bad. Like I don't even know how to explain it. It's so bad, the situation there. Like the videos coming out of there is disturbing. Like they were, I don't know. And the people who are being recruited to do this, they're being recruited from across the Sahel. The leader of the RSF himself, his name is Hemeti, which means my protector in Arabic. Omar Bashir used him as a protector. That's why he called him my protector. And he himself is Chadian. And he recruits people from across the Sahel. I mean, there are Colombian mercenaries who are involved, participating in the unaliving of Sudanese people. There are Belarusian mercenaries. There are Ukrainian mercenaries, Russian mercenaries, Libyan mercenaries. Like, it's so much. It's actually disgusting. So I came up here to talk about Al Ubaid because there was also an article that I saw. I can try to send it to you yesterday, that the United Kingdom, like the UK government, knew that Ethiopia was involved since 2024, but they just kept it a secret at the request of the UAE. So the UAE used their lobbying power to pressure the UK into silence. And that's why they have, and they even tried to pressure the human rights experts who were talking about the 60,000 death toll. They pressured them to downplay what happened in Al Fashir and to not share that 60,000 number. So the UAE is doing a lot of lobby. If to the people in the chat who said, "Oh my gosh, how come we haven't heard this in our media? How come mainstream media is not talking about it?" It's because the UAE has a lot of lobbying power, and especially within the US, especially within Europe, they just have a lot of lobbying power that they are actively using to silence Sudanese voices, basically, while they're exterminating them. It's like, this is something I wanted to show. If that's okay with you, I want to show the level of destruction. So there is a video, like when Al Fashir fell, so much people were unalived. So many people were unalived that you could see blood stains from satellite imagery. Sorry.
That's crazy.
And I wanted to show a clip of that. Hold on, where is it? Here. So you can see here, right here.
Yeah.
Look at the blood stains from satellite imagery.
That's crazy.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
That's so horrible.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Nathaniel Raymond, I think is his name, who has been keeping track of this. He works for Yale Public Health. He has been releasing reports. He's the one who also kind of was the whistleblower on the United Kingdom, knowing about it and not doing anything. And he has been producing satellite imagery of the unaliving, literal bloodstains. And they're harvesting organs. There's blood stains. There's another video that I wanted to show you, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
Dani, which is this video here. Hold on. 1 second. So this is a woman who was in Al Fashir. I don't know what happened to this woman. She probably was unalived. But this was in Al Fashir prior to the siege. And this is what she says. She's talking because prior to them, Al Fashir falling, they basically were drone striking it, and it was under siege for 15 months, and they were going through level 5 famine for 15 months as well. But she was talking about an incident of a drone strike where 2 pregnant women were unalived.
النهار حوالي الساعة 3 قريب 4 دقونا دانتين. الدانة الأولى كانت هناك في الكرفانات، والدانة الثانية النازحين قاموا جرى دخلوا الملجأ وذلهم دانة جوا الملجأ. الميتين أكثر من 50، بقى من المجرحين أكثر من 40 مجرحين، لأن الناس كلها خشت في هذا
والمركز يسكن شو كم نازل؟
200 أسرة.
200 أسرة.
200 أسرة بأطفال وكبار سن.
كل أطفال وكبار سن ولا؟
ماتوا كبار سن، أطفال، نساء. في حمل عندنا 2 حامل ماتوا في هذا.
عندكم 2 كم هم؟
2 حمل. صباح ناس جايين من محل تقية في خشم الباب دقام دانا. واحدة برضه حامل في الشهر السابع كسر لها رجلها سبب النزيف توفت. الله أكبر، إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون، إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون، لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. نحن عازفين، ما عندنا يد في الحرب، لا مع الجيش ولا مع الدين، مواطنين دايرين نعيش. الصباح بعد صلاة الصبح كانوا ذلين دانا دحل احنا الفاشل، احنا لسه معانين وحصار وجوع وعطش وما زلنا بيقذفونا بالراجمات بالمسيرات. الله اكبر، انا لله وانا اليه راجعون، لا حول ولا قوه الا بالله.
Yeah. And there was a attempt to implement an arms embargo on the UAE that was introduced. I think a bill as Safe Sudan Act or something like that, and it was struck down by the GOP because they said, in their opinion, it's much better that the UAE can protect itself against Iran, and they don't necessarily care what it's doing in Sudan.
Guys, do me a favor because we got a restriction. If you guys
I'm so
can,
sorry.
it's okay. If you guys can share and repost and do all the things, it was for showing the video. But yeah, so if you guys could help, that would be great.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Dani.
It's okay, Kobe. I ain't worried about them folks. It's okay.
Yeah.
For those of y'all who do not know, I was trying to find the clip that I saw the other day. France has, Macron was talking extensively about a trade deal with the UAE because they've entered into a huge one, and how they are all working with the UAE to develop new trade routes to get around the need and the impact of the Strait of Hormuz. I was trying to find it because I just literally saw it the other day, and I don't know if this is it or not. But Kobe, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, actually, I do not. I haven't heard about it yet.
Okay, so oh my gosh, I really want to find the video now. I don't know if this one's it or not. I'm going to play the audio from this one, you guys. This may or may not be it, but understand that so the West is not happy that Iran has them in a chokehold, right? With the Strait of Hormuz. And so they are working diligently to see, okay, well, what can we do about that and to minimize the power of, the position of power that Iran has demonstrated to the entire world, right? I don't know. Oh, I want this whole clip, but I don't know if this is the clip where he actually mentions the investment into the UAE and in the Middle East, and then developing this new trade route so that they are not reliant. He specifically says so that they are not reliant on the Strait of Hormuz. And a lot of this stuff that's happening, you guys, from Sudan to Iran to all of the places, it is 100% about trade routes for the West and access to critical resources and things that come from the global South. So let me see if this is it. If it's not, I apologize in advance. I'm trying to find it, but I may not be able to just now. If I find it later, I will absolutely put it in my link tree for you guys. Hold on one sec.
Oui, il faut y croire, il faut tout faire pour le mettre en œuvre. Et donc cet accord est une bonne chose, parce que c'est ce que nous appelons de nos voeux depuis des semaines. D'abord, nous allons tout faire et nous mobiliser dès ce soir, dans le cadre de nos travaux, et demain aussi, puisque on n'aura pas simplement les membres du G7, qui sont les 7 grandes économies démocratiques dans le monde. On a associé des partenaires, et demain on aura une session sur la question de l'Iran, avec en particulier l'Égypte, les Émirats arabes unis et le Qatar. Nous allons tout faire d'abord pour que cet accord soit une réalité, et donc pour que Hormuz puisse se rouvrir de manière pacifique et que le trafic puisse reprendre.
I want to tell you one more thing. He goes on to say that they need an alternative to the Strait of Hormuz, that they cannot remain reliant upon the Strait of Hormuz the way that they are now. And that's what a lot of this has to do with. So maybe, Kobe, what we'll do is we'll schedule a live specifically where we can talk more about, because on my side of the app, we touch on it, but we don't get in depth into Sudan and Congo as much as you do. And so maybe we'll set up one where we can bring in some folks and have a more in-depth one as well over here. Yeah, but I appreciate the update.
Yeah. I think the issue is that because people think, oh, it's just a civil war, people have this image of Africa and they think it's just this dark continent where people are just warring all the time. People are just hungry, they're suffering, but it's unfortunate and they don't understand That the reason as to why famines, because Sudan is an incredibly rich country. It's a fertile country. The reason as to why famines exist is not because they don't have enough food, is because it's man-made famines. It's a man-caused genocide, right? It's an economic genocide, basically. And I think people really need to understand that this is not a civil war. A lot of the things going on in Africa are actually not civil wars. They are fueled, pushed, escalated by foreign intervention and outside forces because they benefit off of it. And with Sudan, it's like Sudan as a country. I mean, there is a Gazan man called Ahmed Sarsour, I think, here on TikTok. He's a poet. He was born and raised in Sudan, and now he's in Gaza. He kind of left Sudan when the genocide started, or the war started, the recent one, and then went to Gaza, and then kind of like in Gaza, the genocide started as well, like a couple of months later. And so Sudan historically has taken in a lot of refugees from Eritrea, from Ethiopia, from neighboring countries, from Syria, from Lebanon, from Palestine, and it's just so sad that they have been there for everyone else, and now largely a lot of, like, the whole world is just practically ignoring Sudan. And it's not like people not being unknown of it. I'm talking about like the status quo is just flat out ignoring it, and that's because of the lobbying power of the UAE, because of how people have a negative perception of the African continent. It's just happening there. So people are like, oh, it's just unfortunate. That's it. So, yeah, just came up here. But thank you very much for even allowing me to have this.
Yeah, of course. Update. You know, I think that.
Thank you. Kobe, could you send me that those links? It's just DM
the videos.
In my inbox. The videos, yeah.
If you DM me, I can remember to send it.
Yeah,
right. Yep, I'm the same way. DM me and ask me for it. But yeah, so I think it's really important that people really understand that the same way the world was ignoring Gaza until they couldn't anymore is the same way the world is ignoring Sudan. The bottom line is that this is why social media is so important. This is why independent media is so important. This is why all of this is so important, is because if we do not make them put the eyes on these regions, they won't. They will 100% absolutely ignore them for their own best interest. And so it's incredibly important that people remember to do that. Yeah, Michigan, I can do that. Yeah, I'll grab it. So what I'll do is, this is just.
I want to make one point before Kobe drops. There's a very old book written in the 70s called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. People know that book?
Yes, I love that book.
That book gives you the blueprint, gives you the cheat code for everything that's happening right the hell now. That book is an essential. Yes.
Do you know what happened to the author of that book?
Oh, I know what happened to him. He was
assassinated.
By one of our alphabet letter, one of our premier alphabet agencies in Guyana.
Yeah,
him and a few other people.
Rodney.
Yes, yeah. Dr. Walter Rodney. That book, for me, changed my paradigm, changed the way I looked at the world. Okay? That's one of those books that, like, when you read it and you really understand, you go like, oh, crap. Oh. You're like, so that's why. You look at everything you've heard, the rhetoric, politics, economics, finances, all of that changes once you read that book. All of that changes.
The name of the book is How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and it's by Walter Rodney.
How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I think it's still on Amazon, for instance. I think it's on Amazon still. I think it's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, I would first try to go to your local bookstore. Oh, sorry, Rep.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah,
I just looked it up. It's still on there. I'm planning on ordering it because I haven't gotten the chance to read it yet.
Yeah, you need to read that book. I mean, I have had it. You know, it's funny. My parents gave me that. My parents are university educated people from the Caribbean. They went to the University of the West Indies, and they gave me that book Equiano's Travels, From Columbus to Castro, written by another historian. Just the unbridled, unwhitewashed history, that we learned in the Caribbean.
You know what?
Again,
sorry, go ahead. Finish. Sorry. My brain is thinking. Go ahead, Island Boy.
No, I want to say what you're saying because I think,
No, what I was going to say is Covey. So I told him last week we were going to start a new segment specifically on Fridays. And it's going to be called Black AF Fridays, where we are focused specifically on. Yeah, where we.
I love that.
Yeah, so Fridays are going to be dedicated to all things Black. So if you want to pop in, that would be a great time to do those types of things. It is on Thrift Books as well, guys. If you don't want to contribute to the Amazon and you don't go to your local library, it is on Thrift Books as well. How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney. It's there, but yeah, it's going to be Black AF Fridays. So.
Oh yeah,
Please even if you guys don't read it, please do ask for it at your libraries. Make the request.
Yeah, you can request it and they'll bring it to you.
You can make the request, pick it up, even if you're going to do some other form. I know it's available online. Also, I would like to add, for those of us who are here in the United States, the apocalypse of settler colonialism, the roots of slavery, white supremacy, and capitalism in 17th century North America and the Caribbean, which is by Gerald Horne with me, is another good read. Yeah, I'm revisiting it now, and I decided, and what I have started doing was requesting all of my books that even if I'm going to add them to my library, my personal library at home, I request them to the local library, and we take them out as well.
So Mariposa, we do have a book list. They're in the link tree and they're in the Discord. We could probably just update it, but we do have one already. There's one in the link tree and then there's one in the Discord as well.
Okay, will do.
Okay, doke.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dani.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, no worries.
Might see you Friday.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate you, Kobe.
Thank you so much, Kobe.
So Michigan, I don't know if you heard me. It's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And it's Walter Rodney. I'm putting it in the chat. So you should see it. Sweet. Okay. Thank you, Cam. Yay, yay, yay. No worries. Okay, we're doing great. Okay, so let's see. Oh, so it's going to do it. So listen, they restricted visibility forever, not even just for 10 minutes, but forever, like for the rest of the live. The only way I can get around the visibility is if I shut down and restart. Ain't that some shit?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. It's okay. Give me a second.
These algos are working overtime, boy.
Y'all, what's it called where you're able to share other broadcasts fair? Why am I going blank right now? What's it called? Fair use. Okay. I'm going to see. I don't know what they'll do because I quoted law at them, but we'll see. Okay. Because what they say is, well, it is what they'll say is that it's unoriginal content. Yeah, but it was only 2 minutes of unoriginal fucking content, TikTok. So, and it was a video that you can use under Fair Use Acts and get over it. Titan, get down. Mila, will you get him down? Okay. All right. So appreciate everybody. Thank you all for hanging in here. Thanks, Kobe, for coming by with the update. So topics that I want to make sure that we get to today. And let me just check for any updates real quick. For those of you guys who are just joining and you have not heard the president of the United States has canceled plans to sign a bipartisan bill that's aimed at lowering the cost of housing because he wants to force the Senate to approve the SAVE Act, which it's not going to happen, right? But that's what he's done. Along those same lines, I told you all yesterday he was going to have a bad night. And I want to share with you, I said he's gonna have a bad day because of everything that's happening. So he starts on Truth Social last night, and the reason I'm sharing the things that he's saying is because it's not because it's Donald Trump, because nobody gives a fuck what he says. What we do care about is the president of the United States and the verbiage. The SAVE Act is about voter ID. And it would make it extremely difficult for married women, women who've been divorced, people who've been adopted or whatever, to be able to vote, right? So that's what the SAVE Act is. So, so it's just really, really important. Right, toddler tantrums, 100%. Yes, it will become law automatically, no matter what. I think what's important, though, is that he's willing to sit in the faces of people and go, I don't give a fuck about your ability to afford housing because I want this happening. Right. And for people who can't afford a passport or a passport card and all of those things. Right. So appreciate you, Mr. Mom.
Live in red states, just to say. And most of the people who are legally married that actually change their names, red states. Like he literally wants to create more harm for himself, while he claims that someone else is stealing votes and he's underwater.
Yes. I mean, people need to understand. So like, I don't know if you all know or not, but there's literally a movement right now to convince women to give up their right to vote. It's part of this trad wife, Christian, traditional family, your husband's the head of the household. So you don't need to vote because he knows what's best and he will vote for you. And this is a literal thing. There's a whole conference that they had about it, and women were talked to about it. Several women, most women said absolutely not, but several women actually said, yes, I would give up my right to vote. And one woman actually said, I would be willing to let my daughter not have a right to vote because I know she's going to marry a quote unquote good Christian man who's going to vote for her best interest, as if men have ever predominantly voted for the best interest of women. That's literally what is happening. So, yeah, you guys didn't know this? Okay, let me just, a biblical man.
I did a video on this recently too.
Let me see.
I will give you a follow.
Okay, let me show you guys.
It was
It's as if they don't have education. Like they never heard of the women's suffrage movement.
Okay.
They don't know what brought it apart.
So let me see if I can play just a clip of this. And I believe that part of this clip came from the Turning Point USA deal, but let me just look real quick. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, it's also like when that mother brought up that she would be okay with her daughter not voting, it screamed to me a red flag that like your mentality, like her views are so fragile and her rhetoric is so fragile that she would rather have her daughter lose the right to vote for her to be instead of her being the opposite of her viewpoint.
Well, some of them said I would be totally okay with this if it meant that we get rid of TV.
Oh my God. You spend 3 days there sort of canvassing people saying, hey, how are you feeling about this? What are you thinking about voting in the midterms? And then I would say at the end of every single interview, I said, we're going to be interviewing this influencer and she believes that women shouldn't vote. And I explained in the context of it's in pursuit of a more Christian conservative America. And I expected most of the women would say, I disagree with that. Because, it is a fundamental right and for women to vote that was hard fought and obtained back in 1920.
I would almost be scared to even ask that question.
Well, the vast majority of people did tell me they want to keep their right to vote. However, we spoke with 3 women of varying ages who thought it was a good idea.
I actually do agree with her. I would as well give up my vote if it got rid of things like abortion. Hopefully that would never happen. I would like to, I feel like with my mindset, I would want to put my vote in, but the majority of women are liberal, and I think getting rid of that would actually help women more.
My perspective as a Christian woman is that my husband and I are one flesh. I vote the same way he does, so honestly, I would be okay with giving up my right to vote because I know that he would represent me well.
Do I like the power to vote? Have I ever missed an election since I was 18? Absolutely not. But I think she has a very big point. If my husband's the head of the household, I am the neck, and we work very cohesively together.
Do you think your daughter should have the right to vote?
I'd be okay if she didn't, because I also know she's going to marry a biblical man, that they would also be in line.
When I was talking to...
So she'd be okay. So so this is a perfect thing to talk about before Rev Carla and I do our live tonight at 7:30. This was a thing, like that verbiage, he's the head, I'm the neck. I can remember quoting that being in church up until 20, how old am I? Maybe 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 25 years ago. And I told you all, like when you are born and raised in a certain environment and with this certain teaching of Christianity and in the church, like literally those exact words, he's the head, I'm the neck. And what it does is it gives women this false sense of power as if, oh, well, I'm the neck, so I just turn him wherever I want him. But the truth of the matter is the brain controls the fucking neck. Your brain tells your neck what to do. And if the brain isn't telling you, the neck doesn't get to do anything, right? And so I just, this is a thing, and this is an intentional effort and movement to get women to give up their rights. Listen, if they know that if they try to take them from you, you will rebel. But if they can put you in a position and create a circumstance and a teaching that gets you to voluntarily give it away, if they make it seem like it's your idea, then you're not going to fight for it. Because there are many, many people that would like to see women no longer have the right to vote. Many of them men, by the way. Just to throw that out there.
Another thing they said too, the influencers said that when like women, when they summarize the way women vote too liberal. So she'd be willing to have women lose their right to vote so they have a more conservative electorate.
Yeah.
Women
Okay.
vote too liberal. That's what she said.
Mimi.
You know.
What happened?
They wonder why like women are more liberal, because it's
You
like
were what?
they're not like liberals are not taking away our
Come
right
here.
to vote. Like want to take away our right to vote.
Give me 1 second. Come here. If I don't hear you, come over here.
Liberal policies, progressive policies, right?
Do you understand?
And a policy supported by Black people in general. We're not exclusionary. Black people don't support exclusionary policies. Black people support policies that better everyone, even white people. You know, the policies that Black people vote for, that Black people support, will benefit everybody. You know, and including women of all stripes.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, and I said this in, I think I have a video I'm working on, but I will say this. I think the true pathway to the much ballyhooed, much storied American dream is through Black people. If you vote the way Black people do, you vote for the policies that Black people do, that Black people have supported over the generations, that Black women especially have supported over the generations, you will get the American dream as it has been advertised.
I know.
Everyone gets it.
I'm going to
say that with my whole chest. Everybody gets the American dream if you vote the way Black women vote. Period, point blank. I dare y'all to tell me different.
Please get me a pot from under there so I can make her noodles. So this brings me to another point, and then we're going to have to circle back to Israel, Iran, and Palestine, because this part's important. I don't know how many of you all are aware of a law that exists in Florida that has existed for 40 years. And when they have moved to get rid of this law, it was vetoed by the governor and it still exists. Can you just get water for me and I'll put them in there? It is often referred to, quote, as the Florida's free kill law. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
What?
Yeah. So let me tell you about this law so that you understand. So recently there's a mother that is going around because her daughter, who's I think 24, 25 years old, engaged but not married, no children, and was in a hospital and died as a result of what has been proven to be medical negligence. Okay. So like the mother hired an independent autopsy, and as a result of that independent autopsy, they were able to overturn the existence of the death certificate. Had to be changed to actually reflect that the reason her daughter died was because of this medical neglect. Okay. Even with that, she is limited as to what recourse she has legally because of three things. They ask her these questions. Is your daughter over the age of 25? And she was. Is your daughter married? She was not. Does your daughter have children? No. Florida's law, and it is statute 768.218, the Wrongful Death Act provision, provides that it bars adult children and parents of an adult decedent from recovering non-economic damages in a medical malpractice death. It explains in plain language that the law is still in effect. The 2025 repeal of that law was vetoed, and the repeal died in the Senate in 2026. Okay. And so let me see if I can read the exact. It says the damages specified in subsection 3 shall not be recoverable by adult children, and the damages specified in subsection 4 shall not be recoverable by parents of an adult child with respect to claims for medical negligence as defined by 766.1061. In other words, if you are married, your life has more value. And if you have children, your life has more value. But, and if you're younger. Yeah, babe, I got it. Okay. Can I, Cam, can I get a quick mod break so I can take care of Milo for just a second? Do I have a mod in here that can do a quick mod break? And so there's no like pain and suffering. There's no any of those types of things that are allowed. It is literally only economic. Thanks. I'll be right back. Thanks, Cam.
Yeah, sure.
No, it would have.
Yeah, I was actually good. Echo.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was me. I said, you know, it would have to be Florida.
Oh, always, always. It's always the same states, right? We always have Florida, Tennessee, Texas, always acting up. But thanks everyone for joining the Gangs Live for today. Please tap the screen, as you heard her say. We might be on a slight restriction, so please tap and share the live so that TikTok knows that we are here and engaged. So that we can, try our best to push out to the algorithm. But Dani will be live again today for
7.
I think she's
7 o'clock.
7, yes, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Speaking with Rev Carla. So they're going to be talking about Christianity and how it relates to politics. So it should be a good conversation. So if you have not already marked your calendars for that this evening, please. Oh, I was getting a call. If you have not already, please do so. Mark your calendars at 7 p.m. Eastern. And hopefully the algorithm will be working in our favor later tonight. I don't know if they're going to be co-hosting or what, but 7 p.m. Eastern will be the time. So later this evening. And I believe we're just doing it on TikTok.
No, it's everywhere.
Oh, but I mean, like, it's not like a Google Meet or anything. Like it's just right. Like it's
what is?
Yes.
Wait, I lied. What is it?
I'm just making sure it's on social media and it's not like on like SiriusXM or anything like that. You are doing
with Rev Carla.
It's
Rev just
Carla
social media.
Social media. Yeah, social media. Yep. So we're doing TikTok, probably Substack, YouTube,
yep.
all those places that we normally are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You got it. Perfect.
Yep. So please mark your calendars now so that you can listen in tonight.
Yes. 100%. Thank you, Cam. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mila was like, I'm ready now. So
yeah, I got a meeting in like 10 minutes. So
sweet.
Good timing.
Yay. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate you. Yeah. Okay. So listen, folks. So so this is a thing. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is that, first of all, you might want to check your state's books. Yeah, it's right here, Yari. So my conversation with Rev Carla will be right here on my TikTok, on my YouTube, on my Substack, on my Facebook, just like I am right now. So, so she's going to be joining me. She's going to try to join me on both platforms. If it's not possible, here's what she's going to do. She's going to join me on TikTok right here, but then I'll have her picture over here on the other platforms, and everybody will be able to hear just like you're able to hear right now. Yep. And they did not approve the appeal. Fuck them. But anyway, it's okay. All right. So listen, we're kind of jumping all over the place because we just got led from one thing to another. Yeah. So listen, folks, for the majority, for the most part, yes. If you simply listen to, back to Island Boy's point, if you simply listen to Black women and you vote the way that we vote, right? What you will do is you will end up uplifting absolutely everyone else in the process. The issue with that is that some people cannot see beyond themselves to be able to see themselves aligned in any way, shape, or form with someone else, which is sad because this is a group of people that historically speaking have always been the folks to take care of everyone else. Okay. If you think about it, it's so wild to me when, please stop and fix the live. So you guys want me to shut it down and just start right back up? Because that's the only thing that will fix the visibility. That is the only thing that will fix the visibility is if I close this out and just simply restart. Because but Rhonda, when you say no, here's the problem is that if I don't do that, I will not get pushed back out anymore. They will not push it out to nobody else will just stumble upon it. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'll restart the live. You guys hang tight. Don't go anywhere. I'll restart it over here and I'll be right back. Okay, guys? Yeah, they are. Okay. I'll be right back. It's because we got a restriction because Kobe showed the video. It's fine. I'll restart. Thank you, Van. Appreciate it. All right, let's do it. I'm actually going to do this for TikTok purposes.
What do you do on those days?
I got you. Appreciate it, Van. All right, welcome back. Thank you guys for coming back. I'll give it a second for folks to get all the way in here. Appreciate you. What's up, Bun? We are back. We are back. We are back. A lot to talk about. Oh, thanks, Mama. Appreciate it. So I will review election results again real quickly. I'm going to remind everybody to go to Kobe's page and make sure that you check out her link tree. Appreciate it, Mike. Thanks, Warner. Appreciate it, Sharon. Thank you, Audra, Dilgrave, Aline. And then I do want to talk about, because I really do think it's important for people to connect the dots to these issues, Iran, Israel, Palestine, right? To be able to, no, Rhonda, you're good. You're fine, I promise. But to be able to connect those to where we are right now and the place where we are. And like it or not, folks, things are shifting, things are changing. and the Democratic establishment is 100% on notice. And I love that for them, right? I absolutely love that for the Democratic establishment. I don't know what I did in my hair just now, because they should be, right? They should be. And anybody that doesn't get replaced, that does not get pushed out and voted out this year in 2026 is on notice, because it will happen, whether that's in special elections or different elections in 2028, and whether that is finally in 2028, right? Nothing happened, Alex. I rebooted. I just restarted the live, no problem. And so that's incredibly important, because what it tells us is that people, two things for me, people, number one, want and desire change. And number two, the rhetoric and the weaponization of things like religion and whatever is not having the same impact that it used to have. For the last 50 years, our societal and political environments have been shaped dramatically by the weaponization in the United States of Christianity, right? And it has had a significant impact. And so what's amazing about that is we are entering this time where that doesn't prove to be the case, right? Not even the talk of communism, the talk of, Sharia law, none of it worked. None of it worked. Mamdani still won, and all three of the candidates he endorsed last night still won. And so that gives me a ton of hope for where we are, because it signals to me that the majority of people are getting it. Yeah, Straw Hat Marky. Mamdani is the blueprint. And what makes him the blueprint for me is simply authenticity. He's genuine. He's authentic. He actually gives a damn about the people, and he's doing what he said he would do. And so I think the days of Democrats versus Republicans it's not a thing. It's literally going to be, he can't run for POTUS. He was born in Kenya. Mamdani will never be the president of the United States. He was born in a different country, y'all. And let me just say this. It doesn't matter, because what has been demonstrated is just how impactful he can be in the role that he's in already. I just want you all to listen. Being the president isn't always the place where you get to have the greatest impact. I want you to look at how he is shaping the country from his seat as the mayor of New York City. Right? I just want you all to see what is possible when you simply do the work and you show up authentically and you are who you are and you're not pretending. That's the one thing that I absolutely adore. Hey, Doretta, is that he just is showing up doing who he is. He's just being me, right? And he doesn't skirt the hard topics. He takes on all the issues head on. Ask him about being Muslim. Ask him about the horrible, racist, Islamophobic things that are said about him and his wife. And he'll answer you head on, and then he'll keep right on going. But he's going to do the things he says he's going to do. And then he might go out in the street and play some little soccer with the kids. And he might be at the June 13th. And he might be, right, while he's watching the World Cup. He might be doing all of those things because he is just being who he is. And so I think that's the thing that people are desiring. And let me just say this. It's what people said, what a lot of people said they wanted when they were voting for Trump, because they just wanted someone who was being authentic. Give me authentic that is good, though. Give me someone being who they are and have who they are be a good person, like for real, because that's the difference, right? I believe that both of them, I believe that Donald Trump is being exactly who he is, and he's being exactly who he's always been. The problem is he's always been a shitty human being, right? And so that's the problem. Floyd, would you like to come to the panel? I sent you an invite. I bet you won't, but feel free. What's up, AJ? You wanted to chime in?
Explain to people that before he was elected, he made a promise, which he kept. He said it was called a new law that he wanted to put into the New York legislature. Not on my dime. And not on my dime is the fact that these synagogues and these Israeli, pro-Israeli organizations, and there's over 50 of them in New York, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. And these people were raising money sent to the Hilltop gangs to support the Hilltop Gang, to support Tea people taking over Palestinian land, intimidating, pew-pewing, all the above, okay? And they promised that they were going to send money for medical supplies. Not one organization sent a Band-Aid. Do you understand what that means? And they were tax-free. And that money, the billions of dollars that they're sending to Israel, what we're sending is peanuts compared to what these synagogue groups are doing. And they're also holding land sales of illegal purchases of Palestinian land, like my father's home and my grandfather's home could be sold without my knowledge in these synagogues. And this is disgusting because this is against international law. With the resolutions after 1948 to try to solve the problem of the Palestinian issue, which none of them have ever been in effect. These are just resolutions sitting there vacant of any type of substance. Why? Because Russia, in the beginning of the United Nations, helped form Israel, and then America, with its veto power as a superpower, stopping any of these resolutions ever coming to fruition.
Yeah.
And when I found this out, I was appalled. So every time my people would start screaming, 338 and 192 resolution and this and that, it means nothing without it being unanimous in the United Nations. And how can that ever be when America is so bought? I had no idea that we were so controlled. But, we've become the United States of Israel. I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is what's happening. And when you have a governor like Ron DeSantis with that law you just stated a few minutes ago, who is 101% behind the Christian majority of Zionism. He's a Christian Zionist, obviously. And there are 90 million Christian Zionists. Everybody understand this. 90 million Americans believe in Christian Zionism. How can you be a Christian and be a Zionist? This is my distaste in that lingo. How can you be a lover of Jesus Christ, the prophet, may peace be upon him, and accept that? That's unbelievably disgusting. And I want to tell everybody that they have hoodwinked us with their propaganda. These publishers are all owned by Zionists. And they have reprinted and given these churches Bibles that have been tainted with their own version of what's appropriate. That what is in the Bible is not what's written in the Torah or the Quran or the Old Testament. They have actually came in, and even the King James Version, but I'm talking specifically the Schofield Bible. And I've had a farmer come in my live, Dani, and tell me that, he was raised on the Schofield Bible, and now he's losing his farm for voting for Trump. He's losing his farm that he's had for 5 generations in his family because the VP, Vance, is in an app called Acres. This app is dedicated to taking over farmland that's behind on their taxes.
Yeah.
Why is our vice president trying to grape the farmers from their lands, from farming, and giving it to big billionaires like you know who they are? I don't want to say it. I don't want to hurt the life.
There's a ton.
We're trying to save the life. But this app, Acres, is disgusting. And there's another app, too, that has to do with apartment rents, how much they're going to charge you. They were having board meetings every day with over 10,000 properties in America, how to raise your rents.
Yeah.
And they were found in contempt like monopoly. It's called monopolizing by Biden's former attorney general. Now that Trump came in, guess what? It's missing. It's been destroyed. The billionaires who own these properties have told Trump, kill it. And of course, his favorite little blonde friend who was just fired, Bondi, made that possible. So we're living in an hypocrisy, my brothers and sisters. Dani, I want to thank you so much for letting me come up here and explain these things, because we've just discovered this in the last year. It's so pathetic, and this has been around forever. And we were all asleep, and we were watching this. And I just want to thank you so much for bringing this all out. And that Ron DeSantis, my God, that guy needs to go. We need to boot him out. Thank you for letting me speak, sister.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I appreciate you, AJ.
Bernard, before you leave, there's a song that Iran has. They came up with one of those Lego videos where the song actually says United States of. That's your ammo, something like that. United States of
Israel.
You know the song, right?
Yeah. They also say the United States of America, your country is run by a pedophile. like they all say all those things. So let me just
look it up, AJ.
Okay, so
I've heard it. I understand.
So Ricky, here's what I'm going to say to you, because you claim that TikTok has you banned from joining panels, and if that's the case, you need to understand you might want to go somewhere else.
Can I jump in?
Wait 1 second, Jay. I'm talking to Ricky. One second. So Ricky, if you continue to pop your mouth off in the comments with nonsense, you'll be muted. If you want to come to the panel, you can do that. If you are banned from live and going live on a panel, that's fine. But you'll get muted in this space just because you keep saying dumb shit. So that's the nicest way that I can say that. So yeah, I'm just offering that to you real quickly. Appreciate you. I sound like a dictator. Yes, this is called the world of Dani. You don't like it, leave. Yep. And unlike me, right, who has the right to redress my government as a citizen of the United States, you have no rights here unless I give them to you. So there you go. Okay. Listen, I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. Listen, if guidelines are difficult for you, if you don't like the fact that I won't let you spew misinformation from the chat, or say homophobic, transphobic, Islamophobic, hateful ass, any of that, if you don't like that, then this is definitely not the space for you. And I don't care that you don't like it. Go to your own space, create your own live. That's what it's here for. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Jay. How are you?
I'm good.
And what would you like to share today, Jay?
I would like to share the cost of crude oil in the world markets. The WTI and the Brent prices are below $70 a barrel. When the whole operation started, Operation Epic Fury, it was $72 a barrel for WTI, and now it's under 70. So you guys will see by July 4th, considerable drop in your gas prices. And I know President Trump has called a meeting of all CEOs to make sure refining capacity is at the highest, and that gas prices go down by November. He's literally threatening them.
So Jay, can you tell me what was the cost per barrel of Brent oil in January?
January, you got to go back and check 1 second.
Yeah, go check January 2026.
Let me check real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Spoiler alert, I know, but
So do you want me to check WTI or Brent? Which one you want?
I said Brent.
Okay, Brent. All right, a second. Oil, Brent. Okay, right now it's $74.
Mm-hmm. What was it in January or even December?
Okay. Going back. So it was in the 60s. On Jan 23rd was 65. Jan 21st was 65. In the 60s average.
Yeah. So in December and in January, yes, of course. So like in December and in January, it was anywhere from 58, 59 barrels up to about 65.
Dani, you're
Jay, hold on. Are you talking over me? Because I certainly did not do that to you.
But you got to compare it with last year.
Did I?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So the point that I'm making is that Brent oil was significantly lower than it is today, and it would not have risen to the degree that it had if the president of the United States had not bombed Iran irresponsibly so with no plan. So here's the thing. What I do not do is give credit for the arsonist for putting the majority of the fire out. They don't get credit. If you started the fucking fire, you get zero credit for putting it out.
Okay, but do you give him credit for understanding and he makes a mistake and he pulls back?
No, I give him no credit. No, because he doesn't admit that it was a mistake. So he gets zero credit. He doesn't know that it's he doesn't.
We had to go to war for Israel.
No, we did not. Jay.
Yes, we had to.
No, we did not.
Because when Israel attacked Iran, they were going to go ahead and go after our bases.
No,
in the Middle East.
That's wrong, and wrong.
Our service members.
Jay, do you know who you're talking to? So it would have been yes. Now listen, the same way that I told you that I know the Kilmar Abrego case, right? The same way I said to you, I hope you know the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case that you are arguing with me about because I know it. I will absolutely tell you 100% that I know how we got into this war with Iran, what we did or we did not have to do. And you might want to be sure that you can have that conversation with me because I know it. And the same way you got yourself all twisted up in a pretzel the other day and had to drop is how you will end up again. What I won't let
I'm looking at a report. Listen, hold on a second. Okay, there's two factors here. First off, in summertime, oil prices go up worldwide, both Brent and WTI, because of the summer driving season and the travel season, right? People travel more in the summer than they do in the winter.
And that has nothing to do with what that has nothing to do with today, right now.
Seasonal adjustment. But
nope.
I'm saying if you look
We're
at
not doing
summer,
no, I'm not doing it. Jay, here's why. Listen, whatever the cost of Brent oil is today is not going to be a win for the president of the United States because he is the one that attacked Iran and caused prices to go up the way that they did. No.
Okay.
That's it.
People will care when they fill the gas and
people will care. People will care because we are still going to be feeling the impacts of what's happened for months and months and months to come. Months and months and months to come.
The price is almost the same.
So it is not almost the same. So are you trying to tell me that you believe that $10 or $15 more per barrel is almost the same?
Okay, Dani, last summer
is $10 to $15 difference per barrel almost the same? Yes or no?
It's not a $10 difference. What I'm trying
to say.
It
is because in January, what was it?
65 average. Now it's 74.
That's $10 damn dollars.
That's $9, but it's also seasonally.
So I think that 9 is closer to 10 than it is the same.
Okay, fine, but it's all seasonally adjusted for the summer.
No, we're not seasonally adjusting shit.
But you have.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Because seasonally adjusted is not going to be the same when you've just had the Strait of Hormuz closed for 4 months. No, it's not the same. You want to apply seasonally adjusted when it would be the same as every other summer. This is not the same as every other summer. It is not the same. And so what we're not going to do is judge it on today based off of what it would normally be. No, we're not. We're going to base it on exactly what it is. No, absolutely not. And the only reason that we are in the position that we are in right now is because we released a bunch of reserves, which, by the way, we're going to be fucked because in about 3 weeks, we're not going to have those reserves anymore. And China is going to be the only country that has reserves left. Meanwhile, we've lifted sanctions on Iran. We've lifted sanctions on Russia. They are going to be in beautiful positions. And we have no leverage and no reserves in a few weeks. And at the top of that, and at the same time, we have a country whose debt is now greater than our own GDP. That hasn't happened since the end of World War II.
That's not Trump's fault.
Stop it. And why do you think this is about Trump's fault?
Because at the end of the day.
So tell me how. So tell me how our debt increased in the last 18 months. What were the most significant drivers of the debt to the United States of America in the last year and a half?
I think the top line items are Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. They're the top.
No, what increased our debt? I didn't ask you what takes up our greatest spending. I asked you what in the last 18 months significantly increased the debt in this country.
The Social Security, Medicare, that's what is the top.
No, that's our normal budget. No.
Iran war?
I'm asking you. You tell me. Do you know?
I'm asking Claude. It says, okay, what is the largest contributor?
That's not what
our debt? Okay, let's see what Claude says.
This is the problem when you do AI.
Yeah, it says Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, spending on Medicare, Medicaid is went up the last 18 months. 6% of GDP, and then 8% of GDP is Medicaid. Is so yeah, total of 8% increase in that.
Okay, tell me this, Jay.
Yeah.
Can you share with me how much the national debt has increased since the president of the United States took office?
So, okay, so during the fiscal year 2025, the total U.S. national debt increased by 2.17 trillion, pushing the outstanding.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. By how much?
$2.17 trillion.
No, that's not accurate as of today. Nope, that's not accurate. Look again.
Okay. Pulling you exact stats from AI. Saying during the 2025 is
so listen, AI is not always accurate.
No, it's pulling it. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, one second.
You don't have to do that.
No, it's fine because I really can't.
No, what I would like for you to do is actually.
This is from the United States Congress Joint Economic Committee.
Mm-hmm. Okay. From what report? From what report? From what report? And the reason why I'm saying that, Jay, is because that says $37 trillion. The current debt is over 39. It's 39 trillion now. You're reading an article that says the debt is 37.6 trillion. It is at 39. Listen to me.
Fiscal 2025.
For fuck my life. Do you know when fiscal years start? Fiscal years start in October of the year before. So fiscal year 2025 would have started in the third quarter of 2024.
Yeah, October to October.
Exactly. So I'm not asking you that. What I asked you was, what has the debt increase been since the president of the United States took office in January of 2025? How much has the debt increased by?
All right, so the total debt is 39.2 trillion.
I know that.
The U.S. debt has increased by 3.1 trillion.
So $1 trillion more than what you just told me.
900 billion, but that's fine.
Yeah, 900 billion is $1 trillion. We just round up around here. We just round.
Yeah, I'm looking up the U.S. Treasury fiscal data so I can see what is the breakdown.
Right. So $1 trillion is a big damn deal. You were off by a whole trillion, Jay.
Okay, so let's see the deficit. What is the major contributing factors for the deficit, right? Spending is 7.01 trillion and the revenue is 5.23 trillion. That's what it says here. So
do you remember, Jay, when we started this conversation? This is what I said. I said, Jay, when we start this conversation, Please make sure that you already know.
The deficit till 2019 was really low. The problem with the deficit happened after COVID. Okay, the whole COVID pandemic.
Jay.
The C-19.
Jay.
And yeah.
Listen, when you first came up here, what I said to you was, I said, Jay, do me a favor. Please know what you're talking about.
This went up under Biden too. It's going up the same amount. I don't understand why.
Jay,
did Biden? Did
well, for fuck's sake, bro.
My God, it happens under every president.
No, it does not. It does not. It does not. And let me just be clear. Stop it.
The deficit.
Stop, Jay. Stop. We are not going to compare a president that inherits a global pandemic, right, to a president that inherits a vastly recovered and stabilized economy. We're not doing that. They inherited two completely different things. And I am not going to do that at all. And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't do exactly what you're trying to do. I want you to go back and look at Donald Trump's first term. Go back and look at his first term. Did he increase by $2 and $3 trillion in his first term in 1 year? No, he did not. He did not. In 2017, it was 20 trillion. In 2018, it was 21 trillion. In 2019, it was 22 trillion. He did not. So his performance now is not even close to what it was then. Now, his last year in office, he literally shit the bed, because he went from 22 to 20, almost 27 that last year. From 2019 to 2020. Hey, no. 2019 to 2020. No, Jay. No, I just said 2019.
That's when it started.
No, it did not, Jay. No. You are talking about C-19, which would have been 2020, January of 2020. I just said from 2019 to 2020. That went from 22.7 trillion to 26.9 trillion. His last year in office, he increased the debt by almost $5 trillion. Okay, that had nothing to do with Fauci. Now, from 2020 to 2021, which would have been C-19, it went from 27 to 28.4 trillion. So no, and this is the problem, Jay. You come in, and I don't know why you do this. I don't know who sends you here or what mission you're on. I mean, I don't know. But if you're going to come into this space and you're going to talk about things, it is a really good idea to have facts and to understand the subject matter that you're bringing to me. And we went through this exact same thing last time, didn't we? We did, with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And you had no clue what you were talking about in terms of that court cases, in terms of the dates, in terms of what did or didn't happen. None. And I said to you then, you need to know.
But you failed to mention that the Supreme Court gave a decision on green card holders.
You failed to understand that you had no damn clue what you were talking about. Jay, listen, I understand that you go into other spaces and you all argue nonsense and feelings and what you think about things. I don't do that here. I do not do that in this space. It is a very fact-based space, period. And if you don't want to do that, then there are a lot of other places that will entertain you. But I won't do it here. And what I won't let you do is come in here and spout off things that aren't accurate. I won't. When you say a thing, I'm going to put it in context, Jay.
Did the Supreme Court rule about green card holders today or not?
What does that have to do with this conversation right now? Can you tell me what the Supreme Court's decision about green card holders has to do with the damn deficit or Brent crude oil?
But they backed the DOJ, Trump's DHS, right, in that order.
No, they didn't. And by the way, the decision that you're referring to is yesterday. And it is the Blanche v. Lau decision. And do you know what it says? Because I know what it says. See how I know the name of the court case? See how I know that the decision came down yesterday morning? Do you see how I know what I'm talking about, Jay? Would you like to know what that court case actually says? Because I can tell you.
Blanche versus Choi Lau and
I just said Lau. I just said Blanche v. Lau. I just said the name of the court case. The decision came down yesterday, Jay. Would you like for me to tell you what the decision said? Or how about this? You tell me what the decision said. What did the decision say, since you know?
Okay, let me give you the exact wording. 1 second.
No, I want you to tell me what it means. I don't need you to read it to me. I've read it.
It says here that the border officials are not
Wait. You got to pause for 1 second, Jay. Hold on 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. Listen, I need to tell you guys this. So a federal judge just blocked the president of the United States from being able to require citizen proof to vote. It just came down in the last 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and just, how crazy is that? But federal judge bars Trump from implementing proof of citizenship requirement to vote. Just came through in the last 10 minutes. So I thought I would give you all that glimmer. Okay, go ahead, Jay. Tell me what the decision said.
Okay, so it basically says that
hey, Michael.
Government. So basically, as soon a lawful permanent resident coming back into the United States, especially when he commits a crime of moral turpitude, which means any morally bankrupt crime, they don't have the burden of proof to have to go and charge them.
Wrong. That's not what it says. That's not what it says.
Deny them entry.
It doesn't say they have to go charge them with anything. And that's not what moral turpitude means.
No, it says clearly that their border officials don't have the burden.
To do what?
To do what? They can send them back home without having.
But what is the burden that they don't have to do?
They don't have to admit them.
No, what's the burden that they don't have to determine not to readmit them? What's the burden, Jay?
Clear and convincing evidence or whatever that's standard.
You don't say whatever that standard is. So let me explain to you what Jay is talking about. If you are a permanent lawful resident of the United States of America, okay, and you have charges pending in court, okay, so let's just say you've been arrested for a crime. And those charges are pending. And while those charges are pending, you take a trip and you leave the country. You go on vacation, you do whatever. Okay. What this court case says is that you do not, that the Border Patrol, Customs and Border Patrol does not have to, you don't have to be convicted. You don't have to be found guilty. You don't even have to, you don't get to have your due process. They can just say, we're not readmitting you because you have pending charges. In other words, there is no innocent until proven guilty for people that have permanent lawful status. So that's what this court case is. It came down yesterday. If you were with me, I talked about this briefly here. I also talked about it yesterday morning on Fact Still Matters Live, and that's what it means. So that's literally what it means. If you have charges pending as a lawful permanent, did you hear what I said, Jay? I hope that you're not trying to tell me what the court case says or what it means, because you could not do that. I just did it. So don't tell me who they are or who they're not. I know the verbiage. I literally know what I just said. Lawful permanent residents, which, by the way, just so you all know, lawful permanent residents are not unauthorized. They are not undocumented. These are the people that have gone through all of the processes and obtained permanent legal status. And even after achieving permanent legal status in the United States of America, if they are accused of a crime and they are charged and they are out on parole or whatever, and they leave the jurisdiction of the United States of America, Customs and Border Patrol can just say, oh, we're not letting you back in. You do not have to be found guilty. In other words, the 14th Amendment, your right to due process does not apply to you anymore, which is crazy that the Constitution doesn't apply.
That is the right interpretation.
I know what it is. You don't have to tell me what the right interpretation is, Jay. I knew the right interpretation.
That's why they're on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so Jay, Jay, where are you on TikTok with me? Do you want to know the difference? I know what the fuck the law says and you don't. That's the difference, Jay. I know how to read the law and you don't. That's the difference between you and I. Jay, is you came up here, stop it. Stop. This is not about respecting the judiciary. Everything that you have come up here to spout has been incorrect. That's it. Everything. And it's wild to me. You do not have a working knowledge of the immigration system. You have no idea how immigration even works. You do not know anything about the Supreme. I swear to God. Is this the checklist did you get these bullet points in your Signal chat today? Was this the talking points? Because let me tell you what you've done. You came right up here and you were like, let me start with Brent crude oil. Oh shit. Nope. She's not going to let me do that one. Done. Let me move to the next one. So the next one, let me see. Could I do, let me do the deficit. Nope. Okay. That's not going to work. Okay. So point three, I can talk about immigration again. I can talk about the Supreme Court decision and I can say that it came down today when it did not. And it came down yesterday. Here's the difference between you and I, Jay. You have like top line items with subjects to discuss with no actual comprehension and knowledge of the subject matter. And I don't know why you want to do that. Do you get paid more for coming to my panel than somebody else's? Or what happens?
No, I'm just trying to catch up on, okay, first off, you went to the deficit. I didn't go to the deficit. I was talking about gas prices. You went to the deficit. All I'm saying is, ma'am, is that the president is writing legislation, executive orders.
The president doesn't write legislation.
Okay, I understand. He's writing executive orders, just like TPS is an executive
and
order.
Executive orders are not law.
So is DACA. DACA is an executive order. It's not passed by Congress.
So
remember that. So when you
don't tell me, I think I know how DACA works.
It's an executive order written by President Obama.
So do you understand, Jay?
You understand that?
Jay, do you understand? Yes. Because literally you just opened your mouth and said the president is writing laws. No, he doesn't. No, he's not.
I misspoke. I meant executive
Okay,
orders.
so what is your point? Say your point, Jay. What's your point?
Executive orders are based on the 14th Amendment as well.
What?
And his reading, yeah.
What executive order is based on the 14th Amendment? What are you talking about?
The birthright citizenship, where he gives birthright to the kids of U.S. citizens and green card holders.
Who? Nobody's giving that. Congress determines birthright citizenship.
No, it's in the Constitution.
I know. That's Congress passed the constitutional amendment.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment is for slavery, ma'am. It's not meant for.
So, Jay, stop pivoting 1,000%. Stop it. Because here's what do you know what you and I are not going to do? You know what we're not going to do? I am not going to discuss to you the 14th Amendment when you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing it. You literally have no clue, and all you're doing is regurgitating talking points.
Okay, but at least we agree.
Jay, you and I don't agree on shit. You and I don't agree on anything. You and I don't agree on anything.
But do you agree with
you and I don't agree on anything.
Can I ask you a question? Fine. I mean, that's the system.
Okay, great. Yeah, nope. You and I don't agree on anything. The only thing that you and I agree on is you are woefully inept to have conversations with me about any subject.
Okay.
So can I ask you a question, Jay? Do you get paid to come on TikTok?
No. No?
So why do you do it? Why are you here in my space again?
I like to educate people with facts.
Except you don't know any facts, right? Except you are not sharing facts. Yes or no? Because you're not.
I heard you on a live saying DACA was passed by Congress, which never was. It never was.
You didn't hear me say DACA was passed by Congress.
Yes, you said.
I said the 14th Amendment. No, I did not.
Not this live, but a different live.
No, you didn't. What live? What live did you hear me say that on?
One of your lives.
No, you didn't.
All the time.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Okay. At least we agree now.
What live did you hear me say it on? What live did you hear me say it on?
So you'd be okay with the president?
What live? What live did you hear me say it on? Tell me.
On your live.
No, you didn't. You just said not this live. What live? When?
That was maybe a few weeks ago when you were talking about DACA, people being...
Bullshit, because I haven't talked about DACA. Absolute horseshit. I have not talked about DACA in this space at all. Okay. I don't talk about dreamers. The only time I even mention DACA is when I read the actual definition of unauthorized immigrants as outlined by the Department of Homeland Security in their report.
Is that what it's called in USC code, ma'am? What is it called? Unauthorized immigrants? Is that what they're classified as?
So would you like to read the report?
Would you like to
read the report? Because I've read it. Have you read the report? Have you read the report, Jay? Yes or no? Have you read the May 2024 report from the Department of Homeland Security entitled Estimates of the Unauthorized Immigrant Population from 2018 to 2022? Have you read that report, Jay?
No.
Okay, well, I have, Jay. And guess what? And because I have, Jay, I will tell you what it says. And if you don't know what it says, go look it up. I'll wait. Ask Claude to pull it up. And I'll give you the exact verbiage. Ask Claude to pull up the Department of Homeland Security's report dated April 2024 entitled Estimates of Unauthorized Immigrant Population 2018 to 2022. Look it up.
Okay.
Nope. Look it up.
First?
Nope.
I'm looking it up, but it's
nope. Nope. Don't talk until you look it up. Nope.
Hydrate, my love. Hydrate for me.
Yeah, I'm just nope. You're not saying shit until you look it up.
You know, I am wondering what is Jay's purpose.
I swear on everything good and holy, I think Jay gets paid to be here.
And as like man to man, speaking to him, I find him highly disturbing. And you know, I'm kind of protective over you. And you know, you're one of my beloveds, and I hate you burning energy on fools.
But here's my thing: there are 500 people in here, right? I just gave it to you, dear God in heaven. You want me to give it to you again? It is the April 2024 report from the Department of Homeland Security entitled Estimate of Unauthorized Immigrant Population 2018 to 2022. That's the name of the report, Jay.
Everybody, she's putting him in his place. He deserves it.
What? She's just, I'm sitting here on her live. She keeps muting me and orders.
No, I don't keep muting you. I muted you because you keep wanting to talk.
This is her, me having her up against a brick wall.
You're in her house, Jay.
The term,
May.
Somebody who has earned.
Do you see what that is? Look. What does it say?
I found it too.
Look at that, Jay.
30 seconds. Took me 30 seconds, Jay, to find it.
There it is, Jay. And do you know? Look, let me show you, Jay. I'm not interested in your AI overview. So let me show you. Unauthorized immigrants. Look at that. Oh my gosh, that's what it says. And it specifically says the resident unauthorized immigrant population is defined. Hush. Is defined as all foreign-born non-citizens who are not legal residents as defined above. Most unauthorized immigrants either entered the United States without inspection or were admitted temporarily and remained past the date they were required to depart. Persons who are beneficiaries of temporary protected status, deferred action for childhood arrivals, that's DACA, or other forms of prosecutorial discretion, or who are residing in the United States while awaiting removal proceedings in immigration court are included amongst the estimates of the unauthorized population. Unauthorized immigrants applying for adjustment to LPR status under the Immigration and Nationality Act are considered to be a part of the resident unauthorized population until they have been granted lawful permanent residence. Individuals who are paroled into the United States are considered to be unauthorized immigrants until they are admitted or otherwise acquire immigration status. So when I say, Jay, please know what you're talking about. No, I do not give a fuck about your AI overview because I don't care about your AI overview. I do not care about your AI overview. I told you before, I don't do misinformation in here. I literally just read to you the report. I'm not doing AI. You want me to cut that out? Bring me a pen. Bring me a scissors. I'm not. Show me which one you want, babe. Oh,
okay. It says an immigrant.
I'm not, Jay. You're not reading AI to me. I told you. Pick something else. You're not reading an AI overview to me.
Jay, why can't you talk about what she read?
Pull up the report, Jay.
She keeps muting me.
Because you are reviewing AI. I said pull up the damn report.
I'm asking a definition of the word immigrant according to U.S. immigration.
I am not interested in what you're asking AI. I am interested in the report, Jay.
What does any of this have to do with the price of Brent crude?
It doesn't. I'm telling you, he gets paid by the. Do you get paid in 5-minute increments?
Can I just read one sentence?
No, you may not. No. I said no. I said no. You either be respectful or get off my panel. I said no. Jay, this is why we have to teach boys about consent, because you have no fucking clue how to respect no. No means no.
The problem is that he came up here to have a conversation that he was not qualified to have.
And he did the same thing the other damn day.
And for everyone in the chat, 900 billion is not practically a trillion because you would be 100 billion short. The reality is it takes 1,000 of those to become a trillion. It takes 1,000 millions to become a billion. Okay, so we understand we're talking about real money. So if you're missing a trillion, or even a billion, that's a lot that most of us couldn't pay for in 5 lifetimes.
100%. Here, baby.
Yeah. No offense. I don't think.
I didn't deport you. I didn't deport you, Jay.
Reflection.
Yeah, listen. If you could not abide by the guidelines, so listen, I think you should be in favor of this. You should be in favor of this. You're not a permanent lawful resident of my life. So I don't have to admit you. And I don't have to find you guilty, and you don't have to have due process. And since you don't like the way that I run this live, move to another country. In other words, another live. You don't like how I run my country? Take your ass to another one. It's not hard.
He is from another country, and he is a Zionist, and he is sent here with a list, just like you said.
I know it. 100%.
I love it. And you know, for a lot of people, even on this Zionism note, they don't realize that the Zionists, most of them were either atheists, agnostic, or viewed certain biblical texts as forms of historical preservation, even to that fact. Not even understanding where the scriptures come from. And I don't mean to offend anyone, because I use my scriptures for my own well-being. But I see or to protect what it is that we develop on the inside. But when you go down the rabbit hole of studying religions, the origins of religions, you're going to find out that, well, you don't even need to. Just think about it. Who wrote these books? Men. You know men wrote it because women don't hold much value. Children are there to serve a purpose, primarily for the men. And a lot of things were originally written and changed and quoted and misquoted, and You know, and then in the original writings, and it's what's so crazy to me is when people want to argue about these documents, they go, oh, well, it was translated like this. But you don't ask yourself who originally wrote these books. And I sat in a class with the professor. I'm echoing. AJ, your speaker. Okay. And I had to explain to him, when we were talking about the Bible, and at first he argued with me, and then he agreed. We're talking about a book that was written by a people, about a people, for a people. And that's the reality. And most of the people who follow even Christianity today are not those people. And the people that we see, that we identify as Jews today, are not those people. However, we have adopted religions, and we have converted into religions, and we have accepted religions that were put upon us in some cases, like majority of the Western world here, from North America all the way down through South America. A lot of people are of the Christian faith, but they don't question why, because it was given to you by an oppressor, and it was designed and meant to control. And they did that also in the continent of Africa. And while some people are confused and say, well, no, it was originally in Africa, not the Bible that they have today, not even the Ethiopian Bible. It was returned to them by the Greeks. And they have some of the oldest writings, but that's not the original writings. But anyways, and I didn't mean to give a lesson on that. The reality is that when people start to do their homework and start to have understanding, they will be able to have a conversation without having to use artificial intelligence. The reality is that you have to have read something. You have had to have experienced something. You will have to listen to understand and comprehend, and not just to respond. And then you will be almost prepared to have the conversations. Not qualified, but almost prepared. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Phoenix. So listen, you guys, don't worry about Writhe. You don't worry about Writhe Space. If Writhe Space wants to actually get up here and engage in a conversation, then Writhe Space can come to the panel. That's what you can do, right? When he says the host is not a Christian, I would say you don't know what I do or don't practice. And what I would also say to you is you are correct. I do not identify as the Christian religion that is practiced in the United States of America. No, I don't. I am, however, a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. Those, my beloved, are two different things. So you can say all day long, host is not a Christian. Yep. Host is, however, a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. So yeah, if you think that's an insult, you've missed me with it, bruh. Completely, right? If you think, like, I look at the people who talk about, oh, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, and you do the most horrible things on the planet. So you can miss me with it. I don't need your label to know who I am at all. Okay. All right. So let me come back down to you guys. Give me just a second. No, sir. Good afternoon. How are you?
How you doing, host?
I'm doing okay.
Well, I was just asking a question in the chat. Don't you study the Bible and believe in the Bible?
I'm sorry, what?
Don't you study the Bible? I heard you say you're not a Christian, but don't you believe the Bible is the word?
What do you mean? No, Jesus Christ didn't write the Bible.
So do you read the Bible? Do you study the Bible?
I know the Bible. What would you like to know?
No, she just kind of bashed it and it just sat there.
She kind of bashed it in what way? So do you know the Bible that she's talking about? Do you know the Schofield Bible that she's referencing?
Well, you're kind of flipping it on me now. I mean,
I'm asking questions. You said she bashed the Bible, and I'm asking you in what way?
Well, I know King James Bible. That's what I'm thinking.
Right.
So I don't know exactly which Bible she was talking about.
Well, right. And so there's
so you're gonna avoid it by saying she wasn't talking about.
She gave you accurate historical reference as to the translations, the interpretations, and the printing of the multiple different types of Bibles that exist. And they are not the original text. And she is accurate in that. So just because saying historical fact, that's not bashing the Bible. That's just saying that is in fact how it came to be.
Okay. So why do you read it and study it if it's not original?
What do you mean? I read and study a lot of things, right? Because I think knowledge is great.
It is, but that's not proper knowledge.
What's not proper knowledge?
The Bible that you read.
So do you read any fiction books?
Of course, I read some fiction books.
Okay, so why do you read them if they're not historically accurate?
It's just an exercise. That's
okay,
all.
so
if you're doing it for that, then cool. But
Yeah, I mean, I've made it very, very clear. I've made it very, very clear that I follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I thought the Bible was some type of spiritual value to but.
Well, why? Why would a book? Well, I mean, Jesus didn't say to me to have the Bible hold value to me. Jesus never told me to follow the Bible ever.
All right. Okay. Well, I was mistaken. I apologize.
Yeah. I mean, what did Jesus tell you to do?
Oh, no, I was just wondering because I heard you quoting the Bible actually before.
Absolutely, because somebody was asking me about the Bible, so I absolutely will quote the Bible, and I will tell you, and specifically the parts of the Bible that you heard me read was what Jesus said in the Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can give them for you now if you would like.
I'll stand down.
Okay, just.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
If they're fraudulent, I don't want to hear anything.
Well, no, I mean, when I read the Bible and I tell you what Jesus said. Yeah, so did you not just hear what I said? I just said I follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. So if I'm reading to you what Jesus said, then I am in fact following the teachings of Jesus.
You didn't write it. You said
Yeah.
you didn't write it.
So what she said is that they were not the original text, and she's correct. They are not.
Okay.
Because is the Bible that you're reading? Is the Bible that you're reading? Is the Bible that? Is the Bible that you're reading? So listen, you now get it, right? You understand. Yeah. And we understand that because we understand that the Bible has been transcribed. It's the most transcribed book in the world, actually.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
I stand corrected.
No worries. No problem. I'm glad we could clear that up.
All right, no doubt.
Okay, great. Hey, John, how are you? John, I don't know if you know you're on the panel. John, did you mean to request up to the panel? John? I don't think so. What up, James? How are you? James Deshay.
I come see you every day, but I don't be able to get up every day. But and then she's the lady made me change my thought. But before I get into what she said and what my feelings are related to the Bible, let me ask you. You said that president's executive orders aren't law.
Correct.
Who are mandated to follow them, and why?
The president can only.
Not law.
They are not correct.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So it's his administration. That's it. It's from an administrative standpoint. He can issue an executive order, but if that executive order violates law, then no one is mandated to follow them.
So are all governmental agencies required to follow his executive orders?
Not if they violate law, no.
Okay. So are executive orders like policy changes?
They are changes to the implementation and the execution of policy that already exist and is budgeted by Congress. So it's how he would like to see the administration and the execution of that policy take place. But if how he wants it to be executed violates existing law, then no, it doesn't happen.
Okay, when he
Mila,
the DEI,
can you come here and help me?
That order was that did private companies have to obey that?
No. The only time that impacted private corporations is if those private corporations had contracts with the federal government. So if those private corporations had contracts with the federal government, or they were getting grants from the federal government, and they wanted to get access to that money from the federal government, then they could comply with that. Or they could simply challenge that executive order in court and then still get access to the money. Hey, Mimi, can you get me some water, baby? Please.
Now, this is the other thing I wanted to say about what the young lady said about the Bible. And how when people are trying to change my beliefs about history, they say to me, if I was well read, or if I read or study, I would find out and believe the way they do. The issue is not when we read stuff, we have to believe whatever that author wrote, and we can't research to see whether or not that what that author is saying is actually true. So sometimes we have to go on blind faith, or just when we read things, we interpret what we're reading and it becomes our belief that is, when it's just somebody else's belief.
Okay,
when we're dealing in facts, things that we can research and find out are factual, then I understand we can believe a fact. But if I were to go back and read what some people say that refutes the Bible being real, I'm still taking what somebody says.
So
what is factual.
No, what she said was that the Bible as you know it is not the original text of the Bible. Right? And I think everyone can agree that that's true, because the Bible has been translated.
Original text from?
Hold on.
It doesn't exist. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right. And she didn't ask you to change your faith. She didn't ask you to believe anything different. She just stated a fact.
Something was wrong with the Western. She said the Western.
Correct, because
Christianity was flawed or wrong.
Well, because if you read this, for example, if you actually look up the Schofield Bible, right? It was written in a specific way to prioritize a particular group of people. And literally, if you read it, you will see that. If you look up, so like you could just literally do hold on, let me just see. So here's what I love. So if you just Google, what are the differences between the King James Version of the Bible and the Schofield Reference Bible, right? And then there are all different types of notes and differences, and you can put them beside each other, and you can see what is the added framework that the Schofield Bible puts in, and all, like, you can literally do this with all of them and compare them. It's one of my, so like I used to own what was called a parallel Bible, and it would put a couple of different versions in the same book, and you would be able to see how they differ and some things that people don't think about. So just like in today's language, right, James, if you and I were talking and I would be like, damn, he is bad. Or if I said he's bad, he is bad. Or if I was like, he's bad, right? That same word is expressed in different ways, right? And it has different meanings, various meanings. And the same thing applies to all other languages, right? There are some words that there's no direct translation for, right? So like if Abu Saraj was here or a money was in here, they would be able to say to you, there's not an exact word for me to change this to in English for you to get the full effect of whatever the real meaning of that word is in Arabic, right? And so I think it's really important that no one is saying to you, at least I am not. Let me just be clear about this. I do not argue with people if what they believe is real or not real, because it's none of my business. The only time I care about your faith is if that faith is then weaponized, put into law, or used to impact my rights. I don't care about your faith. Believe whatever you want to be. I'm not going to argue with you about if God is real or if God's not real. I'm not arguing with you about did Jesus really turn fish and bread into and feed. I'm not doing any of that. The only thing that I talk about is if you consider yourself to be a Christian, right? Then to be a Christian is to be Christ-like, right? And so then I look at, well, what did Jesus say that he said, that people should exemplify, and how should people show up and live and exist? And then those are the things that I'm going to judge you by, right? Not anything else.
Well, one of the things I argue with people who suggest that white America gave me Christianity or gave me the Bible. I'm an AME, African American Episcopalian. I just believe that God opens my eyes, or open people's eyes to things that they're denied the light to. So had the way that we were forced or given Christianity through white slave makers doesn't change the fact that I believe in Christianity. I believe in a supreme being. I believe there had to be a God, and I believe in Jesus. And so I have to stand on that by faith. I can't let everybody who passes me by, and I'm not saying you do, I can't let every person who believes that they don't believe in the way I obtained my Christianity to sway my faith.
But so I don't think that she's asking you that. I don't think that she was asking you that, right? I think that somebody can say that from a historically accurate perspective, okay, this is just historically accurate, okay? That's not saying that you can't have faith to believe whatever you believe. Those two things can be true. She can absolutely say, historically speaking, this is that, right? So like if you just look, there's like a whole breakdown, and this is why. So I would 100% invite you to come back tonight when Rev Carla and I do our live tonight, because it is it's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and where we are specifically going to talk about the weaponization of religion, specifically Christianity, and the impact on our social and political spaces. So I would recommend everybody come back for that. But to give you an idea, right? The Western Protestant Bible has 66 books. The Catholic Bible has 73 books. The Ethiopian Bible has 81 books. Like, it is just a fact that not all Bibles are the same. Not all Bibles have the same information. And all of them were translated at some point in time by someone. And many of the times it was translated with a particular objective in mind.
That's why they're missing books. The Gospel of Mary.
Because people understand one of the easiest ways to manipulate and control people is through their faith. Because faith is one of the 5 core values that we have.
So, and let me just speak for myself real quick, Mr. James. When you say you have to go just by faith, according to the book that you study, and I put up there 2 Timothy 2:15, study, to show yourself approved.
Yep.
Meaning that you must know the word for yourself. This is not a book that requires only faith, because faith without work or substance is nothing. When we are children, we think as children. When we are adults, we think and do as adults. This is not a challenge to your core beliefs, but it's a challenge to your mind to understand what those core beliefs are and to operate in them with a true understanding of who you are and your purpose. And all of us are on our own spiritual journey. None of us particularly here are God. And I don't take anything from your scriptures or from the things that you value. It's not a challenge to you personally. And if you felt that in hearing it, there may be something happening in your own subconscious that you need to delve deeper into your readings and spend more time with your scriptures so that you can get a greater and deeper understanding of what it is that you are espousing.
Why would you assume that I have a lack of understanding? I didn't say anything up here about having a lack of understanding.
I didn't say a lack of understanding. Because even in our understanding, we always have room for greater understanding. There's something happening within you because I did not attack you and I did not attack anyone's faith. In particular, I did not.
So
I said I studied the religion, and if you study your own religion and you understand it, then you will understand that even the answer of I just have to go by faith is insufficient to the scriptures that you profess to believe in. That's all.
Ma'am, you suggested that the Christian faith in Western civilization was wrong.
No, she never used the word wrong. So tell you that.
What word did she use then?
So listen, when she talks about, and this is so remember, James, in this space, one of the things that I always say is that if you hear something from someone and your immediate response is to be defensive, right? If you're immediately, kind of triggered by something that someone's saying, that's an opportunity for you to explore. Why are you having that reaction? Because she's specifically saying to you, I'm not challenging your religion or your faith. I'm saying to study and show thyself approved, to study the thing that you say guides you, right? So that you know for yourself, so that you are certain, so that you know what they say, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, right? And so the thing is the Bible doesn't just say, Mila got me some, thanks, Michigan. The Bible doesn't say study only the Bible. The Bible doesn't say study only the King James Bible. The Bible says study to show thyself approved. And so I think one of the most valuable things that people can do is to read contradictory texts, right, that challenge what you believe, because then you have to work out your faith for yourself and you come out on the other side of it completely solid in who you are and what you believe. And now you are approved. Now you are not double-minded. Now, no matter what someone says, you can consider other information, but you know what you believe and why you believe it. Does that make sense?
It does up until the point, though, it also tells me to protect my eyes and my ear gates because I don't want information to confuse me. So I do have to question whether or not I even entertain information that might somehow affect me.
The information doesn't do that. The information doesn't do that. So you're operating now from a place of fear, right? And the reality is that if
protect my eyes and my ears.
No, where? Tell me where. This is where you have discernment. This is where you have. So as a Christian, let me just ask you this. So as a Christian, you believe that Jesus rose from the dead and he ascended into heaven, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. As a Christian, do you believe that when he ascended into heaven, he said, I'm leaving with you the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Okay. And the Holy Spirit's purpose is to what? To give us guidance and discernment, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have God in you, right? If you have the Holy Spirit in you for that discernment, then whatever you hear, you have within you the ability to discern truth from not. Right?
Right.
Okay. So if you're relying on your mind to protect you, it doesn't. You have what you need in you to discern truth from not truth. It's already there. And a challenge to what you believe is not an attack. It's an opportunity. If someone is challenging your faith, right? That's not an attack. That's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to dig in and to get clearer and to get solid and to get whatever it is that you need to be rooted and grounded. Right? So instead of looking at it as an attack, look at it as an opportunity. Okay. So she's saying something about different types of Bibles. Let me go check them out. Let me go see what is out there. What does it say? How does that sit in my spirit? And then you take what resonates and you leave what doesn't. And hopefully you do that in your entire journey. You know? So before I come back to anybody else on the panel, James, hang tight. I want to make sure that I get K. Dot in. What's up, K. Dot?
What's up, Dani? I came up when the conversation was more focused around political things. As an atheist, I don't know if this is the conversation.
Oh, it sure is. I'm down for this all day.
Yeah, I don't know. I see it, like I said, I find it all to be indoctrination and I just don't like I heard the one lady say, if you don't have full understanding, dive deeper into it. And that just sounds like indoctrination to me, because every time I've ever seen a religious figure take hold of society with the, so-called pass of having the deepest understanding of that religion at the time, it's never worked out for everybody. Worked out for some. It's just always been like this great thing for the privileged few, and everyone else had to live this life of suffering. And that if you kept looking up, it'll be okay someday. So I don't, it's just my opinion. I don't know.
Nope, I hear you. And so here's what I would say, and this is why I make the distinction. I make a distinction between your personal faith and man-made religion. Man-made religion, historically speaking, has been used to manipulate people and to control the masses, or to have them live in fear, or to colonize, right? For greed, for power, for whatever. Religion has been used for those things, right? I think faith is something different. And so sometimes for some people, it's easiest to align that faith with a particular religion because that's just what they were taught, or that's what they were raised in, or what have you. But for me, the two are separate. For me, spirituality / faith is not the same thing as religion, right? And not everybody feels the need to have, quote unquote, faith or a belief in something greater than themselves. I do. Like I personally believe in something greater than myself. When I say I follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, those teachings exist in the Quran. They exist in like pagan stuff. They exist in they just exist everywhere. They exist across the board. Which it boils down to, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Just simply give what you want to receive, and vice versa. And so those teachings, to me, are universal.
It's found in all the texts.
Yep, Tundra, hoodoo, all of it. Yep.
Yes, it absolutely is. And in today's society, people like to throw around the word karma.
Yes.
But they don't understand with karma, they thinking as if it's just something that comes around to you. But we all understand it in every culture, is that the seeds that we plant today, we will have to eat from the trees that they grow into. And if we don't get to eat them, then our children will, or someone else will. It's just like when we were younger, I don't know if you guys know, my mother used to say stuff like, you have to sleep in the bed that you made. So, and then in understanding that, when you talk about the oldest religions, there was also this word called dharma, which means you have a duty and a responsibility to act with care, to protect those who can't be protected, to be mindful of your words and your thoughts. I try to choose my words very carefully because I do not mean to offend you. And I do not mean to have anyone question whether they should believe. I want you to know that I may not practice the same way as others, but I have a strong belief in my God. I have a very strong spiritual belief. And I have a greater understanding because I'm open to learning and understanding more. And I think what happens is a lot of people go to church and they hear certain scriptures being read out of context and they don't understand. And when you have to protect your eyes and ears, it is a directive given to you to not be swayed to the left or to the right. It's for you to be mindful of what you actually entertain in your life. Not that you hear someone say something and you question and delve into it, but that you sit in the place of people who are drunkards, that you sit in the place of people who are revilers, that you stay and you entertain prostitutes, that this will have more to do with your character and your deliverance and your faith than hearing someone question something that you believe in.
And so, and let me just say this. So when I hear you say that, and this is the things that are different. So like I was born neck deep in church, right? Like literally, y'all, 6 days a week we was up in that camp, 5 minimum, like real talk. Okay. The thing is for me, so like the talk around the oldest what do we call it? The oldest what do we call it? The oldest job in the world. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, what women have? She just mentioned the word. I'm not gonna do it because of TikTok. The oldest profession in the world, exactly. So let me just say this: I no longer subscribe to the idea that because that is a concept that is used to shame women. That is a concept that is used that comes from the patriarchy. It just does, and this idea that men can soil their royal oats and women are promiscuous or they are whatever, or they are somehow, no, how come it's the woman, but it's not the man participating in it with the woman, right? And so for me, this is another one of those things that deconstruction for me has led me to this place with sex work is work. And I don't condemn anybody for how they work. As long as your work is between consenting adults and adults that are of age and all of that, listen, we listen and we don't judge. Matter of fact, I don't even got to listen. I just don't judge.
I'm 100 with you there, but I'm speaking to James particularly under his faith.
Yeah.
And that's why I mentioned that, because in his faith, that's what this is. So in his faith, and I put it there, Proverbs 20-27 is giving him direction on how to manage his life, on how he's supposed to conduct himself. Now, his faith, you don't apply to someone else because that may not be their faith. And so
right.
So the context in which I speak is delivered to the audience that's supposed to receive it. But that doesn't go for me.
Right.
And if you are a married person and you choose to do that, you know that you put your own house in jeopardy no matter what faith you have or whatsoever, unless you choose to have an open relationship, which again, is not my business. Because as long as that relationship does not involve me, I don't concern myself with those things.
100%.
But that's what I've arrived to. But that means you have to get to a point where you understand that religion is a tool and that it is not the ending of something. But that's not the case for everyone. And I do understand that everyone is at a different stage of development on their spiritual journey.
In their journey.
So I tried to give respect there. And I gave that to James in particular because I see that he's somewhere in the middle of his journey.
Yeah.
He has it in his heart. And he believes it. And I want you to know I'm not challenging it. But when you read the scripture and you just don't read 2 parts of a verse or 1 part of a verse, when you read 4:20 and it says, "My son, attend to my words, pay heed to my sayings. Do not let them slip from your sight. Keep them fixed in your mind." It is giving you particular direction for yourself. It's not giving direction for everyone else. Right. It's telling you how to conduct yourself in your life. And in that life, the reason it's giving that direction is because you are going to be tempted and challenged, because you are going to receive other information. And in receiving that other information, it goes on, and this is in Proverbs, this is what you would call the Old Testament. And the other scriptures in Psalms, which again is in your Old Testament. But in your new scriptures, all the way near the end in 2 Timothy, where it tells you to study, you have to study so that you know, so that when you think on these words, you not only understand what the words themselves mean, but in which context they were delivered, so that you can practice that and apply that to your personal life, being that light in a dark place.
100%. And hold on, let me just do this real quick. I want to get to everybody else that's on the panel as well. I appreciate everybody for holding on in here. I also want to say this. K-Dot, even as an atheist, this conversation is so critically important from a political perspective, because there are so many people where their faith, specifically Christianity in the United States of America, plays a significant role in how they look at policy and how they look at politicians and how they look at political parties. And so understanding the intersectionality of it and that it all does come together, and how we have to be able to have these conversations in a way that gets everybody on the same page, because it matters. It matters that there's a whole daggone trad wife movement trying to get women to give up their right to vote. Like, oh my God, But these are all the things, right, A-Money? I can't either. I'm excited about tonight with Rev Carla. So, yeah, she said we got lessons today. We have gotten lessons today, and I love it. So really quickly, what I'm going to do is I want to give Kate a chance, then ST, then Verdu, and then I'll come back to you, James. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. I don't necessarily always. ST got some pink background noise.
Yep, I'm going to go ahead.
Playing with pressure washers or something. I don't. Yeah, so it's the one thing that's always gets under my skin about the religion being tied to our politics is because it tries to take hold and influence even the current administration. These people want to remove certain groups of individuals who express their love for other individuals. And even though we're supposed to have freedom of expression and pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness in this country, and it's their religion that drives that I don't hatred. It has hatred in my eyes, and it definitely needs to be untied and unbound from the political movement. But then I don't think it necessarily. So having someone, the conflict for me is now we're talking about, yes, you can have it in your personal home, but then I see what it does to children when children don't fit the mold, because people have these religious beliefs that when these, and kids start to express themselves or become their individual that they are, this belief then turns into abuse. I'm more of one to say abolish religion, and I know that's not going to sit well with a lot of people because it's just this thing we've been tied to for so long and so many different civilizations that it's never been the reason we've prospered. And you can't prove it. It's just never. You've had to put in the work. You had to build the buildings. You had to develop the medicine, and then when you did it, you saved a bunch of people. You looked up and you said, "Thank you, God." But God didn't read them books for you. God didn't mix it and sacrifice and do all. It's just, you know what I mean? Like you can't. So it's just like I don't get it. I don't get why we have it so tied to our society still, because he's never showed up, and that's a different conversation. I'll land there. Like I said, it definitely politics. It needs to stop trying to influence the way individuals live their life. But my contradiction is I believe people should be able to personally believe in what they want. But again, it still destroys families. It still causes so much separation and trauma in so many different ways that it still needs to be, in my opinion, just let go.
So let me say this. It can do all those things. It doesn't always do those things. And that's the thing that I think is incredibly important.
But it will do those things.
It can do those things in terms of families, in terms of causing harm, and in terms of causing abuse. It can. But also harm and abuse comes in other homes that don't have religion. It's not the religion that is the issue. It is the practice of said religion by said people. Right? So I can point to homes with and without religion that have child abuse and have trauma and have all of those things. Right. And so I think and so I think it's easy to say, oh, religion is bad. What I would say is that the way that much of mankind has chosen to use religion has been bad. But just like all things, it doesn't have to be, right? I could talk about, I think always when we get on these types of conversations, I think about historically speaking, when the radio first came out and the old generation was like, that radio is the devil. Then it was the TV, and when you could see Elvis gyrating his hips, and the TV was the devil. And now all of a sudden it's the internet. And then it's not just the internet, it's the damn social media apps. And the common thread between all of that is human beings. It is up to us and what we do with the tools that we have been given, right? It is literally how we choose. We are the vessel that uses all of these different things. And so I think that's the, I'm reminding me of the Waterboy mom. I'm just saying, Nancy G. It's that historically speaking, that's what people have said. And so I think that it's important to put the blame where the blame lies. And that's with us. It's with us. How are we using these things? And for what reason and for what purpose? And so I think everyone should be able to believe in practice. And the only time I'm interested in what you believe in practice. Is if what you believe in practice is being weaponized and utilized to infringe upon my rights as a human being. Because then we got a problem.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
I want to bring attention to the 1,500 churches that were invited to go to Israel this year. Let's not forget that these churches are being propagandized and being influenced by Zionism.
100%.
Because they're not there to teach the Bible. They're there to tell them how to use their Bible, how to interject untrue statements in their sermons, because their sermons are also important. When you hear your preacher tell you we should not do this and we have to protect Israel because Israel is better than us, that's a big warning that you have a Zionist church and that they have been bought by the Zionist AIPAC or Israel or what other organization has done it. This is wrong on too many levels, my brothers and sisters. We need to understand who the enemy is here. It's not the Bible. It's the people who rewrite the Bible. It's the people who influence the Bible. It's the people who purchase your clergy to preach something that's not true in the Bible. And this is what concerns me. And this is a big red flag, a caution sign. Everybody needs to understand. There's also something else. It was brought to my attention by a fellow Palestinian American who has a list of all these churches who have a goal to send money to is not real.
Yeah.
Why aren't we having a goal to feed the hungry, to help the homeless? I know that some of them do, but why is that on the list? This is also problematic. That this country is getting billions from us to have free education, free health care, free college, free almost everything, and free. When you have a child, you get $10,000 and a savings account when the child's born. I would like that for my grandkids.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you all? And this is the issue. Wake up, America. Smell the coffee. These people don't give a shit about us. We need to expose this facts. This is not my facts. This is the reality that we're living in. And this is wrong on too many levels. Thank you for letting me say that.
Yeah, you're welcome, AJ. So for the person who asked, yes, this is a Phoenix. So as you all know, my subscribers call themselves the Danikins, and it's the Dannies because we cans, Danikins. And so in addition to Project for the People stuff, we have this shirt that has the Phoenix and then the other one that has the Tree of Life on it. And they're in there too. But so no, agreed. And then real quick, if I could ask if somebody could do a quick mod announcement, I'm going to top off my water so we can dig back in. You ordered the Phoenix one. So no, agreed. And I want to talk. And so this is what for those of y'all who do not know, tonight, when Rev Carla is with me, we are going to, so let me ask you this question. How many of you all have never seen the documentary, Bad Faith? Put a 1 in the chat if you've never seen the documentary Bad Faith. So good. Okay. So subscribers, we watched it together. I think in 2025, we'll probably do another viewing again, but she and I are going to talk about part of that tonight. And that Bad Faith, it's going to show you, I believe it's on Prime and some other stuff, April Showers. But Bad Faith is huge. It will show you, and we're going to talk about it tonight. This is like Rev Carla's, like one of her specialties and favorite times. Yeah, if you can and you have time to watch it before 7:00 tonight, watch it before tonight. She's going to talk about it, but it's going to show you a clear, intentional weaponization of Christianity in our politics, specifically the Republican Party, beginning in the 70s, but not in response to Roe v. Wade, in response to civil rights. It was in response to the civil rights movement, and it's free on Tubi. Thanks, Phoenix. And so it's really, really important. I'm at 7 p.m. tonight with Rev Carla, and wait until you see it. Wait until you see, and we're going to talk about it tonight. And I love this conversation, because what I want people to be able to understand is that you do not have to agree with someone else's choices in this life. Their choices do not have to align with your personal values and belief systems. That does not mean that you get to limit their freedoms and their rights because they don't align with yours. That is literally the opposite of what we are supposed to be. And we understood that at one point in time, right? So this is why it's ridiculously important. Oh, House, we can talk about it, but yes, it was. So I'm gonna let A Money give me a mod live, and then House, if you want to request up to this panel when I come back, we can chat. I'll be right back. Thank you, guys. Thanks, A Money.
W Dani. Hi guys, it's your girl A Money. So y'all know what to do. I know she had to restart earlier. I heard from the chat. So we're at 127 taps. If you can get those taps up to 200K, there's about 434 people in the room. So if y'all double tap real quick till the power bar is filled up, we should get there in no time. Shares at 162. If there's 400 of us in here, if y'all shared it just one time, that'll pull us over 400. So come on, y'all. Let's get to sharing and tapping. Now, if you haven't already... Hello, sorry, got a phone call. If y'all haven't already joined Dani's team, there's an orange heart right by her name all the way at the top. You go up there, you click it, you press the orange heart, then you click it again so you can claim the points, so you can be counted as part of her team. There's also a new feature TikTok pushed out, and it's post a highlight. It's also at the top where the orange heart is. You just click it, you scroll down, you'll see post a highlight. You can post her highlight. That would also boost her as well. And also, there's a repost button and a share button to your stories. If it's possible, do it. That'll also boost her up. I know there was like a restriction earlier that happened. We don't want that to happen again. Also, she actually has the event register on her bio. So if you just go into her profile at the top, it says live at 7 p.m. If you click it, press the register button, it'll also help boost that as well. And we're excited about tonight. So what's the name of the show again? I think it's a documentary called Bad Faith. I believe that's what she said.
Yep.
But yeah. What?
I said, yep, it's called Bad Faith.
And ain't no way she yelling from across the room too.
Yes, girl. I'm back. I was coming around the corner.
Bad Faith. So yeah, guys, there's 950 members on her team. Let's get like another 85 partners. Let's get to that 1K member. We got this, y'all. Come on.
Appreciate you.
Project for the People. Yes, my girl Dani, I think, has been working on it for about 2 months now. And she's been putting in that work, y'all. She's 3?
3.
Time is flying. It was a thought.
It was a thought.
There's also in her link tree about Project for the People. I suggest you get familiar with it. And she's been doing the work, man. She's just trying to change everybody one by one.
We're going to do it. Even in crazy ass battles. Whatever, man. That life. Whatever, man. Salam alaikum. Whatever, man. Okay, so real quick, appreciate you, A Money. So real quick, what I want to do is I'm going to give you just a 2-second kind of overview as to, yes, Michigan Mountaineer. Yes, I will. Okay, so listen. So Project for the People was literally a thought, and it came about because I would be on TikTok and I would be on social media with you guys, and we'd be talking about all of the, for lack of a better word, fuckery that's happening in this country and around the world. And people would always be asking, what can we do about it? What can we do about it? What can we do about it? 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Renee. And so what I found is that there wasn't an answer. I didn't see a plan coming from the Democratic Party. I didn't see a plan coming from progressives or liberals. And so I put together a plan of my own. It's literally called Project for the People. And it is combined of 3 things. Okay. Number 1 is going to be getting serious about winning elections. And when I say winning elections, I mean for what I consider to be progressive populism. What does that mean? I'm a progressive, which means I am for policies that take us forward and are inclusive and are helping for all people. The populist part means that I believe that policy should benefit working class people. and that we should have as much dignity as billionaires, and corporations are not more important than people, and all of that, right? So that's what it means. And so when I say get serious about winning elections, it's for people like that who believe and feel the same way, okay? What that means is, to be quite frank, foreign policy sucks in this country. From a Republican Party standpoint and a Democratic Party standpoint, both of those parties are horrible when it comes to foreign policy, especially for the global South, right? So I have to put that, and that's like the secondary thing that's going to be impacted as a result, because domestically, they are not the same thing, right? Domestically, the Democratic Party tends to have policy that is better for people than the Republican Party. Not perfect, but better policy. Okay. So when I think about that, that means we have to continue primarying, just like Mamdani's 3 people did last night, the establishment Democrats, right? And putting people in office who are interested in doing the work for the people. So getting serious about winning elections means looking at it from like a real tangible movement. So I'll share with you what I did. So I looked over, there were 12 states in the United States of America that had margins of 10% or less in the 2024 election. Okay. So what I did was I looked at the election data for all 12 of those states. Kate, I don't even know if you've seen this or not. But I looked at the election data for all 12 of those states. And then I looked at every single county in every single state, every single one of those states, to find the counties within those states that also had margins of 10% or less. And then I looked to see if they were showing up the majority of the last 5 years worth of elections. And I put it all in a Google sheet, right? And so once I found the counties that kept showing up, then I identified them. So like these are Wisconsin's, these are Michigan's. Belle, can you open the door for your mom, I think? And so this is the way that it works. So once I identified those, so in Michigan, it comes down to 16 counties. Then I wanted to see which congressional districts they have in common, what number of people voted third party, and then what number of people were registered voters that did not vote. And then you get a plan on where to go. So this is what it looks like in Michigan. So in Michigan, out of these 16 counties, right, there was an 80,000 vote deficit in the 2024 election. In these 16 counties, 47,000 people voted third party. That's 59% of this number, right? And 1.1 million people didn't even vote at all, even though they were registered to vote. So in Michigan, this tells people in Michigan who are running where to go to have the greatest impact with the lowest hanging fruit. You do the same thing in their House district. This is normally a safe district that's 60-40, but with just 4 counties, you can cut that deficit by 53%. So that is one part of the work, okay? It's getting, hold on a second, recreation. This is about community. So here's what I believe, and you can call me whatever you think. I don't really care. I believe that most people at our core desire the same things. I think most of us want children to eat. I think most of us want us to have good, solid education that competes with the entire world, even if the education is hard, even if it is tough to learn about yourself or to learn about your country, even if it's uncomfortable. We want that so that we don't repeat past mistakes and so that we can become truly great, right? Most of us feel that way. So what we have to do is we have to start having conversations that build community and build connection, okay? So what I wanted to do was give people resources on how to talk about those things. And when I think about the things that impact people the most, those things are healthcare, education, housing, and economic mobility. So I created a Google Drive that has resources for you to be able to share. So somebody somewhere, give me a state and a congressional district. Anybody, give me a state and a congressional district in the chat, anywhere.
Atlanta?
Girl, what can, Ohio 4. You tried, girl. That was a city. Ohio 4.
I was going to say Brooklyn, but you shut me down yesterday.
Girl, because I need a congressional district. Okay, so let me show y'all. Okay, so let me show you what it looks like. Okay, so watch. I'm going to turn you guys around real quick. And then I promise we're going to go back to discussion. But if I go here and I go to Ohio 4, I did this for every single state in the country. and I did it in English, and I did it in Spanish, right? So if I go here and I look, I can show people in Ohio that in Ohio District 4, 24,000 children and adults are going to lose their Medicaid because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. That's due to a reduction in federal funding. I can also show you in that same district, 18,000 people are going to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits because of the same thing. I can also show you because of those premium tax subsidies that expired, right? That's 25,000 people that will also become uninsured. Then I can go over here back to the state, and I can go down and I can grab statewide graphics. I can show you in Spanish or in English. See down here, that Spanish. I can show you what the poverty level looks like in the state of Ohio, in the quote unquote richest nation in the world. In Ohio, 1.5 million people are below the federal poverty line. These are the things that we should be talking to each other about. These are the things that actually matter. Here's your voter registration deadlines. You see that? So listen, what we do is we have days and weekends of actions where we get together. We role play. See tonight, Darnell. We role play. We have conversations. We get out into our communities. We go to flea markets, farmers markets, public libraries, anywhere. We invite people to have, brunch and mimosas, and we go over this information. We print these out, these flyers. We distribute them via text. We put them out on our social media channels, because if we can build connection with each other, even if we don't agree, we are less likely to vote for something that's going to hurt each other. Yeah. And when we do that, go ahead, A-Money.
Not that correct, but I also think she don't have 3 states. She filled up all the states but 3, right?
Oh, you mean where we actually have people at?
Yeah.
No, we have 48 states. So in 3 months, we have people in 48 states and 497 counties. There's only 3,100 counties in the whole country. And we are in almost 500 of them already, right? But the reality is, guys, to get people to vote in a way that works for our best interest, for working class people, okay? Because then we can get government accountability. And in 2 years, we can make some shit happening, okay? Yeah, no worries, Rhonda. Cool. So that is Project for the People. So if you want more information, you can do it one or 2 ways. You can go to my link tree, and the very first link is how you register, or you can go to makingamericatruly.great.com and you can join from there. But those are the ways that you can get access to the information. I'm going to only ask you to do 2 things. Don't give anybody access to this drive unless they register, because we have a map, and the map is really powerful when you see people on the map, because they're all over the place and it looks really great. And that's how we have power. And there's more to it. We meet every other Thursday and some other shit, but that's it in a nutshell. You got it? So I think that is, Darnell had to go, but he's coming back tonight. So Michigan Mountaineer, if you look in the Google Drive, there is access, and let me show you where it is real quick. So if you go to Project for the People, overview on participant info, and you click this spreadsheet, that's got everybody that's a participant, so you can go down to Michigan and connect with them there. Okay. So that's the other thing, is there's a database so that you all can connect together, work together, and organize in your state, in your area, in your community for change. That's the whole idea. Okay. And people just drop like flies, but this is part of the issue, right? Everybody talks about we want change, but change ain't always fun. This part of it ain't always sexy. This is the fucking hard work that has to get done in order for us to create the country that we need. There's also a document in this drive that it's a sources document. Every stat, every statistic, every piece of information that is on a graphic, the source for it is listed on there. So it's not just take my fucking word for it. It's here's the source document so you can verify what I'm telling you. Got it, folks? If there are questions about Project for the People, please throw a heart in the chat and I will answer your questions. Great. I love that, Candy Kiss. I love that. So if you have a question, please let me know. All right. All right. So folks, when I bring you up to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. That would be fantastic and amazing. And then, well, those people already left. Praise him. I love it when it takes care of itself and I don't got to worry about it. Oh, thanks, Jesse. I appreciate that. What's up, Phantom? Appreciate that. 100%. Beats from the Empire City. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, I'm here. Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I was another tab. I was like, wait, what? Accepted? Okay. Yeah, I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, Michigan Mountaineer. It's in my bio, and if you're talking about for Project for the People, all you have to do is go to makingamericatruly.great.com. I'm good. Thanks for joining. What would you like to say?
Well, I think we all saw what happened yesterday. It was like refreshing. I'm enjoying the crash outs on X. Seeing the folks are having a nervous breakdown, but yeah, I saw this clip, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you already saw it by now, of Joe Scarborough, and he was kind of going on a rant on his show. I guess it was this morning, and what he brought up was true. Is that, and this was my issue, which was probably like almost 2 years ago now, with the Harris campaign at the time, was that when the G side was already a year into happening, that folks like Biden and Harris and company were not bringing it up. We're not talking about it. We're not acknowledging that something like that was happening, and how that was pulling a lot of voters away from supporting them. And now you're seeing the pendulum swing back towards the progressives with all of these wins, especially the big one, which was with Dan Goldman and Brad Landner, right? So, yeah, it's kind of refreshing now to see, and even you brought it up a few minutes ago. I was listening to you, and you were talking about how you started your, I forgot what it's called, the thing you started.
Project for the People?
Yeah, and you were saying how, that's kind of the issue with Democrats when it comes to foreign policy, is that they kind of go lockstep with Republicans on a lot of these issues, and that kind of tends to keep voters away. Like when you were showing the numbers.
Well, I didn't say that part, but go ahead.
But you know what I'm saying? Like when you were looking at the chart, for example, you saw how many people were not voting. Not only were not voting, but then you saw the large percentage of people who were voting third party. So the majority are not interested in this two-party system, right? A lot of people have checked out.
So the only thing that I will say about that is number one, we don't have a two-party system. We have so many damn parties, it's ridiculous. The very first third party in this country was created in 1828. We have had a third party, at least one third party, for 198 years in this country. I need for people to really understand that. And if third parties were the solution, we would have fucking figured it out by now. The number of parties that,
No, I was saying, go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the number of parties is not the problem, it's the people. The people in this country got lazy. After we did the civil rights movement and obtained some rights and changes in laws for women and for people of color, people just sat back, and we put democracy in a crock pot, and we thought that shit was going to cook and everything was going to be just fine. And instead, 50 years later, it has burnt to a damn crisp, and it is all stuck to the side of the pot, and people are wondering what the hell happened. It's because we stopped stirring the pot, we stopped tending to it, we stopped doing it. We just let it run. That's the reason why age limits aren't the issue. Vote people's old ass out if you don't want them in. Period.
Okay, fair enough. But isn't this is the pushback I have with this argument, right? Because this is why so many people, at least over the years, I've seen checked out, and the chart you were showing kind of alluded to that, right? Isn't it safe to say that when you look at Nancy Pelosi, you look at Hakeem Jeffries, look at Chuck Schumer, all of these guys are in Congress. My biggest gripe with Democrats is that they've always practiced what I called incremental change, right? Or incremental breadcrumbs. They'll give you just enough, right? You want health care? Okay, just enough. You want to stop the wars? maybe we'll stop for a little bit, but then we're right back to it again. So that's why I think a lot of people check out. You're not wrong. It's like, hey, listen, vote these people out. But the reason so many people are so delusional is that oh, I'm sorry, I gotta run, guys. Sorry.
No worries.
Apologies. Gotta go.
So let me just be clear about
I'm in the middle of a conversation.
right. So just to add something, I want us to stop talking about Democrats and Republicans practicing incremental anything. I want you all to understand something. The United States government has never done anything for its people, period, without being demanded. We didn't get the fucking 13th Amendment. We didn't get the Civil Rights Act. We didn't get fair housing. We didn't get women voting. We didn't get shit, regardless of who was in charge, if the people did not demand it. Stop looking for these people to want to do whatever it is you want them to do. I keep saying this, power concedes nothing without demand. I said this, and I'm going to say it again for anybody that doesn't know. How many of you all, and if you've heard it from me in the last week or two, you don't get to say that you know, but if you do not know about the Corwin Amendment to the Constitution, put a 1 in the chat. If you are not familiar with the Corwin Amendment, please put a 1 in the chat. Wow, there's a lot of you. All right, so I'll share this with you. The Corwin Amendment happened as a result of the southern states in the United States of America seceding from the Union. And what happened is after those southern states, the Confederate states, seceded from the Union because they wanted the states' rights to own enslaved Black and brown people, right? That was the reason for secession. Corwin, who was a representative out of Ohio, was tasked with putting together an amendment to appease the South because the Union did not want to fracture the country, right? And so he put together this amendment. And by the way, the outgoing president and the incoming president, which would be Lincoln, they both were good with this agreement. And here's what the agreement said. The agreement said that the Confederate states in the South could keep their enslaved Black and brown people. They could keep them, and the federal government would in no way, shape, or form interfere ever. It's just that new states could not own slaves. And the only reason that did not, because it passed Congress, by the way, it passed the House and it passed the Senate, and it was ratified by 4 states. The only reason it was cut short and was not added to the Constitution is because the Civil War kicked off at Fort Sumter in Charleston, South Carolina. So I want you all to understand, nobody really was like, yay, let's free all the Black and brown people because they deserve it. No, it was, how the fuck do we keep this country together? How do we make that happen? That was the goal.
It's called the prison system.
So, Cal, let me finish, please. Okay? Just so that everyone is clear. And it also matters about the Reconstruction Acts after that. It matters that the southern states were required to write new constitutions. It matters that not only did they have to make new constitutions, but they had to sign an oath book. And then there was a qualified return of registered voters that occurred that was overseen by the military. It matters that Congress had to send the military to the southern states, to the Confederate states, and force them to ratify the 13th and 14th Amendments in order for them to regain admission to the Union. It matters. And this is why I don't want to hear a single thing about a Republican or Democrats. I don't. I don't give a shit which party was on what side of ideology at one particular point in time. I am not interested in Democrats being the savior party, Republicans being the savior party, no more than I'm interested in white saviors. I'm not interested in any of that. The reality is that it has always been the elites in this country. It has always been the rich in this country. Just so that we are clear. And they have never given a damn.
Not to cut you off, but can I throw something in there?
No, give me 1 second, SoCal. Hold on 1 minute. Yes, Proverbs. It literally says it would have permanently protected slavery. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what it says, Proverbs. That's exactly what it says. Eye-opening, isn't it? So listen, folks, this is about, right, this is about stopping this whole thing of romanticizing the history of this country. I'm not going to romanticize the country. I don't like the United States government. I do, however, have a tremendous amount of hope for the people that are here, because at our core, underneath the misinformation, the disinformation, the trauma, the fear, right? The anger, underneath all of that is pretty much the same desires. We just have to get to them. And we do that by having conversations that are meaningful with each other and that build connection.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Should I have been trying to ask one?
So taxes were not the issue. They wanted those 7 states to pay taxes on their profit of slavery.
Well, they got
the issue.
They got reparations for losing their enslaved persons.
Are we also going to throw out there, though, that back then it wasn't just black and brown slaves, that there was white, Asian, and Mexican slaves?
No, because they weren't. So, Cal, that's not accurate.
If you were a criminal, you were thrown into slave work.
No, so
Europe had slavery.
No.
Korea had 1,500 years of slavery.
So, Cal.
What's crazy?
So, Cal.
No, wait, what's crazy?
That's not accurate. And listen, you're not going to talk over me to make your point. You're not going to talk over me. You ask a question and I'm going to address the thing that you're saying, and you're going to either be respectful or not be. You're going to not talk over me. This is not your space. And you know that. You know that. So either be respectful. You're not going to run the space. It's not yours. This is not your space. This is not your space. Do not take yourself off mute.
Mom, your game is strong, so don't play with me and don't disrespect her. Thank you. Go ahead, Dad.
Appreciate you, Money. So listen, there's a difference between chattel slavery in the United States of America. There's a huge difference between chattel slavery in the United States of America, the enslavement of Money got you all day. I'm not even worried about you. And there's a difference between that and indentured servitude. There is a difference between that and imprisonment. There's a difference. And we are not going to conflate the two. It's not going to happen, not in this space.
He ran.
Yeah. Because your mute game is hella strong.
Period. First of all, I don't know if you caught what he said before we continue to mute him.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you talk about Islam? Like,
yeah. Listen, I can talk about that all day long. What I'm not going to do. Yeah, he was Islamophobic. And listen, and by the way, sir, as much as you might want me to be, I cannot be racist. Did y'all hear him? He was like, "You're just racist." No, I'm not.
You're just racist. Racist to who? Like,
yeah, no, Islam is not enslaving Christian Nigerians. You're fucking full of shit. Just so that you all know, Nigeria is 52% and 48% Christian and Islam.
Muslimics, all right?
Yeah, Muslimics. Right, I'm just saying. It is damn near 50-50. I don't care about no YouTube videos. I don't care what your videos are. I actually know Nigerians. Do you?
Probably not.
Do you? Don't make me call one right now on the fucking phone. Because I can.
You know, that's their new narrative, by the way, on TikTok. It's the Nigerian Christian. Like, they act like they care so much.
They've been saying that. And they ain't never gave a damn about Nigerians ever. No. And I just want to be clear. So listen, the country is half and half. And do you know what? People are not being targeted in Nigeria because of their religion. They are being targeted because shit is going on. And if you just happen to be some Christians that get raided, then that's what happens. And if you just happen to be Muslim, then that's just what happens. But the raids and the fighting that is taking place is not religious based. It's not. And that matters. It matters if the reason and the motivation between what happens to you, it matters if your religion is the cause of that thing, or if you just happen to be of a particular religion. Right? And I'm going to give you an example. Trigger warning ahead of time. Trigger warning ahead of time. If you have an active pew-pewer that heads up to a school, and the majority of the kids that are unalived are in the first grade, they were not targeted. They were not targeted because they were in the fucking first grade. They just happened to be first graders. You understand? Being in first grade or attending school is not why they were targeted. They just happened to attend school, or they just happened to be first graders. Y'all need to learn the difference between correlation and causation. Because you just look crazy out here spouting nonsense. And the absolute caucasity of white people to desire so much to be the victim, you have to act like you have ever been involved in chattel slavery in your life. And ain't. Nope. Christians, you are not the victims, especially not in the United States of America. No, you are not. And to state that is not racist, it's just being a fact. It's just a fact. Now, if you don't know the differences, if you don't know how to separate and make distinctions between prejudice, bigotry, and racism, I can help you with that. Because they are not the same things. So,
may I say they have a little bit too much Fox News influence, and because they know that this particular regime did a strike on Nigeria, the northern parts, against an Islamic group claiming that they were T. The reality is, when you are constantly sending people fire that haven't sent you any, who is the T? Who is the T?
Right.
It's as if no one, and it's not as if, it seems like very few of them have the ability to think critically. They don't question anything that they receive. They just regurgitate. It's as if everyone there has no more than a third grade education. They've all learned to read and never learned how to put that reading to use. It's disturbing. This nation we're in bad shape. A lot of them in these middle states and southern states didn't even learn the real history of what transpired here. And saying, I'm from New York, they touched on it, but they didn't delve deep, but they touched on it. In those states, they really do believe that slavery was like just being a prisoner that had to serve tea.
Right.
They just had long days and they didn't have the best bedding.
But that is thanks to the United Daughters of the Confederacy.
Yes,
the UDC.
And what's hilarious to me is that people get on these apps and they have discussions about party names. And I said, we don't need to have discussions about any parties. Just remember, it was the North and the South. And who's still flying rebel flags?
That's
the
it.
Same states.
The same states.
I don't care what party or what name you go by. You're still in the same place, the same location, the same states that are fighting for people who owned other people and thought it was their right. These lazy ass people that wanted people to work for them for free who use people until they would dry bone, people who work their entire lives, and the lie that somehow people who were enslaved were just let free. That's a lie. The reason slavery ended is because the people who were enslaved were kicking their ass and they were leaving in droves. They were leaving and they were offing them. And you know what you don't get in your history? They want you to believe that there was some benevolent 5 white people that set everyone free, as if that happened. You know, there's not enough of you right now to set yourselves free right now by yourselves. And that's why this VRA being struck down, that's why all the power being taken from it is a detriment to whom? To the Democratic Party. Why? Because you need the Black people. You need these people to show up for you to be free from the ignorance that has captured you in these deep red states, to be free from the religions that are keeping you from having the ability to have that pursuit of happiness. That is the reality. In this United States of America is so damn poor that people come here from places that we call third world countries with education that far exceeds people who graduate from high school or graduate with an associate's degree. People come over here already knowing calculus, where our children can barely count with their fingers. They come here and master your language in their language. And then people here argue with them, say, speak American, because you can't master the first language. I'm just, okay, I'll stop.
I disagree with that. And we so often say that Americans...
James, we lost you. Say
I'm a retired teacher.
Yeah, James, say it again, because we lost you for just a second.
I'm a retired teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm a retired teacher, and I disagree every time somebody says that. We're some of the most educated people around the country. Now, listen, there's segments of our population who are not educated, but we try to educate everybody. We got mandates in different states that people have to go to school. You can't just take your kid, have a kid, and stay home and not educate that kid. That's against the law. We'll put the parents in jail for doing that. Now, you can homeschool kids, but when people say we got kids, you know, we come up with some of the greatest ideas and implement some of the greatest inventions around the world. And so I just get a little upset when people try to suggest somehow that all of America is poorly educated. There may be segments and portions of us who are not getting it, but there are even poor people whose children come up and go to Harvard. Because
I challenge you.
Hold on.
Challenge you. I'm a school bus driver. Why were 5 of my kids out of 12 not able to read? Why were 5 kids out of 12?
Okay, hold on.
But AJ, you gotta let him finish.
You know, you didn't let me finish. You know, I sit here and I listen to everybody until I'm given an opportunity to talk, and this man jumps in.
Yeah, we got him. Go ahead. Finish, Jay.
I've worked in education for 31 years, and I'm a retired teacher. I've seen many poor kids who, in fact, inspired the greatness and got greatness. So therefore, I'm saying to you, I get push back when people try to suggest that our education system is poor. Like any other system, you need work. We need to do better. But there's only a segment of our population that is poorly educated, and some of that is because they chose not to take advantage. Now, I'm not saying that they're kids who we need to do better by, but I'm just saying that I just push back when people try to suggest we got people, they don't know calculus, they don't know algebra, they don't know. Some of these things are required.
Give me a second. I want to address something. So, James, if I could offer you something, one of the things that I notice is that, and I love the fact that you're curious and you will stay in conversation. One of the things that I notice, though, is that your immediate reaction when it is something that is personal to you, for example, Christianity or school teaching, your immediate response is defensiveness.
Okay.
And you take it personal, right? You have an immediate response that is defensive because you take it personal. And I think that there is the ability for us to objectively look at what's being said. When we think about the United States of America and our education system, when Phoenix is talking about the UDC, the United Daughters of the Confederacy, she's right. And I've actually played the videos here about them. So the United Daughters of the Confederacy are the reason we have all of these Confederate monuments across the country. They lobbied, advocated, and paid for those things to be put up across the country. They actually lobbied and controlled much of our textbooks. I can pull up a 5th grade Georgia textbook where they refer to the slaves, quote unquote, frolicking in the fields and singing, which is horseshit. There was a specific ideology and there was a specific narrative that they wanted told about the South and about the heritage and about the United States of America. And they did all of it without even having the right to fucking vote. They did it. And it's absolutely correct. And so there's a difference between saying teachers are doing the best they can with the resources and materials that they are provided, and saying the resources and the materials being provided along with the pay is not adequate and does not stand up against the rest of the world. And it does not. The reason we have some of the greatest higher learning institutions, right? But guess what happens is our children get beat out of those institutions because of unless they are rich, because the children coming from other countries have better education than we do. And they also have a different relationship to education. Education in the United States of America is not valued in many homes across the country the way that it is in other countries. I mean, I'm sitting up here looking at Palestine, and I know children, I know parents of those children that in Palestine are going to school in the middle of a damn G-side. Can you imagine? If bombs were going off all around you, would we be focused on having our children still study and graduate? Probably not. The investment in their children and in their education, the literacy rate in Palestine is 97 and 98% for men and women. Do we know what the literacy percentage is in the United States? More than half the country is only reading on a 6th grade level. It's not a misnomer that our education system is behind. It's not a misrepresentation that we as a whole are lacking education compared to the rest of the world. That's just the fact. And no one is saying that it's because of teachers. We're saying that we have an underfunded public education system because we have people in power that would rather privatize our education so rich people can get more rich at the expense of our babies.
Okay, Dan, what I'm saying to you is, so you guys,
I'm listening. Go ahead, I'm right here.
No, segment about population that reads on the 6th grade level. I'm saying to you, there are students across the country who are thriving and who are pushed to a greater level. When I went to school, we didn't even have access to college. Now these students can take college credit in high school. They can get a 2-year degree in high.
But we're not talking about.
There are people who are being very educated in our society.
But that is not the vast majority.
I'm listening.
That's not the vast majority. And that's the point that I'm making, is it's not the vast majority. I'm not arguing with you that we have access. I literally used to, for 6 years straight, I did seminars at the Early College High School in Cabarrus County. I'm aware of what they have access to. I'm also aware that it is not the vast majority. I'm also aware that the adults today do not have the same literacy. They don't. It's just a fact. if you don't have this book, I strongly recommend it to you. So listen, one of the reasons why people in this country don't know what the fuck is happening in Iran or Gaza or any of that is because of our education system. America is a very self-entitled, very selfish country that thinks everyone else should cater to us. We don't bother learning other countries' languages. We don't bother with any. We think that when we travel, they should speak English for us. We don't know geopolitically how everything is connected together. We damn sure don't know, like, we barely know U.S. history in this country, much less global history. And that's a problem. The book is Lies My Teacher Told Me. And these are just facts, folks. Like, I don't know why. Can you share with me why you have the reaction that you do to that, James? Why is that so upsetting to you?
Well, listen, understand that my pushback is not I'm upset about the fact that I know that there are all kind of different avenues that we educate our children. And when people try to suggest that somehow or another that our educational system is so flawed that we're no longer producing smart and intelligent people, it's not true.
Who said that?
I grant you, I'm just saying that.
But who said that, though? Why are you hearing things that aren't being said?
Well,
no one said we're not producing smarter, intelligent people.
What I heard her say was to suggest that our educational system was so flawed and so beneath other places.
We are behind other countries.
There are people dying in our college system.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me and you keep talking about college. I am talking about our public education system. What we provide that is available. Okay, so hold on. Let's talk about it. So watch. Okay. We're going to do public education systems.
How about spelling bee? Who's been winning the spelling bee, sir?
Give me a second. So hold on.
That doesn't suggest that somehow something wrong with our education system because we're not winning the spelling.
Give me a second. Give me a second, folks. Okay. So for empirical test scores, right? Which is the program. There's a thing. It's called the Program for International Student Assessment. It measures the skills and the knowledge of 15-year-old students globally in reading, mathematics, and science. Singapore ranks number 1 in all 3 subjects. Japan and South Korea consistently in the top 5. Estonia also up there. It is not us. In terms of
Dani, my argument with that is we teach, we demand that all our students go to school, and we try to educate all our students, segment them. Every child, no matter how poor they are, well, I'm not sure how you shake your head about it. I don't care how poor you are, it's demanded that your child go to school. We try to educate all our students, no matter who they are.
And you think that those countries do not?
Give them a place to go.
You think that other countries do not?
I'm saying to you that there's a second. So you're gonna tell me that that there in Japan and in some countries, if you don't reach a certain score, they send you in a different direction than education. They have a test to decide who goes where and in what direction. We don't have a test like that. You go where you want to go.
So, James, compulsory education is an education that is required of all people, required by the government, right? Either at home or in school. All countries, except for Bhutan, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and the Vatican City, have compulsory education laws. All of them do. This idea that somehow it's our requirement of all of our children to go to public education school system is the reason that we are where we are is just not true. I mean, it's just not a thing.
May I also add? May I just ask, Mr. James, in which state did you practice?
I'm in Florida.
Okay, all right. Also, you know that all countries is not equal. We have been rated number 1 in my entire life, and I'm not that young. I'm not old, but I'm not that young. And our system, if you're honest and you were an educator, it baffles me how this information was not accessible to you. Because the reality is, I respect educators. I've educated. I've done private education. I continue to educate, and I'm currently homeschooling right now, which I have done, and I'm about to age myself over 30 years. And I've put people in college. I'm not speaking from a place of unknown. I'm speaking from a place of well-known. I've had 2 mother-in-laws, because I was widowed and unfortunately divorced once, who were actually educators. My mother was an educator, and she taught us at home prior to entering the school system. We all knew how to read and do some of our basic writing. Penmanship was not perfect, but we entered the school system with basic knowledge. It was something that I can say I obviously came from the Black folk that learned how to read upside down and backwards, because education has always been paramount in my home, in my close community. Understanding that, I knew when I attended a local school in a predominantly Black area that was impoverished, Black and some Hispanic, what they call today. We didn't call people Hispanic back then. The education was not the same. The appearance was not the same, and the focus was not the same. But when I was bussed out, the standards changed. The education was different. The access to more information was different. And of course, everything was very much skewed to a Eurocentric type of mindset. And when your education system is propagandizing more than it is informing, you already are at a disadvantage. People all over the world know more about their countries, the whole planet, and this country than the people in the country know about this one country. And that is not something that I am making up. This is just a reality. And as an educator, I am sure that you know that you did not get the same quality of student from the beginning of educating to when you retired. Am I correct?
What I'm suggesting to you, and just you gave me this thought about who you are. Let me just say, I'm a child of an educator, okay, and I've been to different schools. As a 3rd grader, I was in an all-white school, okay, because when my mom crossed over, when they made teachers cross over, and students came after, I went first, so I was the only Black student at an all-white school, okay. Then I went to an integrated school, and then I went to a predominantly Black school, and then I went to South Carolina State, which is a historically Black school. Okay? And I'm just saying to you, even through my as an educator, I know that Orange County, and then I can only speak for Orange County, but I believe Orange County is not any different than all the different counties across America. Some are poorly ran, and some are better ran.
Okay.
But I know over the course of history, we've gone from a situation where when I was in high school, that we had very little opportunities in education, and that these kids got more than enough. They can go to magnet schools now, where they can literally get an occupation by the time they leave high school. And so when you try to suggest to me that our educational system is ran so poorly that we're producing more incompetent people, I push back on that. I think America produces more competent, smart inventors. We lead in so many different areas here in America.
Name the areas. Please name the areas for me. Hold on. I want you to, so hold on. I would like for you to tell me what areas the United States of America leads the world in terms of education. What are they, please?
I just said to you that because of what we produce, we lead the areas. NASA is a clear indication of that. We have to produce people who work at NASA.
Do you know,
before now?
Do you know where? Okay, so hold on. NASA is not a primary example because we bring people from all over the world to work at NASA.
A black female, she didn't come from out of America.
I'm aware, but you were talking about one person.
No, I'm not. I can't name all the millions of people.
Okay, so
I'm saying millions of people went through NASA, and the majority of them were American.
Okay, do you know what percentage of this country is illiterate? Illiterate, not literate, but illiterate. 21%. Almost a quarter of the United States of America is illiterate.
And that doesn't have anything to do with them deciding not to take advantage of the education?
No.
I took advantage of my education.
No, it doesn't. No, now you sound like white people, James. Hold on for a second. Stop, James. Now you sound like white people when we talk about why. You got to let me finish, James. No. We can address the system. We can absolutely address the system. And it is imperative that we do. These are so listen, let me just be clear. A quarter of the country didn't say, fuck my education. I want to be illiterate. Nope. That ain't what happened. Only 50, I just want to give you some of the stats. And if you want to know where I'm getting it, this is from the National Literacy Institute. And then I'm going to get to Heather and Cabbage. On average, 79% of the U.S. adults nationwide are literate in 2024. 21% of adults in the United States are illiterate in 2024. 54% of adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level. 20% are below a 5th grade level. Low levels of literacy cost the U.S. up to $2.2 trillion per year. 34% of adults lacking literacy proficiency were born outside the U.S. and are now here. Massachusetts was the state with the highest rate of child literacy. New Mexico was the state with the lowest. New Hampshire was the state with the highest percentage of adults considered to be literate. And the state with the lowest adult literacy rate was California. So what do I take away from the differences in the state is this is an issue that is not just blue or red. This is an issue. And we rank 36th in the world in literacy. In the whole ass world, the United States of America ranks 36th with just basic literacy. That is a direct indication of an issue with our system and not individual choices. So
I'll just say nowadays, James, look at it this way. Nowadays, everybody just want to be a content creator and influencer. Like, nobody is really putting in that work in 2026. I know you've been an educator. Guys, I get where he's coming from. He's saying he was an educator, and he feels like he put his best foot forward when he was educating the kids. But I don't know when you stopped, but right now in 2026, our education system ain't it 100%. That's all I want to say.
Okay, so I want to
they can't even read script, by the way, Dani, in 2026.
I know.
These kids, I asked
Well, they
them
don't
to sign
teach.
a check.
They don't teach cursive anymore. Yeah.
I asked him to sign something. Like a kid, I asked him, like, can you sign this? And he was like, what is that? I was shocked.
Yeah, they don't teach cursive anymore.
No, they don't.
So I want to get Heather in and then Cabbage. I know Cabbage is a current educator as well. So Heather, you want to jump in and then Cabbage?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say I'm a school nurse. I just got a new job in it's a school that helps what society deems as too much or too problematic to educate. They just suspend them and kick them out of school. And so I work at a school that educates those kids.
An alternative school.
And yes, an alternative school.
Yep.
And I work with kids with both behavioral issues and like issues with autism. And it is a huge problem on how our education system works, because I just learned, because I had my official orientation on Monday, I just learned that schools can just suspend you and just move you from school to school to school because they deem you as a problem. And it's it's definitely a problem in our society. Our education is a problem in our society, and we have to do better by that. And one of the things that we're concerned about is because with the Department of Education, public schools have to educate you. They have to pay for your education. With the dismantling of the Department of Education and the school voucher programs and making people go to private schools, we will no longer have to teach you. And so there won't even be options for many, many kids. And so it's just hugely flawed. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Dani, I did just have a question.
Sure.
Because I did start my new job and I've been really crazy, I wanted to make sure I can rewatch the meetings that I've missed for the Project of the People.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll send out an email. I meant to send out one the other day when I did the new numbers. I'll send out an email with a link to the recordings. 100%.
Okay, that would be awesome because but it's been a crazy month. So,
yes, I got you. No worries. I appreciate you.
Okay, I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop down. I actually have to go, but thank you so much for having me, and I'll be listening.
Awesome, appreciate you, Phantom.
I'll drop down too. I've been here too long. I want to give everybody a fair chance. Thank you.
Oh, appreciate
so
you,
much
AJ.
for having me. I appreciate you all. God bless. And yes, we need to fix our education. The ending of the education, federal education by the Doge effort was more destructive than anyone can realize.
Yep.
That was a big mistake. Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate you, AJ. Okay. So just a reminder, folks. And yes, I am going to get, I'm probably going to give it I'll probably leave at 3:30 so that I can take a break before I come back with Rev Carla at 7. And I just so that you all understand, they literally took funding from the Department of Education and the oversight of many of our education programs and put it into the Department of Labor. They literally want our children to start working early. They want to use our children to just boost the economics and the rich, literally. And I think we have to get real about the United States of America. Our government has consistently chosen corporations and money over its people. I'm going to say that again. The United States of America has consistently chosen corporations and rich people over its people. Period. And we are reaching a time where that system no longer works for the people. And the people are showing up, and the people are making that known, and the people are voting differently, and the people are beginning to demand what the people deserve. And that is why we will get concession. They will concede because the people will continue to demand. And that is where we are. And I think one of the things that hinders our progress is when we defend the indefensible. No one is saying that there aren't good educators out there. No one is saying that kids don't have some opportunities. What we are saying is that by and large, the system is dysfunctional. The system is not working for the vast majority of our children. And we are responsible for fixing that. So just saying. Exactly, Tiffany. Yep. And they want us to work earlier, retire later, or never retire at all. 100%. All right, Cabbage. I know you're an educator, so I want to go Cabbage, Liz, and then Reese.
First, I'd like to say one of the biggest problems that we have in our education system is inequity. It's the main problem, because what the system has focused on is reading, writing, math, these core academics. But those don't mean anything if we don't focus on child development. And when it comes to child development, we have got to be sure that we are providing the basic needs of a child. We are giving them emotional, physical, and mental safety in the environment that we're teaching them in from the beginning.
Yeah.
And we have to be able to connect them and their families, because their families need to have the same resources available. And we have to connect their families to resources. And unless we do that, we'll never take care of the problems within the system, because that is the problem with the system. So we have to be able to say, you know what,
I can still hear you.
The fundamental keys of knowledge for every child in the system comes from their family's culture, language, their lived experience. And we need to have that represented properly in our education system. We have to be able to give not just to students, we need student-led learning. We need to meet students where they're at from day one, because it's been proven, Head Start is a program that has proven that these things that I'm talking about give long-term success to families and for these children. And we could take the quality Head Start model, and if we take that model and start by having universal quality Head Start and expand the principles of Head Start all the way through 12th grade, we would be in that 90 percentile.
Yep.
Our students would come out because from the beginning of their education, they would be seen, they would be accepted,
Yes.
and they would be recognized, and their voice would matter, because the classroom is their first experience in democracy without even bringing politics into it. And we're failing our children. And we, as the United States, are a founding member of the UN. However, we're the only country in the UN who has not ratified the rights of the child, which means every child here, from the time that they are in their mother's body through 18, they have access to medical care. They have access to housing. They have access to food security. They have access to education, because these things start in the development of the child. But as a founding member of the UN, we have not ratified that. Because if we ratified that, it would take away the excuses. Because if we are required to provide that to every child, then that would seep into providing it for the whole family.
Yep.
We are investing in corporations, we are investing in commodities, but we are not investing in people. We are cheating our children out of their future. We are not going to be able to overcome racism. We are not going to be able to overcome misogyny. And we're going to continue on this path of generational violence and trauma until we actually stick to this. And these are the things in places like Palestine. And I'll tell you, I actually did in the beginning of 2024. I was doing online learning, teaching students in Palestine when they still had more access. And these students were multilingual, right?
Yeah.
These students, because the families, without the government's help, the families made sure that these things were provided to their children. And that's when we see successful countries, it's because they're taking it from a stance of using the child's fundamental keys of knowledge, which is their family's culture and experience, but also providing the basic needs. That's what makes it successful. So when we're looking at those countries that exceed the United States, it's because they're paying attention to that. And until we have it and we demand it, and we quit investing in the tail end in subsidies in colleges, and we invest in from birth in the family that the child comes from and the child itself, we are not going to see a dramatic rise in long-term success. And this is it's everything wrong with our public education system. They say that children can't hear the true history of the United States because it's too violent. Well, you know what? I've talked about this with my students. As young as preschool, and up to 3rd and 5th grade. And when I've actually went outside of the curriculum and I brought in true history to my students, there was an instantaneous, every student in that classroom instantaneously showed compassion for the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And when I did this, I'll tell you, for 3 years I lived in Kentucky. I got wrote up by that system. The first reprimand I got from a school was because I did that. And this is what they don't want educators to do. But it is the keys to success. And we are failing our students right now. We are absolutely failing every student.
I want to add to that, and I appreciate you chiming in as an educator. I want to say something because I saw something in the chat, and I don't often ask people for things, but if you truly desire for something to change in this country, stop making everything about Trump, folks. Do not say one more time, Trump loves the uneducated, because it doesn't help us get anything fucking forward. And our education system didn't just start falling apart under this administration. Can we please stop taking everything back to him? This is on Congress. This is our local. This is on our state legislatures. This is on our boards of education. This is on every single one of us. And listen, that man is not going to run for office a third time. He cannot. And can we move forward? And the more that we insult people as if they are the uneducated, the more they will stay where they are. I don't care if he said it or if he didn't say it, just stop saying it. We are literally, I want everyone to focus on what we are talking about and don't tie everything back to him.
Can I give a resource for everybody to look at?
Sure.
It's naeyc.org. It's the National Association for Educating Young Children. It's actually, as an educator, where I get my code of ethics. And this organization is fighting for everything that I have talked about on this panel. I'll put it in, when I'm done, I will put it in the chat if anybody wants to look at it. And the system itself fights against this because it's social emotional learning is part of it, because they say social emotional learning is bad. Social emotional learning is actually a form of equity that helps children bond. It brings forth a place of belonging, and it creates a foundation of empathy with children. So please, somebody put it in the chat already. If you want to screenshot that, the NAEYC, please go to that website. Please look through it. Please learn how you can advocate with your local school board, with your school itself. Go to your principal, go to your superintendent. Be loud in those meetings and educate for these things. And please, I mean, this is the resource that we all need. And this is the main resource this current administration wants to erase.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, that's it, Lady J. Cabbage, I appreciate you really much for sharing and for the resource. I don't know if you know Cheryl, that's down here in my chat as well. Cheryl Russell. She is an IEP 504 advocate and works with families, specifically helping them get what they need. There she goes. And as soon as you named it, she was like, "That's a great organization."
And when it comes to 504s and IEPs, right now the administration is attacking and defunding IDEA. And IDEA is the things that protect that. But IDEA is the only legislation we have to a right to education.
Yep.
And they are wanting to defund that and take it away. And when it comes to one of the biggest problems I have and why we need the fundamentals of Head Start, because children who go to Head Start, there are different things that they get evaluated for. It's pretty much a preemptive action that's taken in observation. So if children have any signs or indicators that they may have a learning disability or a disability of anything, we can get on that early. Mm-hmm. We should have those indications roll through them every year of education, because these things can occur at any time. It's so important.
You guys know that Mila went to pre-K this year. She went to school like for last school year. And saying that, I did not expect to get emotional. How about that? Whew.
Into a pre-K program.
Yeah, she did. So she went and she did the evaluation and all of that. And we did a full day. We could have done a half day, but we did a full day. And to see her now is just, and it's really is incredible. And to see the kids and how they benefit and all of that. We have to start asking ourselves, what is wrong with us that we want to give $1 trillion to the Department of Defense, but nothing to the Department of Education for our babies? What the fuck is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? Any of you all that are out here screaming about corporations and wars and all of that, what are we doing? There is something wrong. Like, I'm just saying, every day I look around at where we are as a society, right? I got you, A Money, appreciate you. And I literally don't know how we are. Schools. Okay, wait. So Cheryl is saying many don't know, but school districts have to start screening for disabilities at birth. Yes.
That's not true.
So I will tell you that, like, Mila immediately, like they were like, we're going to pull in speech for her. I was like, great. You know what I mean? They did her eye checks. They did like all the different things. And I think, yeah, she's in Florida. Cheryl's in Florida. And so I think it's just important that we stop looking to defend what we have, especially when what we have isn't working. And I think we can all agree that what we have is not working. It's not. It's not working for our society. It's not working for our country. It's just not working. And we have to be willing to, you cannot change what you do not accept. And go ahead. Sorry.
One of the things about that, what you're saying right now, is when it comes to our students and stuff, and I have to bring the fact that this is the racist part of the system in why they don't want Head Start. Because like I said, Head Start gives key indicators so we can do preventative supports for students that may have some sort of disability or intervention need. And right now, 40 to 45% of students of color, they are not properly diagnosed or they're not diagnosed. And because we have not taught different cultures and the fundamental keys of knowledge and the experiences of families, especially with Black children, they excuse what their need is, which may be supportive, as just a quote unquote attitude.
Behavior.
And these children are cheated out of the supports that they deserve.
Yeah.
And this is how it is. And 70% of educators are white. So there is a lack of representation within our school system too.
Yep.
That is a bit, children, that's a big problem because children should see a diverse, academic staff also.
100%.
We need that.
Yep.
Because then children are able to connect with people that look like them, but also people who don't look like them as models in their life. And we need that.
Yeah, 100%. I want to go Liz and then RC and then pop back up to James.
Hey, Dani, thanks for bringing me up.
Sure.
I'm also an educator. I'm originally from Michigan, but I've been in Spain the last 15 years. And I can relate to what James was saying in the sense of American exceptionalism, because I had those blinders as well when I was going through high school. I went to an international baccalaureate high school, and so I just assumed that all high schools were as good as mine. International baccalaureate is internationally recognized as is basically the most difficult curriculum available worldwide. And so I assumed that high school was like that for everybody. And when I went to college at Michigan State University, I quickly realized it was not. And
right.
And how racist the system is, especially in relation to how public schools are funded in the US, which is largely through property tax. Because I had 3 roommates my first year. One of them was African American from Detroit, brilliant girl. She's super smart, but she had to start with the remedial math program at Michigan State because the level of math at her high school was so low compared to, for example, where I went to school, that she was required to start in a lower level of math, which meant that she ended up spending thousands of dollars more in tuition for math classes than I had to. And just seeing that for the first time opened my eyes to how racist and unequal the system is, especially for people who live in impoverished areas. And it's also different in the sense of motivating students from these type of districts. Now, my father's family is in this white bread Michigan village of farmers, and they have zero motivation. I've seen with my cousin's children now, who are all younger than me, some of whom are extremely intelligent, much more intelligent naturally than I am, and they don't go anywhere. They don't go to community college. They don't go to a 4-year university. Because it's not encouraged or pushed through the system. The teachers that are there are not preparing them or motivating them to do so. And it's very hard for them to keep teachers because most teachers don't want to live in that type of extremely rural community. So they never get the quality of teachers that I had in my suburban international baccalaureate high school. So there's so many inequalities just at the base of American education that make so many of the school districts just underperforming to what they could if they had the proper teachers, if they had the proper resources. And so a way to get rid of that inequality would obviously be to move the funding to state and federal, which is how it is in a lot of countries. And I know that school districts in America do get state and federal funding, but that's not the main base of where their funding is, which is problematic. And then comparing to Spain, now Spain is the butt of every joke in Europe. They're considered the laziest, one of the poorest economies, the cheapest, the worst education system. And I could go on and on about things that I would do to improve the education system here. But I've had students who have gone to do a year abroad in an American high school, and they don't go to these high schools that are international baccalaureate. They go to a normal high school with a normal high school curriculum, and they laugh at how easy it is. And so just thinking that Spain being the lowest end of European education systems, then being so much more difficult than what is taught in the United States, kind of also shone a light on my perspective of the American system, that it's really failing in so much of the country. And it's really just very individualized, these school districts that are privileged and have something like an IB program or largely AP based classes. And that's not the norm. Go ahead, Cabbage. You were trying to say something.
You're speaking from a place of privilege right now. And you're going right back to the academic structure of things, which is exactly what the problem is. We are not being child-centered and focused and family-centered and focused. You just went right back around to the tail end of the academic structure. And that is a problem whenever you're advocating for education, because that is the diversion they want, exactly everything you just said. And I will, and if it feels like I'm attacking you, I promise you I'm not. I'm just trying to get you to recognize the harm that does. It really does.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
She was actually responding to the conversation we had earlier. She wasn't responding to what you were saying. And all of what's being said is actually true, because we can address our faults in the system itself, in our academics, and also address the needs of our children. These are not exclusive, but it's all necessary in order for us to really self-evaluate as educators, as students, as parents, and as a nation. So I don't think that she was advocating for something other than what you were communicating to earlier, but was responding to the conversation that James next to me and I were having earlier.
Go ahead. Okay, so Cabbage, can you expound upon what you mean by like what she was saying and what you think the issue is, and that way Liz can come back and respond.
Yeah. Because she really focused on bachelorette and higher education. She kept scattering it with that instead of focusing on what we need in our public education system. And one comment that was made that was really concerning to me is she said, people aren't motivated to leave those districts, when that's not something we should even have to consider. Because just because the consideration that a lower economic area should be left instead of built, that's a concern to me.
Got it.
So I'm not saying everything she said is invalid, but it had a very privileged connotation to it throughout the whole thing. And that's the issue I have, because I'll be honest, this is something that I do a lot of work on the state and national level. So I have to bring that up, because if we don't recognize that, then it's very easy to divert the conversation into the direction that has kept us away from addressing the problems in the system the whole time.
Got it.
That's not what I meant at all with referring to not being motivated to leave a district. I was referring to students in that high school not being motivated to continue their education with going to a vocational school or a community college or a four-year college, which for me has nothing to do with whether they go back to that district. I think that would actually be incredible for them to go out, because in that village, there is no opportunity for higher education. So they do have to drive about 20 minutes outside of the village to get to a community college, for example. But then coming back to the village and then providing services with whatever they learned in their community college, or if they want to go to a four-year college and become a teacher and then move back to that district, I think that would be ideal. And I actually have a couple of cousins, children, who come from a family of educators who are very good at helping like the younger cousins with homework and that kind of stuff that I think, I don't, if they were interested, would be incredible educators. I don't know if that's an interest of theirs or not. But like, it would be incredible to see people like that go away to a four-year college, get a teaching degree, and come back and help improve the education system in that district. And I was, like Phoenix was saying, I was really responding more to what James had said before. But Cabbage, I do agree with everything you were saying, and I totally understand your point.
Okay. Has everybody got clarity now? And we're good. I want to go to RC, and then I want to go to Heather, and then Living My Best.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, everybody have said something that was vitally important when we say educational system. The input is the fact that first, child development. That's very powerful. Child development. The onus of child development should never be imposed or placed on the children. It should be enhanced by our property taxes that we pay, also by federal funding to ensure a child is developed. That means you got to have a cultural development, a neighborhood development. But we have impoverished areas we have where people live, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And all of those are dictated by those who are, quote, the educators, the certified educators. I don't want to talk too long, so I'm going to give you a good example of what this education system, why it has a problem. If you look at the Carmelo Anthony case, this was on an educational institute, and it happened. Something went wrong for all of the students because the condition existed to where one wanted to dictate to another and another wanted to say no to another, et cetera, et cetera. Just to use that as an example of what we can see happening in our educational system. This is where this happened. Lastly, Mr. James said that his mother was an educator, thus he became an educator, and he's teaching. Excellent. But his mother helped him in his community. But how many other people did she help? For example, if you have 35 students in your classroom, how many of them are going to become excellent teachers or highly educated? Maybe 10? That's a failure. The system is failing. Lastly, if we pay property tax, education should be equal. There should be no racism in education. Why? We pay property tax. We pay for that. We pay college tuition. There should be no racism in it. And I'll land with that.
So the only thing that I will say in response to what you just said is, I don't give a fuck if people are paying taxes or not. There should be no racism in the system. Property tax. Let me just say this. There is not a requirement for equity. Human beings deserve equity, regardless of whether they pay taxes, don't pay taxes, turn flips and twists, drink Coke or Pepsi. I don't care what people do. I think that is something that that rich people have integrated into the minds of working class. Is you hear working class people say all the time, I pay my taxes, so this and that should happen. You don't ever hear rich people fucking bragging about paying their taxes. None of them. And none of them say that paying their taxes is the reason they deserve the rights that they have in this country. No, rights are not contingent upon that. Right. And we have to, in my opinion, that is part of the problem. And it is a tactic of the rich and the wealthy that has, they've done a great job of putting it out there and people kind of taking that on. But yeah, no, for me, No, there should be no racism simply because I'm a human being and there should be no racism.
Property taxes, I don't know if you know this, was actually implemented in the late 1700s by Arthur Stanbury. In his colonial area, white women got mad because black men were getting higher education at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
They started schools. And so they started complaining because they wanted their white male children to start getting a better education. So Arthur Stanbury said, you know what? We're going to have to do this, and we'll expand it to boys. Well, then the white women said, wait, I want to be educated. And now I want my white daughters to be educated. And these were the peasants. So Arthur Stanbury said, okay, you've got to pay $5 a year. And as more and more people started paying this, they expanded it to property taxes. So property taxes were implemented to where only white men and would be able to have education from the very beginning. So it was literally a system built to support schools that
For
wasn't
white
to
people.
support schools. It was to keep people from getting educated. And that's just a quick, brief history on property taxes in our education system.
Love that. Appreciate you for sharing. I'm going to go Heather, and then I'm going to go Living My. Heather? Okay, there you go.
Hey there. Hey, sorry.
That's okay.
Mute button was hard. I have so much to say. Oh my gosh. First of all, thank you, Dani. I love your lives. I have learned so much from you. Learn every day. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not an educational professional, but I did spend 15 years as an assistant teacher. So I kind of have a side view. So it is kind of something I do feel strongly about. As far as Trump goes, he didn't create this. He's just a master of harnessing things like division, etc., etc. The issue with education is that it's not something that we value collectively. I think as a populace here in the United States, if we did, we would all be losing our minds right now over what's happening to our education department. We would have lost our minds over installing Linda McMahon as the head of the Department of Education. But we didn't. So here we are.
Some of us did.
Yeah. Linda did.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, my thoughts are scrambled. James, I think you are probably an amazing teacher, and I think you probably have amazing outcomes in your classroom. I don't doubt that. I would probably just ask you to ask yourself, have you ever had the thought that this is great, it could be so much better if I had more resources? And I think that's kind of where our educational system has landed, is that kind of like the crock pot that you were talking about earlier. I think we put our educational system in a crock pot a long time ago, and it is also burnt and crusty and hanging on to the edges of the pot. That's kind of my thought. Property taxes, I get it. I understand where it originated. I hate that it has become the major funding for some of our school districts, because that's where you really see the disconnect and the difference in schools. Noticed it when my son was wrestling, and I would be in the high schools all around here in good old Kentucky, where we have such an amazing educational system. Yay, not really. And just seeing the disparity throughout the county in just the physical building of the schools in the richer areas of the county versus the poorer areas of the county. I mean, if it's that evident in the physical structure, What are the students? What
Right.
are the students given? Is my question. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
I appreciate you. I've got a message, a friend of mine. Just on a side note, you all, General Christopher Donahue, who was the last person to leave Afghanistan in 2021, was the commander of our forces in Europe and Africa. After just 18 months in that job, has resigned. And the thing that sticks out for me is he is the latest in a group of about 24 or so top military leaders to depart their jobs or retire under Pete Hegseth. There's a reason that these very seasoned, very expert military officials are leaving these commands, and the timing. So what I would say to everyone is I would be paying attention. Thanks, Cheryl. I would be paying attention to whatever happens with our troops that are in Africa, especially with a lot of things that are happening around Sudan and the Middle East and all of that. I would just tell you all I would just be watching. An Army official who spoke on the condition of anonymity said that the departure comes as the Army was discussing downgrading U.S. Army Europe and Africa from 4 stars to a 3-star command. It comes on the heels of Pete Hegseth telling NATO last week that he would be conducting a 6-month Pentagon review of American forces in Europe that is, quote unquote, designed to ensure that NATO is moving fast and irreversibly toward Europe stepping up to take primary responsibility for the defense of Europe. It's a review that some countries will fail and others will pass with flying colors, he said. And the Pentagon did not immediately submit comment on this. So sorry, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that was there. Just a recap too for folks who've missed it. A federal judge barred the Trump administration from implementing proof of citizenship requirement in order to vote. He ruled that, rightly so, the Constitution gives states and Congress authority over elections and not the President of the United States, which is accurate. And then last, just to recap, the Democratic Party is probably spinning on its head today as all of Zohran Mamdani's endorsements and endorsed candidates all won their primaries last night. Some overturning, looking to challenge incumbent Dems or even overturning incumbent Dems who'd been in their seats for 9 to 15 years, So it's a good thing. Yeah, Rebel, in just a second. Living my best life. I want to go to you real quick.
Thank you, Dani. I've learned so much from your page. I want to thank you. And my district is 13, so I'm very happy that my district won yesterday. And I was thrilled this morning when I saw all the votes came in.
I bet.
was like, yes, New York City, yes, we're taking over. So I worked in early education for about 20 years, from Head Start, and now I support over 30 programs. And I know that, as James said, that yes, I understand everything that he says, but being in early education, and I support everything that Cabbage was saying, supporting what's happening now with all the children that are coming in that need all these services, supporting the family, the lack of the resources that I see myself in supporting early education.
New York.
You don't hear me?
No, somebody was saying, did you say Georgia?
Oh, no. But what I notice and what people don't understand, that the systemic racism that affects the funding on education is impactful. That's things that we don't see behind the curtains. What we see is the results of it, the resources, the lack in the community. That's what James don't see. Yes, the fact is that he had the privilege of going to a school that was all white, that his parents was educators, so he was able to get that, and that's beautiful. That's amazing. But unfortunately, I come from in Manhattan. You think Manhattan, wow, great. But I was from the Lower East Side. I come from what you consider the Alphabet City, ghetto, from the projects. And I had to hustle. But guess what? I went back to school at 52, got my master's. After that, after my undergrad, I fought for my family. My youngest got his MBA. Now he's a teacher. Now he became a director. But he's telling me that he sees the struggle in education as well because of the biases that he sees. He sees that the funding is not there, and how, additionally, the biases is seen in the way you have all these white teachers that mean well, right? They come into inner city because they want to teach, they want to be able, but they don't connect with the culture. They're unable. They come in with that bias of what they see. For example, one example that my son gave me, he had this one example of the teacher. This one kid, he was sleeping on the desk, and he teaches middle school, which is very rough in New York City. And he assumed that the kid was, he's just lazy. He just, he doesn't want to concentrate, and pretty much reported the child, right? Instead of saying, let me talk to the child, let's find out, let's go out, let's find out. Later on, finding out, mom was working overtime, late shift. He was taking care of the siblings, and he needed extra time.
Right.
He assumed because the color of his skin was brown, and he went straight to those biases, those stereotypes. Mm-hmm. So this is when we have to educate the teachers as well, because they come in with those biases and these racist approaches. And we have to, getting education and being a teacher is not enough. Being empathetic in what you approach and being able to just take those students and having a conversation and saying, let me see what's going on with them. And on the upside, the teachers are burned out. Mm-hmm. They burn out. So we have a lot to deal with. And then with this administration doing everything that they're doing, it's a lot that we have to deal with. I just want to thank you for everything that you do. And you are giving me history 101, things that I've never knew. So I really love you, and I really appreciate
it.
Everything you do.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I lost somebody. Bye-bye. Somebody shifted. James is who I lost. I was getting ready to come back to James. But no, I appreciate you. We are not separate. So one of the things that has been the approach in education, it's mirrored after corporations, right? You guys, what do they tell us in corporations? You don't have a family in here, right? Leave all your personal stuff outside. When you come to work, check your personal stuff at the door. We don't function like that as human beings. It's not the way that it works. And if we simply learned in all spaces, education spaces, corporate spaces, across the board, to consider the entirety of the human being, we would be so much better off. I keep telling people, do you understand that your employee would be so much more productive if they weren't seeing their phone go off and it being the bill collector calling, right? Do you know how much easier and how much more productive you would get if people were paid a livable wage and they weren't worried about having the lights shut off? You know what I mean? The reality is that in our stinginess and our disconnection from the whole of a human being, we are simply creating situations and circumstances that perpetuate the problem and make it worse. And that's the issue. 100%. We are not. And you know what I don't understand is why didn't we, because I thought we learned it, or at least partially learned it with COVID. Do y'all remember during C-19, and if you were able to work from home and you got on a Zoom call and your kid was crying, or the dog barked, or your kid wanted a snack or whatever, there was no shut that kid up. It was literally a go ahead, deal with your kids, because we could see the entirety of a person. We could see the whole human being, right? Hey, Miguel. Yeah, we gave grace and we were able to see you're a human being. And it's like we just lost that humanity all over again, as if people aren't still whole human beings. Of course they are. And so I just really think that as we continue to do the work, right? And we continue to have conversations, meaningful conversations, sometimes difficult conversations, sometimes triggering conversations, that we can lean into that and make it happen. And so I just think that we will be better off when we do that. 100%. That's my humble opinion. So, I love the fact that that we had a very diverse and engaging conversation and live today. We went everywhere from Sudan to education to all the way around the board, right? And even to women and the right to vote and all of those different things. I will be back at 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Rev Carla. The conversation is going to be about the weaponization of religion, specifically Christianity within the United States of America, and the impact of that weaponization on our societal spaces and our political spaces. So thanks, Marky. So it's going to be here. It's going to be on all the social media platforms. There's nothing to register for. Make sure that I'm going to get some tea, Sharon. Make sure that you set your alarm, that you come back. If you have an opportunity to watch Bad Faith before then, please do that. That is the documentary that some of what we're going to be referencing is talked about in that documentary. So I strongly recommend it. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yes, you can absolutely share another resource.
Thank you. One more resource I want to share with anybody who has children in their family or children you're connected to that haven't quite started becoming an emergent reader. And these are studies that prove this, and it's something that families can do and we can do as our community with our children. Children who learn sign language before they start reading, they actually have a 20 to 30% immediate higher literacy rate than children who do not learn sign language, because sign language actually connects to additional learning styles. So
love that.
You can go to YouTube, and just learning the basic alphabet in sign language gives that head start to the child. You can go to YouTube and you can learn it, and you can teach to these children, and you're giving a child a head start of at least 20% in their literacy foundation.
I love that. That's amazing. I want to also, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. So I don't know if you all know this or not, but the WHO has an online academy. Did you all know that? The World Health Organization has an academy. And I shared this in my Discord with subscribers because I registered. And one of the courses that I'm doing is, oops, hold on one second, and I'll tell you the exact name of it. Because, you know, in education, Bella has been given the educational diagnosis of being on the spectrum. And with that, I'm Gen X, y'all. We didn't have, there was no ADD, ADHD, or spectrum. You either just did what you were told to do and set your ass down, or you got your ass beat. Like that was it. Like that's all we had, right? And so having her, I love because, right, I'm just saying, no, you can't sit your ass still. Let me show you. But one of the things that she continues to do with me is my grands are teaching me new skill sets and new ways of being and thinking that I just didn't have, you know? And so one of them that I will give you is, so there's a WHO e-learning caregiver skills training for families of children with developmental delays or disabilities. And it's free. You literally just sign up, but this is not the only one that they have. So you can look through some of the other things that they have to be able to assist you. There's some materials that you can download, like little goals and all of that. So if you are someone that is finding yourself being challenged with things that we just didn't know, because y'all know my little graphic. So here, since I got all my educators on the panel, I'm going to show y'all educators something that I show everybody. Y'all ready? Want to hear? Here it goes. Okay, so watch. This is my thing that I show people. Hold on, get a piece of paper. All right, so here's my circle. Y'all ready? And then we're going to go. Okay, so this is our brain. This is not going to be an egg, I promise you all. Y'all remember that? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. No, this is not that. So this is your brain and the entirety of everything that you could possibly know. Okay. And this is what you know that you know in your brain. This, out of everything, this is what you know that you know. This is what you don't know that you know. Okay. This one right here. For example, I know I don't know how to fly a fucking plane, right? So I don't know. I do know. I know that I don't know that. I don't know what I just said, but I know that I don't know how to fly a plane, right? The rest of this whole space is DK. It's what I don't know that I don't know. And every day, my grands and life teaches me something that I didn't know that I didn't know. And because I didn't know that I didn't know it, there's no need for me to attach anything to it. No shame, no guilt, no anything. I don't have to attach anything to it because I simply didn't know that I didn't know. But the beautiful thing is, once you know that there's something that you didn't know, you get to choose what you do with that at that time. Now it can be something that you don't know, or you can get curious about the thing and it becomes something that you know, right? And so I just want to offer you all that when you hear something that brings up some resistance, that brings up some whatever, right? Instead of just take a second and pause with it and go, I did not know that I did not know that. And then you get to determine, now, do I want to know that I don't know it? Or do I want to know that I know it from this point forward? And that's what we all get the opportunity to do. And I know that these grands teach me every day. Now I'll share one last thing with y'all before I go. So the other day, remember on Monday when I took the kids, right, false shame and inspirational awe. Yeah. So remember on Monday, I took the kids to go bowling and all of that. So Dominic's friend came, and Dominic's friend is Muslim. And he's got such a diverse group of friends, and I love it. And this kid is just incredible. And so we're going, and they're doing this stuff, and they're bowling and having fun and all the things. And afterwards, I was like, do you guys want to go grab some ice cream? And so they were like all down for that, right? And so Dominic very just quietly from the back seat goes, hey, Tutu, where are we going? And I was like, I think we're going to go to TCBY. Got something in my hair. And he said, okay. He said, I think that's okay. And I said, hon, he said, I think it doesn't have any gelatin in it, right? Because Amin is good. He just can't have anything that has gelatin in it. And I'm going to tell you all something. I absolutely love the fact that at 12 years old, this kid is considerate of somebody else's religion, of somebody else's practices, of somebody else's belief systems, of somebody else, right? Appreciate you, Penny. I love that. I love that when Mila was bowling, his friend Amin was like, yeah, baby, go. She's 5. And he's cheering for the 5-year-old, right? They are not soft, you all. They are emotionally intelligent. And they have more emotional regulation than most of us do. This generation is not weak. They are not soft. They exhibit greater strength than we did because they understand that strength is not physical. Strength is not war. Strength is not bullying. Strength is something that is different. And yep, because they are exposed to diversity. If I showed you pictures from Dominic's birthday party, we had a Muslim kid whose parents are from Morocco. We had 2 little white kids. We had another little black kids. And then you had Dominic, who is, I just call him intercontinental because he's black, he's white, and Hispanic, right? And they're all different. One child, their family is devoutly Christian. The other child, like I just said, he's Muslim. And another child that just doesn't practice anything. And I love the fact that there's just this acceptance of that's who they are, and we're just considerate of who everybody is. Yeah. So I when people say I look around and there is no hope, yes, there is. There's a ton of hope. And if we let them, our children will teach us so much. And in my case, my grandchildren will teach us so much. So, all right. That is all I have to say. Appreciate it, Sacred Space. I will be back 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Rev Carla. We will be talking about the weaponization of religion, especially Christianity, its impact on society and political spaces. In between now and then, if you have the opportunity to watch the documentary Bad Faith, please do so. And if you haven't yet joined Project for the People, you can either go there in my link tree, or you can go to makingamericatruly.great.com and you can join from there. I appreciate all of you guys, all of you educators, Phoenix, people that choose to spend time. You could be anywhere and you choose to be here. So I appreciate you. Today was an extremely long live, but I feel like it was so great. From everything Kobe taught us about Sudan, all the way to this robust conversation about education. It's been incredible. So appreciate you very much. Love you, mean it. I will see you in 3 hours. Okay. Bye, guys.